sign in so you get your PD points. And with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Gallipade. They're our first presenter this morning, and I'm going to let him have it.
All right, we'll get ready to get going. I'm Greg Farmer with Gallipade. It's gallop like a horse and aid like Gatorade. That's how I always tell people how to understand what it is. Gallipade. With my accent, it tends to come off as Gallipade, but it's Gallipade is our company. We've been around for about 40 years. I love the curriculum. I love it so much. I taught with it for 10 years, and I found out that they were based, their international whatever office was just about 20 minutes from my house. I just drove over one day and said, I want to work here. And I started working here. It just so happened to be, he said, did you hear about us from LinkedIn? I was like, no. He said, did you hear about us from all the different job sites? I was like, no. He said, well, how'd you hear about us? I said, I'll be honest with you. I had 4 kids go to the office today. It's a really rough day, and I'm thinking about something else. That was how I heard about you. I just drove over after a bad day and wound up signing a contract that week. I finished the school year, though. I always taught him. My wife still teaches in that school, so I'm not trashing the school, but we've always taught him very low-income Title I schools ourselves, kids that need a lot of extra help and support and things like that. Which has its challenges and it has its rewards, and it balances out. You meet a lot of kids later in life that come back and say, you really changed my life. We started, the only side, with the school we taught in was surrounded on 3 sides by projects, and the only side that didn't have projects was the cemetery. So I taught there. Before that, I taught in a very rural country school in central Georgia. We had the adult literacy rate of Uganda. That was in 2008. The adult literacy rate of our county was equal to Uganda. So we had a lot of challenges. I used Gallipade curriculum because it helped my kids. We had a lot of literacy we had to build, a lot of reading skills we had to build. There were a lot of skills they didn't get at home. I was a dedicated social studies teacher in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades over the years. I taught all subjects at times. And then I was a specialist. I worked with the middle school on implementing social studies curriculum with the middle school. I wrote some of the units that the state actually used on their website years ago. The state of Georgia made a website for resources, and I wrote units for 6th grade, 2nd grade, and I think I did an 8th grade unit that were for social studies. And then the state changed standards like 2 years later and pulled it all down. So that's a little bit about me. The state's always changing standards. That's one thing I like about us is you guys will probably hear from a lot of what I call general practitioners today. A lot of people you'd go to for a cold or a cough or whatever, but we're heart surgeons. We don't make a national curriculum, and we don't do any other subject. We focus on 6 states of social studies. And we're the only company that does that. We're focused purely on social studies for 6 key states. That's our specialist. That's where our passion is. That's what we've done. Carol, our founder, in 1979, she wrote her first book about, I think it was Blackbeard. She traveled around to the Carolinas to go see some of his old haunts, and she wrote a book about it. She was excited. Next thing you know, here we are now, 250 books later. We moved into curriculum in 2000 and started. We had a lot of schools say, we like your books and we teach with your books. We'd like to use curriculum. So she wrote curriculum, and so we've expanded from there. We do, like I said, just 6 states is all we do for curriculum. We're specialists in that. Everyone in our office, that's what they are. They're social studies writing specialists. That's what everybody in the office does. We make over 10,000 books and products. You might have Gallipade stuff in your room right now, don't even know it, because as you can see by that picture over there, there's all kind of stuff that we make, including borders and games and primary source documents and U.S. founding documents, DBQ books. We make a lot of things like that people are using. We just don't put our name all over everything. We just make the product. If you bought anything from Really Good Stuff, you've probably bought something. We have a lot of the stuff that's in Really Good Stuff is one. But we support over 1 million students and teachers. We are 100% aligned to the next generation Sunshine State standards. I always like to get everybody to try to say that 5 times real fast. It is really hard. I did a video the other day. I was doing a video for one of the districts. They're doing video presentations, and it took me like 8 takes to get that out. Next generation Sunshine State standards. We're 100% aligned. When we wrote this material, we didn't take a little bit of Texas, a little bit of California, mix in some Ohio, and mix in a little New York, put a gator and an orange on the front and call it Florida. We didn't do that. We wrote from scratch. We started with blank pages, and we had the state standards and the state laws here, and we had the Gallaudet outline here, and we wrote to that. That's what it was written to. That's the reason we wrote and the way we made our curriculum. It's flexible. You have the choice if you want to be all tech, high tech, low tech, or no tech. It's your choice. You can do that and you can change back and forth between chapters. You can say, hey, you know, we're going to do much more digital this chapter. Next chapter, we're going to do all print. You have that option within our adoption. You get to pick and choose which one you want to do each day. Okay, you can decide how you want to use it, and we'll look at that in the system a little bit. It is proven. We use an evidence-based approach, which I'll talk about a little more here in a minute. But we use an evidence-based approach to make sure that kids are learning, retaining, and keeping information. Now, the student edition, the teacher's edition, both are print and digital. You get that. Every year the kids get new books. We know that kids have an almost double-digit higher retention rate with what's called direct use materials versus transference learning. That is, transference learning is where you read something in a book and then you go over here to another activity and try to do it. Now, we have that. That's in our teaching tools. But for initial learning, kids have a higher retention rate with direct use materials. So that's why we make a consumable book. We won't make a textbook because textbooks just don't work the way they used to. So we have them interact with that. Gallaudet just makes teaching easier. You're going to see in our system here, everything you need for Chapter 1 is in Chapter 1. Everything you need for Chapter 2, it's not like there's a box of primary sources here and a box of DBQs here and a box here and you pick and choose out. No, everything you need is organized together. What we do is we help you prepare and plan, teach the lesson, then you're going to reinforce using those teaching tools, combining that over with testing using our ExpertTrack digital testing and tracking system, and finally measure using our analytic tools. Now, it's not an ordinary book. If you've seen our books, they're the yellow books. They're not an ordinary textbook, you might have noticed. We break away from that model of the ordinary textbook. You'll never see 2 or 3 pages of Gallaudet curriculum without an interaction. You ever been driving down the road and you don't remember the last 15 minutes because you're in the zone driving and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm already down at my exit. You know, that is when the brain is going into autopilot. As adults, it happens to us all the time. When we don't take in useful information or we don't use information, the brain, after so many minutes, will kick into autopilot and it'll delete. It'll only last 3 to 5 seconds and it'll delete it. That's what the brain does. It deletes. So what these kids do, generally kids can stay focused for about 1 to 2 times the grade they're in for a number of paragraphs. So a 6th grader can probably stay focused for about 6 to 12 paragraphs. You get beyond that, and they go to autopilot, and the brain just starts deleting as fast as it's coming in. There's nothing new, there's nothing engaging, there's no reason to keep this memory, so it has to delete it. That's what it does. And the reason it does that, the reason that the brain deletes that way is because the volume of input is so high with these kids today. Their volume of input is 10 times higher than yours was as a kid that comes into their brain. Social media, music, food. Try to get 10 people together on what kind of potato chips you want to buy. You know, you just don't have that. That's sensory input. That's a memory in the brain. That takes up space. Okay, you're talking about gaming, TV, movies, apps, phone. Average middle schooler stays on their phone. What is it now? They'd say anywhere from 7 to 11 hours a day looking at their cell phone. Okay, that's input coming into their brain. But if you'll notice, their heads aren't any bigger. Their brains aren't any bigger, which means they have to delete things 10 times faster. And those of you that have been teaching a while probably have noticed that as the years have gone, kids are getting shorter and shorter attention spans. They're starting to wane more. They're starting to, if you don't engage with them. So with our book, we took account of that. I hear people all the time go, kids just don't learn like they used to. And I'm like, as a matter of fact, they do not. My 3rd degree is in brain-based learning. And we look at how the brain learns and how biologically we learn and how that has changed over the years. And it's not just for the kids. All of you guys, are you forgetting more easily nowadays? It's not just because we're getting older. It's literally because the input volume's gotten so high. We're seeing a neurobiological change in thinking in people. So Gallaudet has accounted for that in our curriculum. You're not going to find read page 97 to 104 and answer the questions on 105. And leave me alone for 45 minutes. That's not going to work with Gallaudet. Gallaudet books are designed for active teaching and active learning. That's what they're built for, to actively engage the students. Reading passages and long-winded textbooks are passive learning programs. Gallopade is an active learning program. We have things where they analyze charts and graphs, assess understandings, building arguments, all the way through map skill builders. We integrate math and other subjects. We have our review pages, research pages, our digital student book. It has markup tools. It's an engaging piece. It's an engaging piece of curriculum that gets kids interested and that gets them excited. What I was talking about is small bites. We give them information and then there's a flashpoint. We give them information, then there's a checkpoint. Also, within that, we say, with this page, there's a graphic organizer. With this page, there's a primary source analysis. With this, we don't want kids to sit and passively read for a long period of time because we know they're going to start fading and they're going to stop learning. So what we do is active engagement with the books. We engage in that way. We have great writers. We could make books that thick if we wanted to. And to be honest, when you print off our teaching tools and combine it with our book, it's thicker than any textbook you've ever seen. It's 500, 800 pages worth of stuff. There's enough to teach about 200 days of school. But it's all active teaching. It's all active learning. It's all active engagements. One of the things I did in my specialist degree, I had to write a paper, and one of the things we studied over the course of that was, again, how kids learn, how kids are engaging with things, and how kids focus. Real quick, swallow my coffee. I didn't want to start coughing on all you guys. So we see how they engage. And one of the papers we saw that a professor had written at one of the colleges is they basically put monitors on kids from kindergarten to college senior, K-16. And they did studies of how kids learn today, when they're the most engaged. I think this study was probably 2000, I want to say 11, 12. How kids' brains were changing. They looked at how kids learned in the past, now they're looking at today. What they found is that kids learning, this will break your heart if you're like me. I was a big lecture style teacher. Kids learning was at its lowest electronic activity in the brain when the teacher was speaking. That is heartbreaking because I love to give my lectures. That's why I'm really good at doing this, because I love to stand up and talk. But the actual learning was at its lowest when the teacher was speaking. The learning was highest when the students were talking to each other and disagreeing. When they were taking a stance and pushing another student on it, that's when they had the highest brain activity. The next highest brain activity is when they were explaining something to another child, and then the next was when they were just talking about what they saw. So it's really, like I said, it's kind of heartbreaking to know that you do these, because I would write these beautiful lectures, and they would have little things in and laugh points and all of this stuff, and I had it all. I would practice in front of the mirror sometimes, and then I did that study, and I was like, man. So I transferred over to the Gallopade style of teaching, trying to actively engage kids, and we saw great results. Kids learned more, because I taught all subjects at that point, and so they learned more in everything when I started doing that active engagement. So that's what we do. We do this active engagement. It's active learning. It's interactive with the kids. Our digital platform work on any of their devices, any of their computers, whatever they need digitally. And anything that you do in the classroom in print, you can also do in the classroom on the computer, at home on the computer. They can do anything. Anything that's in print's also on the computer. We focus on these critical thinking skills. Now, it's important, we know, whether we like it or not, unless there's some sort of solar flare alien attack, these kids are going to walk around with a portable brain in their pocket for the rest of their lives. So we're not so much we are focused on what they need to think, but we also focus on how to think, how to use information, how to classify information, how to go through and looking at fact and opinion, expressing themselves, expressing opinions, problem solution skills, decision-making skills. All of these things we focus on kids learning how to use information, how to be lifelong learners. Okay, because face it, everybody, I know, has anybody not Googled something this week or not Yahoo'd it if you're like me and whatever? We use it. The kids are going to use this the rest of their life. We want to let them know how to use that information, how to determine a fact from an opinion. People have a hard time with that between the ages of 80 and about 88. It's really hard determining, because generally speaking, if you like the opinion, no joke, and this was a survey among elementary school kids, I think it was 5th grade, over half of them, if they liked the opinion, it was a fact. And I thought, wow, I know a lot of grown-ups like that. If you like that opinion, it's a fact. So we want to let them know because, no matter what you believe, I can find you an opportunity that proves or I can go on the internet and find proof that you're right and proof that you're wrong. Absolute concrete proof both ways. So we want to look at which one of those have facts. We want to look at them examining sources, primary sources, looking at author's purpose. Does this author have an agenda in what they're telling you or how they're talking to you? Is there some sort of inherent bias in what they're doing? So we look at all of these things. The student ebook is identical to the print edition, except it's interactive. You can highlight, you can annotate, it has an interactive table of contents. They're going to get essentially their print book. And I always say, I like to keep that print book at school. My number one rule was I never let anything leave my classroom I ever expected to see again, and I never got let down. Okay? If you ever expect to see it again, don't let it leave the room. So I always had that. But they have two versions of the digital book at home. They have their digital book, which is in their login, and it is a dedicated book that's just theirs. They can write in it. They can translate it from everything from Arabic to Ukrainian. They can do whatever they want to with it. It puts post-it notes, highlights, draw smiley faces on it. That's their book. Then they have the digitally assignable piece, which is chapter by chapter that you can assign out that they complete and return to you. So that's the different versions of the book. So they can still study from that one. Like I said, it has the translate. It's fully accessibility compliant, meets all UDL requirements. I know Gallaudet meets all of the Universal Design for Learning requirements because I've done like 4 UDL rubrics for different districts over the past few weeks, and we do meet all of the UDL requirements. And it is projectable. Lesson planning at your fingertips is what we designed for the teacher edition. It's not an ordinary teacher edition. This teacher edition goes beyond. What it has, and I'll take a deep breath here, is your learning objectives, your openers, your instructional strategies, an overview of each unit, your learning targets, sample questions, student-friendly definitions, materials and tips that customize lessons for all ability levels. It's going to have your mini lessons in there. It's going to have ideas for teaching across the curriculum. There's actually a whole section at the beginning of each unit where it tells how you can meet math standards, how you can meet ELA standards if you choose to do so, how you can meet every other standard across the spectrum there. Differentiated support, learning support strategies for acceleration, ELL, extension, and more. We want to make sure, one of the things I hated the most is I used to teach at a school in Meriwether County, and the principal left every day at 4. And she cut on the alarm to the hallway most days unless there was a special event going on. And we had doors at the back of our rooms that went outside. And the pizza place and the chicken place in town knew to deliver my supper at 7 o'clock to that back door, drive around the playground and deliver my food there because we bought an incomplete curriculum. And I'm sitting over there making projects. I'm sitting over there making writing prompts. I'm spending money. There's a drug teachers get hooked on. It's called TPT. And there's a lot of teachers get really bad hooked on it. And they start off, I call it a drug because you start off for free. Teachers Pay Teachers is free. And then it's 99 cents and then $1.99. And then people are paying $14.99 for a unit. I know as we speak, my wife's planning period is about to start. So I want to make sure my phone is on silent now that I brought that up because she'll start buying stuff and I'm going to start getting alerts. They bought an incomplete curriculum for reading for my wife, and so that's what she does during her planning time. She spends 99 cents to $4.99 buying things to make a complete curriculum. With Gallaudet, we want to make sure it is a complete curriculum. We want to make sure that you have enough to teach a couple hundred days of school. We want to make sure you have enough that if you want to differentiate, however your teaching style is, that it can accommodate to that. And that's what we do with this teacher edition. Okay? In every unit, you're going to have your alignment guide, unit overview, an opener, your unit activities, your vocab, differentiated lesson, your curated content boards, which we'll look at here in a minute, your formative review, and your at-home support. At-home support's a letter you can send home at the beginning of every unit to parents that say, hey, we're learning about this. If you want to support this, this is some ways you can do that. These are some discussions you can have at home when we pretend like kids want to eat with their parents in middle school. This is what you do. This is when you're sitting around the dinner table at home for those 3 kids that probably actually do that still. This is what you discuss, okay? So and this is how you can reinforce that. This is how you can support that, and it gives that at-home support letter. We also have resources in every chapter. Starts off with your big question. Then you're going to move into your learning targets, your mini lessons, your teaching tools, student edition with the answer key, your vocab builders and quizzes, interactive chapter review, study guide, and formative assessment. All of that is what comes together to form our teacher's edition. We also have things in here like thinking like. This shows them how they can think like a political scientist, how they can think like an economist, how they can think like a historian, how they can think like a geographer, to encourage them to not only look at the learning that they're doing now because it's relevant to their grade, but it's relevant to their life. It could be a job they're going to do. It could be part of who they are one day. So we go through and we show them those beyond the classroom type uses. You're going to have your opener, which you're going to have your opener activity followed by mini lessons. If there are materials that go with that mini lesson, you're going to find those in your teaching tools. Like if there's one that's like a sort activity where there's a bunch of different things, we have those in your platform. You just print those off as needed. So we have those available. Any tools you need to go along with that, we'll have that. We also have your scaffolding support for differentiation, as well as your extended learning activities for differentiation. So you can scaffold, you can build up, you can support. It's a sad thing, a lot of times in education, we generally teach to the lowest student in the class, or at least the lowest student we think we can change. That is what we do as teachers, because we know the high kids will probably figure it out, and the middle kids, they'll catch on while I'm focusing on this one that's troublesome. And I want this one to keep me from looking bad. We teach that way. With Gallop-Aid, you don't have to, you can actually scaffold. You can offer different opportunities. You can offer those extension opportunities. I always say, one day you're going to be in a life-threatening situation. You're going to look up and you're going to see the face of somebody you taught. You want to make sure you taught them problem solution skills, whether they're a policeman or a firefighter, or an ambulance driver, or a doctor. It's so funny. There's a teacher at my old school. We have a guy, Robert Trammell. He's our congressional representative. And she looped with him years ago in elementary school, and she's like, man, I hope he got better at social studies, because he failed social studies in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. All back then it was 6 weeks. Every 6 weeks, failed that subject, and now he writes laws for America. Okay, so we want to make sure that you're pushing those high kids. Push those high kids. Those tend to be the shyest ones. They really are. And if anything has shown us in recent history, you do not have to be smart to rule the world. You just got to be the best at talking to people's eyeballs. You got to be the best at getting along. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter how good you are. It just matters how well you can communicate and talk. Okay? So I like to push my highest kids. I make them present their projects and talk in front of people. I turn them into good speakers, because I know I do not want to look at my lowest kid one day and go, oh my God, he's writing a law that affects my income. I want to make sure my highest, smartest kid is doing that. So I push those high kids all the time. Our curated content board, you're going to get the digital projectable versions. That's the master sheet. Then each one to project up. You'll also get those in hard copy. There's 6 in every unit. So the number of units times 6 is how many there are. They're hard cardstock, high quality print images. Most of them are things like primary source imagery. And there's a lot of ways you can use these curated content boards. Some people like to use them as an attention getting step. Some use them as a summarizing activity. They go through at the end and like, what did we learn that you can apply to looking at this picture to describe this picture? Another thing I like to do with them the most, I tell you, I laminate them, put Velcro tape on the back, and I stuck them all over the walls of my room. And when a kid finished early with something, I said, all right, go ahead, go over there, tear down that primary source off the wall, take it back to your desk, and I want you to do an analysis. And I already had pre-printed rubrics for all the different types of analysis. So I had a finish early station that was also my room decor. And I wallpapered my room with. The whole room was wallpapered up with it. You could barely see one of my cold cinder blocks in there. It was all wallpapered up with those primary source images. Especially when I was dedicated social studies teacher, it covered all the walls. And they were all finish early stations. Another thing I would institute is I had a thing called the farmer's market, where my wife and I would go to yard sales, buy cheap junk, and put it in our prize boxes. And I made my kids keep a checkbook in an Excel document that I had access to. And I paid them for whatever they did. They did their homework, they got paid. Primary source, they get paid $1 for every primary source they do. So I'd have kids get primary sources done. They'd log it in their checkbook register. I'd pay them. They could go in and I had checks. They'd write me a check, and they'd go over to the prize box. Or if they wanted to have 5 minutes extra on the playground with one of their friends, or 5 minutes after lunch extra, they could do that. No problem. If they wanted to have extra, they could do that. So they had that capability to be able to do that. So that was one of the things that we did with primary sources. I love using primary sources, imagery and things like that. Kids get that more. That's why social media apps, they have imagery more than words. Okay, you know, speaking of social media, reminding me of one of the reasons we chunk our books. If you think people engage more with shorter content and then the opportunity to engage or long content, go to Facebook tonight and look at how many likes and comments are on any article that has read more at it. When it says read more, we're like, that's too much work. Grown-ups don't even do it, but we expect kids with a much shorter attention span to do it. So we chunk our content like that. We use visual and bright images. Social media companies do it, and they're successful with it. We do the same thing. Okay, that's what we do. Your teaching tools. You've got your learning targets, projects, study guides, interactive workbook, read aloud, graphic organizers, map skill builder, let's practice, writing prompts, vocab review, vocab quizzes, unit activities. All of these pieces that fold into the book, for those of you that are cookers, it folds into the book to make a full and complete curriculum. I learned a few weeks ago that folding something in means just adding it to it. Did anybody know that when I said that by chance? Okay. All right, so there's over 24 types. There's hundreds for each grade. They're assignable as digital or print, however you want to use them. They're for remediation, reinforcement, extension, and digging deeper. This is an example of the print versions. We have a writing prompt, vocab review. Our graphic organizers are all built to be interactive notebook pages if you're using interactive notebooks. It has the cut here, fold here, glue here, all of that. If you don't feel like doing that, you can 3-hole punch it, or you can assign it digitally, and they can fill it out digitally, whatever you want to do. We have interactive read-alouds. I like to use those in middle grades. They're used more often as DBQs. So our interactive read-alouds, I mean, you might have a low group that you want to read aloud to you, but for the most part, you're using those more as DBQs. And it has the higher order thinking skills and extension activities that go along with that. Our project-based learning, all the projects come with the grading page. So you have your project and you also have your grading page that goes along with it. Our study guide and our unit activities. That was the print version. This is the digital version. So a lot of times what I would do, I'd have them do the writing prompt. I'd give them this for their first draft. I might have them share with a friend, think about their audience, and then submit a digital version for me to grade. So you can do that, or you can do either one. Primary sources, same thing. This is the digital version. They have built-in fields. Anything in our program that's interactive means there's a print version and a digital version that are a little different from one another. Anyone that's PDF plus means they look exactly the same. They just add the text box where needed. Teaching tools you see here, we have videos available to them. We have videos, we have tests, and I'll talk about our tests here in just a minute. We have internet links. Some of our things, like for our Holocaust education, we link to the Holocaust Museum. We have that link built in there to a specific video there. For our internal videos, they say video. For their external, they say internet link. I do want to say too that we have checked all of our videos. They are appropriate. And I really want to clarify that because I made the mistake of trusting one time in Discovery Ed, and it was a civil rights video, and it was for grade bands, and it said 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12. So I was like, I teach 5th grade, let's watch it. And a few minutes in, we got into some racial slurs and some cuss words, and I'm in the back of the room like this watching it at the time, and I realized, it was Discovery, supposed to be, it said it was 4, 3 to 5. So I go running across the room, slap my laptop down and close it out, got to write a letter home to parents explaining what their kids heard in school today, and it's not my fault, it was the company. You don't have to worry about with us, that's not going to happen. All our stuff's verified. Okay, there's nothing on there they don't need to see or hear. We have that checked out. Gallup online curriculum, you're going to see it's engaging, comprehensive. It's 100% aligned, and we're going to go a little more detail in it when looking at our live view. We do integrate with Clever, ClassLink, Canvas, Google Classroom, Schoology, and more. We also have full gradebook passback for Canvas, Schoology, and Google Classroom, where you can make assignments in the platform. In one of those platforms, it'll push it to our platform. It'll pass the grade back into the gradebook. It has full gradebook passback, full integration with those. So if you guys are using any of those, or you change to any of those, we have that capability. If you're using Clever, ClassLink, of course, those two programs don't support gradebook passback, but all you got to do is open up the CSV, and you can load it straight into your gradebook from there too. So either way, you'll still have that grade book. The complete digital course covers all of the Florida curriculum resources. As we said, it's flexible. You can assign to a class. You can assign things to individual groups. Anything in here you can assign up to 999 times. After that, they probably didn't get it, so don't worry about it. You can reassign it. I like to do, we used to do a thing called March Madness, and this is really fun. We would go through, and I would assign out every Expert Track pre-built chapter test. All of them. Every chapter test would be assigned out. And then the kids would sit down at the computer and they'd take the first test. And if they made an 80 or higher, they'd go to the second test. If they made lower than an 80, I would reassign one of the teaching tools, perhaps the chapter of the book. They would have to complete that, then take the test again and go on and continue down the line. So about 2 days into that March Madness, everybody was in a different place. But it was fine. It was organized. We had that assignability. I was able to, some of the kids that got done, I had them go back. We have a test creator we're going to talk about. But you could go back and have them build tests. I let kids go in there and I'm like, hey, go over and see if you look through this bank and make a game for tomorrow for everybody to use. And I'd let them build a test. The reporting dashboard, it's easily tracked. For student performance, you can look at your student performance at a glance. As you can see here, it covers everything you need. To look at a student quickly, it'll show them by standards mastery overview. You could do a standards-based report card on a kid if you wanted to. And it itemizes. So when you take a test, it picks that one question out, or those two questions, or those three questions to cover that standard, and lumps that into their standards mastery to tell if they're understanding it. Those particular items are broken out by standard. Also, your other activities for reinforcement, those go into your standards mastery. So all of this goes into how well they mastered the standards. It defaults to, I think, 80 or higher is exceed the, I think it's 80. The brackets are 60 to 80, 80 to 90, 90 to 100, something like that are your brackets. You can shift your brackets around for what you consider mastery or what you consider meets or exceeds or is approaching the standard. You can shift those brackets around. You can click on an individual student, see everything they're doing. You can go in and you can see if a student's struggling on a particular standard. You can click on that student. You can click on that standard. You can find activities that go with that standard and just push that assignment out to that student, individual student if you wanted to. It can get that detailed. It is a really fantastic system. I love to use these. This is taking a look right here at our item analysis reports. I love using item analysis for two reasons. One, I like to use it as a pretest. And if I see the kids, if I look over here and I see that they all got these two right, I'm going to look at what those are, and I'm probably not going to spend extra time on that. I'm going to shift it and move it. Every year, kids are different. Your groups are going to be different. You know, if you're teaching the exact same thing every year, year after year, in the exact same order, in the exact same number of days, you're probably not accommodating your kids in the room. So I like to shift and accommodate that way. And I do a pretest. And if they had it. Now, I know kids have a hard time, for instance, you know, with government. That's another one from 18 to 80. People don't understand government. Things like that. But say you had a group that understood that, I'd skip over that part. I might use it in review. I might have it as a go-back page. But if I see here an error pattern, these kids all put A. Now, if this is my post-test, then this is also my fault. If the kids all, I always said if a kid fails something, it's kind of a mix between me and them. If a couple of kids fail something, it's a mix between me and them. If everybody fails something, it's me. You know, I had a teacher I taught with one year, and no joke, year after year, let's just say, the first year she came in after we did quarterly testing, she come in, she's like, almost everybody failed, just like I knew they would. And then the next quarter came along, she's like, everybody failed again. Go into the next school year, we do our quarterly test, and she comes in first time, everybody failed. I was like, you know what, if everybody's failing year after year, quarter after quarter, and it's different groups of kids, you might want to look at what you're doing. Because I had some kids fail, but when they fail, that's why I said the onus falls upon you when everybody fails. So you need to be able to identify that, fix that before it's a problem. With these tests, you can do that. Before these problems pile up, you get to the end of the semester and everybody failed. You can go right here and go, something I taught came across that they thought this was A. Not saying it's their fault, not saying it's my fault, but something I did made every kid think that the right answer was A. So I got to go back and fix that before it becomes a schema, before it becomes concrete, before it becomes the way they think. Another thing we'll look at with our testing, and this is looking at the overall standards, if you want to do a standards-based report card. Looking at our testing, our expert track tests are designed for instant feedback. Studies have shown repeatedly that kids will always choose the answer they spent the most time with on a previous test. Now what that means is this: if a kid thinks an answer through and gets it wrong and goes home, and then on Friday you hand back the test and you're like, no, the answer was C. Okay, they spent a week with that wrong answer. They spent 15 seconds with that pass back, and then they stuck it away. What answer do you think they're going to give next time they're faced with that same question? That same wrong answer again, because they spent a week with it. With our expert track testing, they get instant feedback that corrects that before it becomes a concrete scheme in their brain, before it becomes part of their thinking. We can provide that instant feedback so they don't spend a week with that wrong answer before they find out it's wrong. Because when they took that test the first time, they thought. But when you go over that test again, you think they're thinking. They're not thinking. They're halfway listening when you're going back over that test. They want to see what their grade is, look at what they got wrong, try to see if the teacher messed up and marked one of them wrong that's supposed to be right. That's all they're looking at. So I like for them to go through right away after the test and have that feedback. Another cool thing about our test, not only does it defaults to shifting around the question order, but it also shuffles the answers within each question. So you can't get kids easily cheating just because they see what they made and they see the answers. They can't. We had a thing, and I got that put in place when I came to Gallipade in 2018. That was one of the things I brought in. I was like, I'll tell you, people can cheat with this platform. And I was like, and they were like, how? And I said, I had these fifth graders came up with a plan called Taking the Hit. And it was 8 boys. And one of them would go all the way through the test and just get what he got. And it would show the answers at the end. And then he would look at the other kids and go, because I made every kid learn sign language for activities we did. It was in the back of their planner. So we all learned sign language. And it worked against me because they started signing answers to each other. Like one, C. They sign the answers. The other 7 boys make 100. Then the next time another kid takes the hit, he fails. And the other 7 boys make 100. With Gallipade, you can set it on to shuffle the answers and the question order so they can't do that. I mean, they can do it, but they're all going to fail, okay, because it shuffles around. We have our checkpoints that are pre-built, our benchmarks that are pre-built, our summative assessment, our end-of-year tests that are pre-built. We also have a test builder where you can go through and pull questions from, and it's in a data bank. You can search it by standard or topic, keyword. You can search, and you can assign out any question that might be found in the book, the vocab quiz, the expert track test, or a bunch of questions that are just in our test bank. You also can write your own questions and add your own questions in. So say you wanted to assign out the curated content board to the kids, you could write a little 3-question thing to go along with it and assign that out to them. You could write your whole test from scratch if you wanted to, inside the system. So you can write your own questions or you can choose from our questions. We have technology-enhanced questions like placing things into cause and effect chains, putting things onto tables, placing things into organizers, labeling maps on the map, putting things into charts and graphs where they're actually dragging and dropping them in, TEQs. It's the way they're going to be tested from now on until testing goes 3-dimensional and they're doing this with things and moving it around, which is really coming if you've ever looked at augmented reality technology. But they have that capability of doing that where they're moving things around. Like this. I always say, we are always improving and adding to our curriculum. And I go over, and next we got this, and we got this with a group one time, and the teacher's like, when's it going to be done? And I was like, it'll never be done, because every time we get something done, something cool and new happens. I'm looking forward to the day when they can put on their goggles in the classroom, and Harriet Tubman can step out of that screen and walk around the room and talk to them, which actually they can do with augmented reality. We're going to be adding stuff like that as the future changes and grows. I love the growth and technology available. Our item bank, like I was talking about, where you can pick and choose. I jumped way ahead. We go beyond just selling you something and running out the door, see you in 5 years, okay? Our training is all included. Our training and support's all included for free. I never understood how somebody can sell a curriculum and then charge you to show you how to use it. That's like somebody selling you a car for 10 grand and selling you the keys for 20. I just don't understand it. We don't do that. We're not thinking just about this adoption and I'm out of here. We're thinking about the next 3, 4, 5 adoptions. We want you to be successful. That's why you'll have your own trainer that can go through and cover things with you. You'll have your trainer's contact information. You have a live chat up until 5 o'clock every weekday. You have a live chat function. You have all of these capabilities built in to help you get trained up and supported. We do training at the beginning of the year, ongoing support. Everything you learn is modularized and put into a module. I'm going to this time jump over into our live system just for the last just a couple of minutes. I showed a little bit of the live system. This is our live system. You go into your classes here. Say if we go to civics and government, everything you need for that course is here. Then you're going to get into your units. Everything you need in that unit is here, your curated content board, your opener activity. Then you're going to go into your chapters. You notice it's all files and folders, just like a Google Drive. You know, it's all organized in folders right down the line. So you're going to go over here. Let's say if we go over to Chapter 7, we click on Chapter 7, it's going to show you, here is the interactive read aloud, the 2 mini lessons, the interactive workbook, the vocabulary quiz, and the study guide. It has that. One of the things I like to do is I like to give out the vocab builder and the study guide right off the bat, 3-hole punch it, goes in their binder, first day of the lesson, and then every day my phone would go off with 5 minutes left of class, and I would say, all right, I'd project the study guide up on the screen. What can we answer on the study guide today? Open up your study guides, and we'd come up with a consensus answer on things. What can we define today from the vocab builder? And so they come up with a consensus definition. So by the time they get to the end of that chapter, they have a complete and accurate study guide and vocab builder to help them study and help them be successful. It's also making it very clear to the kids, this is what you're going to need to know. This is not a secret. I'm not going to pop up at the end and go, what color are Martha Washington's eyes? You know, I'm going to go through, I want you to know what you're going to know in a clear format, in a clear roadmap, and have them know that. So these are all the different types of tools, and every chapter is different based upon what the needs of that chapter are. Every chapter as you go through, there's Unit 5. You're going to get into your 3 branches of government. And you have all of your digital components that you need for that built right into this. We got a couple of minutes. We got any questions? Yes.
I think it was on one of the screens that you kind of jumped over. The question bank, does it have like the different DOK levels and things for the?
It does. And it does. It's, you know, generally speaking, they're 1, 2, 3, some 4s. Most of the time, the ones that are going to be 4 and higher, a lot of times the ones, if you want to add those in, our questions are designed to be self-graded, instant feedback. But you can add in any extended response questions you want. You can pull that in any way you want. You can actually grab there's some of those in the book. Only thing is, of course, extended response aren't going to be self-graded. So that's the only. And also, the tests are printable if you need to print them. They are printable. However, I do have to say this. The printable versions are not self-graded. I have had like 4 teachers ask me that. No, the paper they answer the questions on did not grade itself. So I like to tell everybody that. But yeah, you can do that. You can add your own. It does have different DOK levels.
So this is chapter 14?
Yeah.
Is chapter 14 broken down into like lessons? Is it
Yeah. Yeah, it has the mini in your teacher edition itself, it'll have your mini lesson format.
Wait, we kind of like see like
yeah.
the lessons real quick?
Yeah. So this is chapter 14 right here. This is your digital student book. I'm going to go back up to the unit level to pull that up with this teacher's guide. These are all the mini lesson tools. These are tools that, I want to assign it. I want to look at it. These are all of your mini lesson tools and your mini lessons themselves that you use.
So is a mini lesson like a section?
Yeah. A mini lesson is like a piece of that chapter.
Like how many sections usually are in a chapter?
It depends because every chapter, some chapters could be anywhere from 1 to some have 10. It really, because some chapters are 3 pages and some chapters are 16 pages. Let's look at the unit here. So if we look up here at the unit and go to the teacher's edition for this one, in the teacher's edition, it's going to give you all that. And do you guys you should have a student book and a teacher's edition that we sent out?
We got all those books, but I think they're all in our classrooms right now.
Okay, gotcha. You'll be able to see this right here. This is the teacher edition where it talks about how it's broken down, the mini lessons and all that. The unit overview, the teacher notes, and then going over to this page here, you're going to look at, this is chapter 14. These are your big questions. This is parsing. Okay, so these are all the instructional resources that it tells you, how you're going to use them in the chapter itself. Going through, we go right here. This is your extended learning. So these are individual lessons here. These are those mini lessons I was talking about. Comic strip mini lesson. And what you can do you have your choice of how you want to do your classroom. Some teachers don't want to teach whole group. So what they're going to do is they're going to do mini lesson format. They're going to cover the book for 5 minutes. Then this group's going to be working on book questions. This group's going to be working on a writing prompt. This group's going to be analyzing a primary source. And this group's going to be doing the review page. And they're going to rotate. Sometimes you might do rotational model. Sometimes you might do choice boards. You might not use some of these materials like that comic book activity. You might just go through the book and then for a day or 2 days. And then after that, the kids you have all of those activities on choice boards. And you can do choice board activities. You really choose we don't give you a preset format. Do this on day 1, this on day 2, this on day 3.
You have like a chapter, like
Yeah.
lessons in it.
Yeah.
Can I see it?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. You mean like...
Just to keep us on schedule while he's pulling that up.
Yeah.
That we'll have to cap questions right now just to keep us on track. But if you have other questions, like follow-up questions that you think of, you can email it to me.
Mm-hmm.
I can pass it on to the representative. We'll get that information back to you, okay?
Yes.
But I'll let him pull that one piece up, and then we'll have to wrap
Yeah,
up this.
and it's broken down by that. I think this is one of the pages.
I mean, yeah, I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's your supports and stuff. Your differentiated support and your scaffolded support and all that, and it has it in there, that piece. And it's all of these pages right here I'm showing you. It's not one specific page. It's like all of these 8 pages.
See, like, what
Yeah.
Like if I'm a kid and I'm looking at chapter 14, like what does it look like?
Oh, a kid looking at it.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I mean, like,
Yeah.
I'm guessing on the teacher's edition, you're still able to read the text.
Yeah, we have that on there as well. That's all in here as well. I can pull that up too. It's all in that one we sent out too if you need to see it. It'll show all of them. But it shows in there all of these pages, and then it also shows the student book and all that in there too.
Yeah.
All right, so this concludes this presentation. We're going to be on break until 9 o'clock. So if you need to use restrooms, stretch your legs, you're more welcome to do that. But then we'll resume promptly at 9 o'clock. So thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And I think it's some of your valuable time to be here. McGraw-Hill, brand new program, Florida Social Studies. Really excited. I know you all are using some of our middle school product curriculum now. You're going to see some things that are awesome. You're going to see some new things as well that are great that we added. And how we did it was we took some input from all the teachers throughout the state. We've been working on building this out. What teachers like, we put it into the program. So hopefully you'll see things you like. If you don't, let us know. Say, look, I wanted to see blah, blah, blah. Doesn't mean we don't have it. It's probably in the program. Ask questions at the end. With me today is Wendy Beltran. She's going to do the bulk of the presentation. She's going to go for about 30 minutes. Leave time for questions, like I said, so I know you all are going to take notes. Also, Sally Patton is our Florida district manager. She's from the Tampa area. She likes to say St. Pete, but she loves to come up here and support y'all. I'm from Tallahassee. I'm Mike Gallagher. I'm your immediate sales rep. I can help you with a little bit of everything. If I don't know the answer, I'll find out. So I live over in Tallahassee nearby. So, back to McGraw-Hill, Florida Social Studies. Some things that you might want to look at. Keep an eye out for the highlights that we have. Of course, it's been built upon the Florida state standards. But also you're going to see Actively Learn, which lives right by, or right side by side of our curriculum within your portal for teacher resources. Current events, you're going to be able to pull right in with a click, and they're always going to be updated. Actively Learn. There's two S's to keep an eye out for. Study Smart. That's our test prep. That's our test prep EOC book. You should have one in front of you. Yes, Study Smart. And Smart Book is our adaptive platform, personal learning, which is going to meet your students where they are in social studies. So you're going to have that differentiation right at your fingertips. So we're really excited. Take copious notes, I know you will. You're obviously some of the most, top level people in the district. So you're here. This is a 5-year program. McGraw-Hill's been around over 100 years. So we're going to support you. We have Wendy and a whole team behind her. So if things get like, oh my gosh, this is so much. Remember, it's 5 years. You're going to grow with this program. It's not something in 6 months you're going to say, oh, I need to pull some stuff in. So keep that in the back of your mind as we go through it. Fast and curious 30 minutes. Wendy, take it away.
All right, thank you, Mike, for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. I am so excited to be here with you today to introduce you to McGraw-Hill's Florida Social Studies. It was designed and built from the ground up specifically for Florida, so this is definitely going to hit all of our new Florida benchmarks, all of our standards. Before we get started with the presentation, I wanted you to listen to some student voices.
It's time. It's time to learn our story.
It's time to change the world we see. Because I want to open a textbook and see a person that looks like me.
Teach us what has been said and what can be done.
Teach us our history, because the more we know, the stronger we will be.
This is beyond our school. Help each of us stand tall.
The more we learn, the more we see. Put us at the center. Help us form our own opinions. We want it all.
Show us all that we can be. We're here to listen. Give us multiple perspectives, objectives, and choices.
Let us make a difference.
Help us leave our mark.
Give us all the tools we need. Knowledge is our strength.
We're ready for more. We want to discuss our path and future. That includes all of us.
So multiple perspectives, objectives, and choices, that's great. That goes along with our new benchmarks. I like that. I also heard knowledge is our spark, and I love that. But as a teacher who's taught for over 20 years, that right there for me can sometimes be the challenge. I could have second period walk in, they're engaged, they're asking great questions, they're having active classroom conversations and really edifying me as a teacher, and I feel good about that lesson. Lunch comes around, in comes fifth period, and they literally suck the air right out of the room. I could be at the front of the classroom on skates, juggling plates, and they couldn't care less what I have to say. So how do you motivate those students? How do you motivate them to ask questions about the past so that they can understand their present? How do I inspire them to take action and lead and really shape the future that they want to see? That's exactly what motivated McGraw-Hill to create Florida Social Studies. And we know that it's all about equitable instruction. So you'll see all of the print material has been translated authentically into Spanish. A lot of our digital resources also have second language learner support, and we can translate our platform into over 109 different languages. So how do we create that spark for our students? We're going to do that with a plethora of primary and secondary sources and really engaging digital resources. McGraw-Hill has also incorporated a 4-part research-based lesson cycle. So you'll see that students are going to first be asked to learn the events. They're going to inquire and learn about the people, the place, the time. Then they're going to take that content knowledge and really practice and apply through inquiry activities. Now, all of this is preceded by an introduction and then followed by a review and apply section. So this same structure you're going to see in every chapter and every topic, and I apologize that it looks kind of dark right there. Let's take a look at topic 6, which is all about citizenship. So you'll notice that at the top we're introducing the lesson, then we flow into learn the concept lessons, and then strategically placed inquiry activities before we review and apply that lesson. If we look at the introduction, you'll see a lot of graphs, a lot of charts, practicing our visual literacy. And this is an example of on-grade level text. I know that you're looking at it and you're thinking, what about those students that don't read on grade level? With a click of a button digitally, you'll be able to change the Lexile level for your students. And then you're thinking, okay, what if I don't have digital access that day? Well, you'll see that we have provided reading and writing essentials, which is at a lower Lexile level and includes note-taking support that is a PDF that you can just print out and have it side by side for those students not reading on grade level. And it's the same exact content that they'll find in their textbook. So you'll see that we're going to be very specific about what students are learning. And I know it's hard to see, but our Florida benchmarks are front and center, but not just our social studies standards. You're going to see ELA and you're going to see math standards incorporated as well. We're going to be very specific on what students are going to learn, and we're going to use compelling questions to do that as well. So as we look at a lesson, and I know you have the text in front of you, so if it's easier to look at it that way or you're okay looking at it on my screen, feel free to follow along this way. But when you first start with a lesson, you'll see that there are reading strategies, there's graphic organizers, there's guiding questions, there is academic vocabulary that's highlighted. Digitally, I will be able to translate that from English to Spanish. But more importantly, our benchmarks are front and center on every single page for both social studies, for your ELA, and for your math, because we do that cross-curricular connection, but our standards are always front and center. We're going to be looking at 2.2. As we look at the guiding question around what is civil discourse, we're going to look at civic friendship, civil disagreement. We're going to look at how people practice civic friendship because they believe that all people should support the community and wish to promote the common good. If you are looking at a lesson in world history, and we're looking at the Sumerians, and we're looking at topic 2, the Fertile Crescent, you'll see again that consistent structure. You'll have your standards really dictating what you are teaching. You're also going to see a lot of connections to the guiding question. So our guiding question for why did people settle in Mesopotamia, we look at the 2 rivers, settling in the river valley, really checking for understanding. Now this is what's really important about what McGraw-Hill is doing. They're not waiting till the end of the lesson to see if students are understanding that. They are checking for understanding throughout. So identifying cause and effect, describing. As we look at our maps, we're making geography connections, exploring the location, looking at spatial thinking, identifying cause and effect, describing. We're really teaching exactly to what our new benchmarks and standards are asking of our students. And we're not waiting for the end of the lesson. We're doing that throughout. So as we move through that lesson, you'll see that there are videos that are incorporated. Those are closed captioned in English and in Spanish. Here, as we're studying Mesopotamia, we're looking at the Tigris, the Euphrates. We're seeing how they harnessed Mother Nature and created irrigation canals. Now, this is the present-day Jordan irrigation canals, so that we're making that connection between past and present for our students. And again, as we round out that lesson, we're checking for understanding along the way, but at the end of the lesson, we're also incorporating lesson activities. And it's always going to be a cross-curricular connection like writing. Students are asked to do narrative writing, or they're asked to collaborate. So I want to show you what it looks like for the student. When they go to their digital platform, you'll see that over on the left-hand side, those are filters that they can use to navigate. You'll see right there is their course in the middle. They have their ebook. This is in Spanish, but with a click of a button, I can change that back to English. There are over 109 different languages that I can choose from. So if you have Spanish speakers in your classroom, or maybe you have students that speak Portuguese, then you can find the language support that they need and change the entire platform. If you go into a lesson, this lesson is in Haitian Creole, but I can change it back to the original. So you'll notice that over here on the right, there is audio support, and it will read aloud the entire page to my student. There are graphic organizers. You can click on those, make them nice and big. You're also going to see the academic vocabulary. You can change it between English and Spanish. That's highlighted for students. As I scroll down, you'll see that there are interactives, and this is a lesson from U.S. history. And as I'm scrolling, you're going to notice that there's already kind of some highlighting going on. For a student, all they need to do is drag their cursor over whatever it is they want to highlight, and they can do that. Or they can underline, they can box, they can circle, they can create a note. They can have just that particular sentence read aloud to them. They don't have to have the whole page read aloud to them. Here's their check for understanding. Students can type right in there, and it's going to auto-save. Think of this as a digital binder of all of their work being saved in real time. You're also going to see that the images that we saw in our textbook become interactive. There are biographies embedded. And of course, our maps become much more interactive with a click of a button. This one has an animation, so I can turn that animation on, and I can show students maybe if I'm modeling, or students can do this, of course, at their desk on their own. There are different layers. You can draw on there. You can measure. Students can print this out, or I can print out blackline masters of these maps. I can do a black and white, a colorful map, whatever I need to really support what I'm doing in the classroom. So lots of engaging resources for the student when they are on the digital platform. How many of you would agree that you have students that have experienced learning loss, right? And we might need a little bit more support for those students. So exclusively from McGraw-Hill, they are bringing you something called SmartBook, which is going to provide personalized learning for every single student. It's based off of an algorithm. It identifies what they know, what they don't know, and what they're ready to learn. This was something that they developed for higher ed, and they brought it down to secondary because we have high stakes testing similar to what they have in higher ed. And the way that it works, the more students use the platform, the more that it begins to understand the student and provides prescriptive highlighting as they're working. So it will show them their due dates, the content, they can read or they can go to questions. And when they go into the reading, you'll see that based on what they've been doing, that highlighting will be in yellow. And it's really meant to focus students, those students that need that support. They're answering questions, and down here at the bottom, they're rating their confidence level in answering those questions. If they get it wrong, it shows them the correct answer, and when they go back to read about it, you're going to see, let me change that. my McGraw-Hill computer, I love it. When they go back to read about it, you'll see that the highlighting changes to blue. And it's really telling them, look, this is where you need to read to get support for what that question was asking that you missed. And what I love about this is that everyone gets their own experience. The highlighting changes for every single student in the classroom. It's really like having a personal tutor in the classroom for every single student. This is for that student that you say, the answer is on page 120, read that page. And they could read it 5 times and not get the answer. That's because they don't have really good reading comprehension skills. They do not know how to pull out the most important information from that page. So that's what SmartBook does for our students. And if you worry about students that go home and don't have access to the internet, you're going to see that with McGraw-Hill's Read Anywhere app, students have access to their resources anywhere, anytime, on any device. No internet is needed. They don't have to download the entire ebook. They can actually download a topic at a time. They can interact with it. Graphic organizers, they can make them big. They can highlight, they can annotate. What it will do is, when they first download, they obviously have to have internet, so they'll do that at home, at the school. When they go home, they don't need to have internet, and then they will just interact with their ebook as if they did have internet, and any annotations that they make are going to save in the app. When they do get into the presence of internet, all of their offline annotations are going to sync up to the teacher platform, and then it will just show up on their digital platform. I can see all of their work. If they did any of that personalized learning at home, offline, it will also record that. So they can do personalized learning at home as well. So this is what it looks like on my tablet. It does work on phones, tablets, Chromebooks, any device, and McGraw-Hill is always going to stay up to date with the technology. So as new technology rolls out, they'll make sure that they stay up to date with that. I know it's not a word, but it works Wi-Fi-lessly, and you'll only find it with McGraw-Hill. It is also another exclusive. So we've learned the content. Now we need to practice and apply with inquiry activities. So I want to show you what that looks like. And you'll find this in the text. You'll see, of course, our standards driven. Our standards are always front and center. And what we're doing here is we're looking at multiple perspectives in civil discourse. And I want you to notice that students are being asked to plan the inquiry. They are developing the questions. They are analyzing sources. So really moving to more of a student-centered classroom. As a teacher, I have to provide supports and scaffolds for them. So of course, I'm going to give them graphic organizers. Of course, I'm going to give them primary sources, not just 1 or 2. They're really going to get a plethora of primary sources to choose from. As students are examining these sources, and I know it's difficult to read, so I'll just kind of read what the expectation is. They are interpreting, analyzing, explaining, speculating, analyzing perspectives. We are moving them up those higher order thinking skills. These are not just depth of knowledge level 1 questions. They're moving to 2s, to 3s, and even to 4s. We're really tapping in to those critical thinking skills. Now, students can also demonstrate, once they're done evaluating all of the sources, they're synthesizing, they're evaluating, they are collaborating, but ultimately, we want them to take informed action. And you'll see that that is very standards driven as well. Now, at the end of the lesson, we have a review and apply section, and you'll notice here we have citizenship, there's a graphic organizer, but at the end of the lesson, we're really focusing on those critical thinking skills. If students need extra help, there is extra help at their fingertips for that lesson as well. So with the topic activities, those are going to happen at the end of every topic, and they're just an extension, a way for students to demonstrate what they've learned. And you'll notice that there's lots of choices, A, B, C, D, and E. This is really so that students can have onus, and if they want to choose how to demonstrate that they've learned it, or if you want to choose for the student and say, I want you all to do A or D. But an example of what these are, C is all about building citizenship. And students are identifying community service projects. D is about making connections, and they're going to create a slideshow on citizenships and our role in the world. So just different ways to really extend, enrich, and differentiate the classroom and give students that choice and voice. But the ultimate for really extending the learning is an exclusive resource that McGraw-Hill is providing you with, and it's called Actively Learn. It's going to sit side by side that core instruction. And Mike referenced this earlier. So what exactly is Actively Learn? You're going to see it's a supplemental. It's aligned to our standards. There's scaffolding. There's higher order thinking questions. It's an ever-growing library. It allows you to teach more deeply through DBQs, simulations, standards connections. It's organized by topic. There are leveled resources there. There are research projects if you like doing those. This is going to be updated by McGraw-Hill for the life of the adoption. If you're wondering, does it produce data? Yes, you're going to get a lot of great data from what students are doing in Actively Learn. Now, can I import my own resources? Yes. In fact, you can grab, let's say you want to look at a news article. There are news articles already there, but if you want to grab one locally, you can grab that URL and bring it in. And what it does is it removes all the distracting ads and only brings in the article. And you can customize that article for students as well. If your county said, you know what, let's upload some curriculum resources, you could absolutely do that as well. Okay, so let's take a look at what that looks like. And you'll see that when you go into Actively Learn, here's your world history, for example. There are different featured assignments. You can search by grade level, by assignment type, by Lexile level, by standards. Up at the top, there's news and articles, there's topics, there's curriculum units. But there are filters, and you can search by standard if you'd like. You'll also see there are topic complements, and I apologize that it looks so dark, but these go side by side, hand in hand, what you're already doing in your print textbook. This particular DBQ, when I click into it, this is a teacher's guide, and it's real explicit on what students are doing, what teachers are doing. And when you go into the student preview, what I want you to see is that it provides scaffolding for students. They are looking at main ideas, and they're expected to respond. They're looking at key terms and expected to respond. So these automatically populate, but you can also customize them. Students can also highlight, they can listen to it, they can define it, they can translate it. There's visual literacy practice in here. I apologize, it looks so dark. And you'll see that there are also standardized test prep questions. This one is a level 3 on strategic thinking. So Actively Learn is just an ever-growing library of resources that you can really use to differentiate, to extend, to enrich what you're already doing in the classroom. And I love what Leslie Burdine says. She said, I love using Actively Learn to help students deconstruct complex texts like primary sources. The embedded scaffolds and coaching help students stop and think. I love that there are many formative checks for understanding throughout. It's a really amazing resource. And most of the time, when districts purchase Actively Learn, it's like an add-on, it's extra, not with Florida Social Studies. Everything that I've shown you today just comes with Florida Social Studies. It's not, oh, and you have to pay extra or you got to get this one. No, it all comes with it, everything that I'm showing you today. So in terms of end of course success, you have something called Study Smart. It is a consumable work text, and I believe you probably have a sample of it in front of you. There are tabbed pages, and it just goes along with the lessons that I kind of highlighted today. By no means do you have to go to those specific pages, but I want you to notice that there are different types of activities. The pages are colorful. There's different question types. There's DBQ. And more importantly, I want you to really compare the rigor of what's in McGraw-Hill's resources to the other resources out there, because you'll see that McGraw-Hill really did create this particular Florida Social Studies curriculum for Florida, and everything is standards-based, and the wording is exactly the way the standard is asking our students to be able to understand and work through that particular content. Now, consumable, that means that you're going to get some every single year. So every single year, Mike will work with your district curriculum coordinators and make sure he has a good count, and you'll receive them at your school, because we want students to mark it. We want students to annotate. We want them to really interact with that consumable piece. So think of that as great test prep support, but that's not the only thing you have in terms of assessment. You also have pre-assessments, you have lesson activities, you have quizzes, you have different forms of a test, you have hands-on topic projects. McGraw-Hill has already created tests for you that you can modify, you can customize, you can integrate with digital tools as well if you would like, because everything's auto-graded. So let me show you what it looks like for the teacher. So the teacher dashboard looks like the students over on the left. These are filters right here in the middle. You can browse your course. Right here where it says support, reviewer support, I highly recommend that you go there, and it's right there in the middle. You have your ebook here, any additional resources like that Actively Learn platform, that ever-growing resource is right there, and you'll just click in there. Any assignments will be there, but I want to go to assessments. So over on the left, when you click on assessments, you'll see that you have banks of assessments already made, question banks, passage banks. You can create your own assessment. When you click into a folder, you're going to see different forms of assessments in there. There are pre-assessments, there's quizzes, there's different forms of a test, there's tech-enhanced questions. You can edit, you can assign it, you can print it, or you can look at a student preview. So this is an assessment that I've customized, and what I've done is I've enabled tools like highlighters. Some of my students are on an IEP, and they need access to highlighters, or they need access to line readers. There's also dyslexia support on our platform, on the Actively Learn extension as well. One of my favorite questions to add is this one, where students can orally respond to a question. They don't have to download any software. It uses the mic. It creates an audio file. It sends it to me so I can listen to it later. Everything is auto-graded, so it's going to generate reports. I have activity performance report. Things come in color-coded based on my gradebook. All the assignments are here. I can do an item analysis or an activity distribution if I want to. I can also look at my students, and it tiers them into cohort groups based on how they are doing through or responding to the content. You can also go to individual students as well. Now, there's also a standards report, and I love this because it's going to keep track of all of your social standards, but you're also going to see it keeps track of your best standards for ELA and for math as well, and everything comes in color coordinated, and you can also look by student. When you go into the course, McGraw-Hill has the ability to preview the student page. They have presentations made for every single lesson. You can see that these are the different slides. You can move them around. You can customize them. You really can use this how it makes most sense. There is an edit button. There's also a library of resources where you can just search by keyword. All of your benchmarks are there. You can click on them. They'll open up because I know we don't have our benchmarks memorized yet. All of your lesson plans open up in Word documents, meaning that you can customize them. All of the lesson resources are here. Notice this yellow that says visible to student. I can actually hide things from students if I don't want them to see it. I can also assign or add to a presentation. When I assign, I can change the different Lexile levels. I can change the instructions. I can change due dates. I can do all of that and just assign it. Will it work with Canvas? Absolutely. All of this gets integrated. Now, when you're going to preview an assignment, I'll open it, and what I like is you can actually see the different Lexile levels that are available for you to assign to your students. And as you come back to the resources, you'll see that there's different images, there's primary sources, there's slideshows, there's videos. You have summative assessments. You have your answer keys. You have Spanish resources if you need them. And you can add your own resources. I love the NBC News Learn videos. Those are free. Anybody can use it. I grabbed the URL, I copied and pasted, and now I can assign to my students. I can hide it from students if I don't want them to see it until later. But all of your assignments will be listed here, and over to the right, you can view scores, you can copy to classes, you can even share with Google Classroom if that's something that you utilize in your class. Very easy to use teacher and student digital resources. Now, I know I've shown you lots of ways that you can differentiate, but I want you to know in your teacher's edition, you have lesson level differentiation every single day. There's reading skills, there's writing skills, there's guided reading activities, there's reading and writing essentials. What was that? That was the one that was written at a lower Lexile. It's the same content as the textbook that you can print out. You have full WIDA level support for your English language learners. And if you're looking for maybe language objective of the day, this is a great place to pull it from. How many of you teach career planning or advanced or honors courses? Okay, a few of you. So you don't have to learn a whole separate curriculum. This has that built into it. Digitally, there is a pacing guide, a suggested pacing guide. You'll also see there's project-based learning, there's active classroom activities, there's writing skills, there's multimedia embedded. You also have lesson planners that are suggested for your career planning course, your honors course, your advanced course that you can customize because they're going to open up as a Word document. You also have writing extensions, speaking and listening extensions, historical thinking extensions. So really everything that you would need to really teach an effective advanced honors or career planning course is provided within the McGraw-Hill curriculum. So in your teacher's edition, you're going to see all of that flexibility. And I don't know if you have a teacher's edition in front of you. We did tab a few of them. If you want to take a picture and maybe look at this later, our teacher edition is also online. You can look at that as well. But you'll notice in the teacher's edition that the student is kind of shrunk there in the middle, and then all the teacher support is in the wraparound. What I love about the teacher's edition as you're looking at that is that if you get a new teacher or a long-term sub or someone that does not know how to teach an effective social studies class, they really can pick up that teacher's edition and deliver quality instruction for all students. It's very supportive. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about Canvas integration because I know that you use that. We do have something called assignment sync and grade passback. So everything is just going to sync up nicely. We have a team of digital integration specialists that work with your IT department to load up all the students and make sure everything is working the way it should be. That responsibility will not fall on you. That's something that McGraw-Hill will work with your IT department to ensure happens smoothly and to the benefit of all teachers. But I'll show you what it looks like in my Canvas kind of platform. So that's my world history right there. And what you have to do is when you first get your McGraw-Hill resources, you got to link it. So I'll go to my LTI link. And this is usually how your schools choose to do it. I'll launch it. And then the first time you do it, you just have to pair. And then you decide what kind of assignment that you want to assign. So I'm just going to look through the topics, and I'll pick a lesson that I want to assign. And you'll see that everything will load up. And it's kind of like in this course tree. So I know I want to assign this interactive student ebook, so I'll assign that one. You just kind of click it. And in Canvas, you always have to add the resources to the queue and deploy those resources. So once you do that, then it will show up in your resources. And then Canvas requires that you kind of go and make sure that you publish it. If you don't publish it, students don't see it, so I kind of publish it to make sure. And then that's it. So that's how I'll assign a resource to my students. I'm going to log out and log in as a student so that you can see exactly what this looks like for a student. So students also have their world history. They click in there. And you'll see that their grades are there, so students can look at their grades. Now, I can decide if I want them to see their grades or not, but they can see that. They can also see any of the content that's been assigned to them. And when they click on it, you're going to notice that it's not asking them to go somewhere else. They're not having to go anywhere else. It's just going to load up right here within their Canvas platform. And then they can read or they can go to questions this way. So a very seamless integration with the Canvas platform. And I know I've shown you lots of resources, and you're like, oh my gosh, I really like these. And you're wondering, how are you going to learn to incorporate all of that into your classroom? So we really do a fantastic job of professional development, and we support you through the life of the adoption, whether you want to do that online, whether you want us to come and do an in-person training. We make ourselves available. Our team of professionals sits down with your curriculum director, and they decide what should professional development look like, what's easiest for our teachers, and then we really create a plan to ensure that everyone feels comfortable using all of these new resources. I know you're going to look at a lot of different presentations today, so I thought it would be helpful to create a top reasons to choose McGraw-Hill Social Studies. So even though it looks a little grayed out, if you want to kind of take a picture of this just to remind yourself of why you should vote for McGraw-Hill. It's inquiry-driven. There's rigor for every student. That Canvas assignment and gradebook integration, seamless. Curated primary sources. You have Lexile-specific text. Advanced acceleration or your career planning is built in. It really is a one-course solution. Study Smart is that consumable that you'll receive every single year. And exclusive to McGraw-Hill is SmartBook, which is that personal adaptive tutor. Research shows, there's been research on SmartBook and its effectiveness with students. Research shows that students increase by at least a letter grade the more that they use that. Teachers tell us it is really like having a personal tutor for every single student in the classroom. Actively Learn, that's that resource that is going to just grow with you. It's an ever-growing library that you can use to differentiate, that you can use to supplement, you can use for tutoring, you can use for your advanced students, whatever makes sense, that's going to be available for you as well. And then the Read Anywhere app works on phones, tablets, Chromebooks, gives students access to their resources offline. I know I've been talking a lot, and I want to give you all time for Q&A. I hope to have your vote for Florida Social Studies. If you need the digital access, I'm going to leave this up here, and if you need to take a picture of that, feel free to do that as well. And I apologize that my projector makes everything kind of look a little gray there.
Regarding the digital access, you're not going to break anything, and there was a lot of digital content, so please go on there. You can even use the resources now that you find in your classrooms now, that you find on there, but it really is a robust, exciting platform. Go on, try it out. I know many teachers like their books and the workbooks, and that's great, but the digital access is important as well nowadays, and as we all know. It's also in your samples. So if you have samples, you should all have samples at the school. That digital access information is attached to the samples as well. Sorry, Randy, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. Questions? Yes.
You said that the book is based around Florida standards created for Florida schools. I'm a world history guy, and I know that there is no standards for Korea and Japan, and yet there's sections in the book about Korea and Japan. So my question is, where did those come from if they're based on Florida standards?
That's a good question. So I know the standards like general, but I haven't gone down to every level of standard, so we'll write that down, I guess. You
Because
said
the standards that are in the book state that we're talking about cultural diffusion and geography. I can talk about cultural diffusion and geography using any other part of the world.
right.
So why is there a section on Korea and Japan?
Okay, that's a good question that
And
we
that
can.
was in the previous textbook as well, I believe as well.
So I know. Do you know I wanted to say because I can search by standard, but I don't know exactly the number of that. Do you know?
It's
Well,
six. It's 2-4.
okay, 2-4.
W24. W.24.
Let me go into 6th grade. I'll look for that.
And the reason I ask that is because if this is based on clearly Florida standards and that's in there, then how do I know the civics and the U.S. history and the other textbooks don't have other stuff that aren't covered by our Florida standards?
Yeah, 2-4. I wonder if I put 2-4,
It's
if it will.
W.2.4.
While she's looking it up, I have a question about Smart Book.
Mm-hmm.
So
Cultural
do
diffusion,
the
which
teachers
is
get to see,
Mesopotamia
like, can we
and
check and see how the kids are
Right.
progressing through that?
Wendy, can the teachers see how they're progressing through Smart Book? Do they have that?
Like, if I want to assign them to
Yes.
the Smart Book, can I see how they're progressing through the?
Yes, you'll get reports on it. And so if I go into my assignments, so when I look for it, I get Mesopotamia.
Because it's based
When
on
I-
cultural diffusion, and
Right.
cultural diffusion is in every single unit already, basically.
Right.
Wendy,
So-
I can check on those.
Yeah.
In Japan later. We have some other questions. That's a good one. I appreciate that. I wrote it down.
So this is my Smart Book lesson, and when I go into view scores, you'll see that there are reports. So I can look to see how individual students are doing. There's like kind of these 3 little dots, and you can view the assignment report. And what it will tell you is how long students spent in that particular course, what's most challenging, where they are in terms of their learning. And I can just click on any of these, and you'll see that it'll also give me scores. So if I'm looking for actual score to put in the grade book, I can kind of grab that from these reports right here. And you can see who started, who's in progress, who hasn't completed it. So I can see total progress. And I can also go down into the student level, and you can see the time spent, their metacognition, meaning how confident they were that they knew the correct answer versus low confidence. They thought they knew the answer, but they didn't know the answer. And then there's different assignment concepts. And this accuracy, for me, tells me more about what they understand about the content. So if they're at 40% with list Sumerian advances and tools, then I know that maybe that's something I can work with them in tutoring. But there's like some really detailed reports that come with Smart Book. That's a good question. Yes, sir.
Digital review questions at the end on the digital, currently they don't line up with the lesson review questions in the textbooks. Do you know if they are going to be the same questions?
So there are some questions that are, so whatever the questions are in the textbook, those are different from the ones that are in Study Smart, and then they're also different from the ones that are online. But those same questions in the text are also digital within the e-book. But online, you have a different set of questions, and then in the consumable, you have a different set of questions. And it's really so that you have different questions to kind of pull from. But that's a good question. Yes?
Integrate with anything besides Canvas?
Does the textbook integrate with anything besides Canvas?
Thank you for asking. So what particular are you looking for?
Google Classroom.
Yes, it does integrate with Google Classroom, and I know I showed it quickly, but yes, it will. So I'll show you when I go into my assignments. You can send any assignment to Google Classroom, and right here where it says my name up in the corner, when I go into Manage Account, and I know this is a little detailed, but right here I can link my Google Classroom right here, so you can link it that way, or what you can choose to do if you don't want to link your account to everything, when you go into your assignment list, and let's say you just want to send a specific assignment, you just kind of click here and you'll see that it says share with Google Classroom right there. And so I'll just click it, and it's going to open up and load my Google Classroom, and I can say, okay, this is going to Miss B's class. I want to do an assignment. I'll hit go. It creates the link for me. I can type in an assignment and then just assign it like I normally would. But our platform does integrate with all digital platforms, whether it's Canvas, Google Classroom, Schoology. So if something changes in the future, McGraw-Hill will be able to just roll into whatever that change is. That's a good question. Yes, sir.
I got two questions. First question, you said that you could change the lifestyle.
Yes.
Can you show me that?
Yeah, so right here on the side where my roster is, so remember that your tech people will kind of help load this up with McGraw-Hill. So here's all my students. I can click Manage Lexile Levels, and I can assign the Lexile level, and it'll automatically send the content to my students at the right Lexile level.
Is there only 2 options?
Yeah, you have the band of 740 to 940, and then the other band is 925 to 1070. So it's a range that it gives you.
So like if I use a worksheet or I make like some type of questions, would both Lexile scores contain enough information for them to be able to?
Yeah, it's the same content, it's just written at a lower Lexile. So they'll break up like compound sentences and make them simple sentences, or they'll change like maybe you know, a higher order thinking kind of word to like a lower word choice.
Is there any option for the student to change their Lexile score?
No, no, only the teacher can determine what Lexile students are using. But students can't like flip back and forth.
It'd be nice if they could.
Well, we have the reading essentials that's written at a lower Lexile, so you could assign them the reading essentials, and then they'll have the lower Lexile level and the regular Lexile too. So you could do it that way.
So this book is called End of Course Test Prep.
Yes.
It doesn't have like a single end of course test prep in here. Like it's got like for each chapter.
Uh-huh.
Like in civics we have.
Oh, you want like a full,
Yeah.
like
I'm gonna give this to you right before the end of course exam.
yeah, you have online, there's different assessments for that because you teach civics, and I think I'm not in civics. I can get out of there here and go into civics. But I know exactly what you're asking about. So digitally, here in assessments over on the left, you do have different folders, and see how you have practice tests for Florida civics? And then you also have your self-check quizzes. So these are the ones that I would use. And when I click into that folder, you have different end of course practice tests here that you can look at. And those, some of the ones from in that book are on here, and then there's some that are separate from that. And this is one of those that would be separate.
Is that a cumulative for the entire?
It's a cumulative. So I was looking to see how many questions this was. It's 50 questions.
Right there. So we're going to go into a break real quick, and then we'll resume at 10. But if you have a follow-up question, you want to show them, you're welcome to do that. We are going to break, so we have time for the next presenter to come in. So thank you, McGraw.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Brian, I wanted to thank Brian for bringing us all together. Not every district, trust me, is this organized and communicates this well. Brian and his team were great, and that's Team Ryan, because he's the only one that runs all of this. So we appreciate that. Following your careful examination of the materials, please vote for McGraw-Hill. Florida Social Studies is your choice.
I'm going to turn the floor over to Teachers Curriculum Institute.
Good morning. Oh, for Nathan. Hi, everyone. My name is Dawn Smith. I'm a National Account Manager for TCI, and perhaps more importantly to you, I most recently taught middle school. So if you're not familiar with TCI, we are a for teachers by teachers company, and with me today is Nathan Welburn. He's going to tell you a little bit about his background and his role at TCI.
Yep. Hey guys, I also was in the classroom for 10 and a half years, and then I was lured to the dark side by TCI because I'm a dork and I like lesson planning. So my job, I'm in the content side. So hopefully between the two of us, content and sales, we can answer kind of any range of questions that you have of what's in the middle school programs. And we're really excited because this is the first year. We've had ancient history and U.S. history in the last adoption, but we didn't have civics. So we're very excited that we have like a full book bag this year across all K-12, including civics. So very excited to bring it to you.
So as I said, we're by teachers for teachers with our commitment to bring you the absolute best benchmark aligned programs for grades 6, 7, and 8. And I cannot stress this enough. We are an ask not, have not company. And my promise to everyone I work with is if I don't know the answer, I'll find someone who does, and that means I'm going to call Nathan. So no question is too big or too small today. So feel free to interrupt us along the way if something is pressing. I taught middle school, so if I'm not interrupted at least 7 times, I really won't know how to function this morning. So without a doubt, please feel free to do that. We may be new to you, but we are not new. We have an award-winning curriculum, and because we are a smaller publisher focusing on 2 subject areas only, that allows us to really specialize in what we do and provide the best that's out there. So I know we've got a little bit of familiarity from a few people in the room with TCI from years past that have shared that with me already this morning. Thank you for that. But we truly are sea to shining sea. We've been around for 30, how many years now?
33, I think.
Including, as Nathan mentioned, in your previous state adoption, but not a complete adoption at that point. So we are super excited to have a complete set of programs for your grade level band to share with you today. So as he mentioned, our middle school programs are History Live, The Ancient World, Civics Alive, Foundations and Functions, which is hot off the presses, created specifically for you, and the United States Through Industrialism for grade 8. I actually taught myself with The Ancient World and the U.S. Through Industrialisms, not with Civics Alive because it did not exist. But I want you to know that this is a partnership. If I'm fortunate enough to have you select TCI in this adoption, it's not a thank you for your PO and I'll see you in another 6 to 10 years. It is truly Dawn on speed dial, and I pride myself on my responsiveness and customer support to the point that Nathan makes fun of me about it on a routine basis. Quick on the turnaround, and also, just so you know, we were able to share with your elementary group yesterday. As you're reviewing and as you listen to what we share today, if you have wish list items or constructive criticism, do not hold back. We don't know what we don't know, and there are often times that you can say, well, we love this, but we wish you would, and we have the ability to say, we can do that for you. So keep that in mind as we go through this today. At your desk, you have hopefully a printed page in color that looks like what is on the screen right now.
I'm not a great passer outer, so let me know if you don't have enough of these.
He's the worst.
The one that has the reviewer guide. I kind of was guesstimating where y'all were sitting.
We have extras. Now, I'm assuming, but that's always dangerous to make assumptions, that hopefully all, if not most of you, had already accessed this reviewer information prior to today. If you had trouble logging on, we want you to let us know. Nathan or I can problem solve during our time with you this morning. But that is going to be, you can grab it from your camera right now, go back to that QR code. It's the same one that's on the document he passed out to you, and that's going to give you access to the demo account. Is there anyone in the room right now that did not have that prior to this morning? This is the advanced class, just as we were told. All right, awesome. So no pressure, quiz at the end today. So that's the same thing, and it's just a reminder that these are the resources that we have available to you at your fingertips. If you're on a device right now and you want to pull that up and flip through components as we're sharing them, definitely feel free to do so. If you did not go beyond the Get Access point, I would really encourage you to dive into some of these links like the Student Edition, the Notebook, various other resources that you can see right there digitally, easy access for each grade level program.
And, like, we did put out a couple extra samples that we brought. So there's a couple extra samples of like the civics book, but the entire book is on that link. And then the entire ancient book is on the link, and the entire US book is on that link. So if you don't have your samples, or if you want to look at the whole, like literally every piece of everything, it's just in these links that are here. Same thing with that notebook. So the whole notebook for all 3 grades is on there as well.
And you all received samples already, and so we were asked not to bring samples again for everyone today, so we kind of peppered out the civics program since that was brand new around the room. If you're at a table that did not get one of those components, I'm sure we can circulate them. I do have a display kit for Ancient World up here also, but again, this should be things that you've all seen prior to today, so more on that in a little bit. But the other thing that was passed out to you, the black and white packet, you have, as you are aware, a district rubric that you're using. We completed that for you just because we don't want you to be on a wild scavenger hunt throughout a resource you're unfamiliar with, trying to find out if we have something and where it is. So you have that available to you as well. And if you have any clarifying questions about that now or in the future, don't hesitate to reach out and let us know. So I want to turn it back to all of you for just a moment, and I want you to think and chat amongst yourselves for just about 20 seconds because you are the advanced class. I want to know what you're looking for in a new social studies program, and then I'm going to ask each table just to give me no more than a word or like a 3-word phrase of what you're looking for, and that will help me maximize our time together and make sure that we address your pressing needs. So 20 seconds and go. A word or a short phrase of what you're most looking for. And it's got to be about the curriculum, not chocolate, or even though that's kind of what I'm craving right now.
Oh, there's crumbles back here.
About 10 more seconds. Okay, hopefully each table has come up with 1 or 2 things. So again, just looking for a word or a short phrase, and I'm going to start right here.
What do we say?
Comprehensive, interactive, and engaging.
Comprehensive, interacting, and engaging. Awesome, thank you. What about over here?
We said standards and then good supplemental stuff.
Standards and supplemental resources. And engaging, awesome. In the back, ma'am, did you have anything?
Just engaging.
Engaging, perfect. In the very back?
Engagement.
I love that you're asking for that at every table. In the middle?
We were talking about user-friendly, how easy it to navigate for both teachers, students, even parents.
Oh, I love that you included parents too. Thank you. And over here, still discussing. The two of you, do you have something?
Yes. We want our textbooks to make our citizens the best citizens they can possibly be.
Yes. Would you be a 7th grade teacher?
Yeah.
Possibly. Context clues. All right, awesome. Those were all great. I don't think I left anyone out. So I feel confident that we can check those boxes that each table mentioned today. I love that you said the things that you did because they're near and dear to our hearts, not just Nathan and I personally as educators, but also TCI in general. And again, I know there's not a lot of familiarity in the room with TCI historically, but Teachers Curriculum Institute. Do you know what our original umbrella name was, for those of you that don't know? History Alive. What does that tell you about the engagement factor? Now maybe some of you are saying, wait, I have heard of that before. So that was the original umbrella name. So the engagement, check the box right there. So more on that coming up soon. So yeah. Hello, did not plant this, engagement, but so much more, like supplemental things and meeting your benchmarks and all those other things you just mentioned, we definitely have to offer for you. Let's talk a little bit about the basics first, like some of the teacher materials, some of the components that you have. Hopefully all of you have had a chance to see the samples, but on both the student and the teacher side, you would have an online license available that's in HTML5, which means it's platform neutral. So it doesn't matter if your kiddos are on a Chromebook during the day and then a Samsung blow-you-up phone from 7 years ago at home, or an iPad, whatever it is, they will have full functionality, as will you, with regards to the technology. You also have on the student side the option of the print reference text, and we call it a reference text because, you know, the big 3 or however many they're down to, they keep buying each other out, right? I think, and this is your area of expertise, so just slap me if I'm saying things I shouldn't be, but I feel like one thing that's always made TCI History Live unique is we started out as a company with the engaging, exciting activities that led to retention beyond the assessment, that hooked kids, that tapped into prior knowledge, that generated interest. Others wrote a book and tried to come up with activities that fit that. We have the best of both worlds, but we really started with that foundation being the how can we excite these students about the content that clearly you are passionate about, as are we, or you wouldn't be teaching in the middle to begin with, right? Would you add anything else to that?
No, I mean, our CEO always jokes that like the book is our Trojan horse. So, I mean, the book is like the 5th edition. I would put it up against anybody's as being like a really solid book. But the goal is to use that content to do more in the classroom and to actually like talk about civics and talk about history and get interested about it. So that's our goal, is like the whole program together. The book is one piece of that puzzle.
And I'm going to go old school for a minute, Nathan, from a presenting standpoint, and just say, you know, if you've looked at the samples that you have received prior to today, and you flipped through this for your grade level, then hopefully you realized it's not read these 25 pages and then do what, advanced class? Answer the questions at the end. It's not set up that way, and that's very deliberate. Does that mean we don't have the critical thinking element? Obviously we do. That's where this comes in, either in a print format or digitally, and the two of these together represent the content that your students are going to master and the benchmarks that you're going to cover that they are going to recall years later. As a matter of fact, very cool experience I had as a former middle school teacher myself was I went back to a school where I first taught, and a young man I had taught probably 7 years prior approached me on the track at a football game and said, "Oh, Miss Smith, do you remember me?" And I said, "Oh my gosh, I know I taught you, you sat in the back right-hand corner." He said, "I'll never forget you. I'll never forget that day you had me wiggle in the floor like I was the Tigris River." And Brian Higgins put his hands above his head and said that chant, and he was the Hindu Kush Mountains. And he was regurgitating details and pronouncing things accurately from an experiential exercise that he had experienced years ago. And this was not an advanced student. This was a C, average student. But the 6 strategies that make up our approach led to that retention that he was able to recall years later. So I think that makes us very unique. But I digress. I got on my soapbox. So in addition, floating around the room, we have a print version of the teacher lesson guide, which is newly updated and robust, and more on that later. But flip through that, and if you see someone around you who has not had an opportunity to see it, we'll make sure that gets circulated. And with Ryan's permission, we'll leave those samples in the room today in case you did not see those in samples prior to.
I think they
yes,
you probably got like a sample of 1 unit, I think, for that. So that's the entire teacher guide. So I think, because it literally just came off the presses to be created.
And then the final component that you would have would be the placards. So these are oversized laminated cardstock, often have a lot of primary sources, photographs, etc. They're used in some of the strategies. Sometimes it may be you place them on the wall, or they're at stations, or they're at the desk, but highly colorful visuals. And this is something that, you've got an extra large class or someone ripped one, you can also print them out. Pretty much everything we offer you, we give you in a PDF format, so it's available to you in multiple ways as well. On the student side, again, the student would have a license compatible on any device. You have the print textbook, which I already mentioned. We've kind of already gone through that, so I covered it all in one. Nathan's going to speak to you a little bit about the benchmarks and ways to assess students. So Nathan, I'll let you take it for a moment from here.
And we'll show this one live on the teacher account in just a second, but I don't know if when you guys were playing around, did you find the Florida benchmarks page? So it's like at the top of the bar. You can see it's kind of a GIF going here of it. Like you click that button up there, and then it'll list all the benchmarks for your course. And then each one of those benchmarks has hyperlinks. So right here, so you can go straight to the section, straight to the activity, straight to the assessment questions that are tied to that benchmark. So it's really a nifty like kind of search index feature that just goes straight to those pieces. And then the other nice thing is when you get to the actual page, you can see the benchmarks are on every page. So every page of the textbook online will have the benchmarks, which is great for parents to know, like, why are we doing this, or how is this related to the benchmarks. So it's just nice to have both big picture benchmark planning and then also point of use planning that's there. And then I will say civics goes kind of one step further in that it's also printed in the textbook, since that's just your tested subject. So we kind of went a little bit overboard and like just made sure that each chapter starts with like, here are the benchmarks, and here's what you need to learn. So so civics is a little more intense with that. Do you have clicker?
I do.
So then all of that data is going to get sent back to the student benchmark report. So Dawn's going to talk a little later about like kind of formative assessments, summative assessments that are in there, but every question they take then goes back to this report, and you can see by class, you know, everybody's not doing so hot on A 3.15, I might reteach that, or you can see by student how they're doing on each individual benchmark. So that's a really great resource in the grades section online. And then there are a couple other things. I think I threw some of these on the table. For 7th grade, for civics, for the EOC test, there's something called like just preparing for the test. And this has a lot of other great resources in it. One of them is at the beginning, you'll see like a, go to the next slide, like a checklist. So this is, I mean, obviously it's all online as well. But these checklists are just meant for you to be able to very quickly say, okay, have I taught or have I not taught these benchmarks? Have I introduced them or have I fully taught them? So there's one of these for you as a teacher. And there's also one for the students. So they have a little bit more accountability as well to say, like, I've never heard of this thing, or I think I've really got it. So those are support pieces that are in the EOC booklet if you want to flip through that. And then the other piece of the EOC booklet is there's a full-length test, I think is the next thing. Yes, so there's a full-length EOC test. So obviously, you don't want to print all this out and give this to students. So this whole test is online. This is just because it's easier for you to see. So please do flip through. We're very, very proud of our assessment questions. We think they're exactly the level that the state EOC is at. We've tried to like really mimic the, the quotes that students are going to see and read, the primary sources that students are going to have to analyze. So this is just going to be easier for you to kind of flip through. This entire thing is online. Students take it, and then that data gets sent back to that benchmark report. I want to say there's 3 full-length practice tests online that we have. And then there's also every lesson has a test, and every unit has a test. So it's almost overkill, but you don't have to give all those. But at least you have options.
And just to make sure you're aware, even though the access you have says demo, it's full access. So everything that he's mentioning, you have the ability to see right now.
Yeah, so it'll all be on there. Okay. I think that's the last thing on the test one. Yeah.
Okay. So about engaging all, well, and I do believe you were going to touch on this a little bit too. So if you happen to have, I know some people yesterday were bringing samples in. I can't see every table what you have and what you don't. But if you happen to have your ancient world text on page 170 or the civics book, which we do know we have around the room, if you'll flip to page 114 or U.S. through industrialism, page 40, you can see a little bit about the unit level resources. Those of you that are familiar with us from the past, perhaps, we'll see we've added a lot of things which Nathan can touch on too. But starting with the unit opener, the geography challenge and inquiry project, and then each unit will have a series of lessons. Finally, the unit closer with studying sources, where they get into some literature and primary resources and explore additional content that you can utilize. And then the timeline challenge. Nathan, what did you want to add to that?
I just wanted to point out that Dawn really is right that the nice thing about only doing 2 subjects is we are a little smaller and can be more responsive. Teachers aren't used to reaching out to massive publishers, but please do let us know. So 2 of these pieces, the inquiry projects, it was especially for civics, there's a lot of content, but can you make it just a little bit more just tie it to my life, make it a little bit more interesting, get them engaged. They're totally optional, like the inquiry projects at the beginning, but they're great ways to kind of start off the unit, get them interested, get them excited, say this is a real world thing that we're learning. And then if you have time for the project, that's great. If you don't, that's okay. You could just do the test part. But that was in response to Florida teacher feedback of just give us engagement, but don't let it take forever. And don't make me have to do it all. And the other piece I'm really proud of here is the studying sources section. So we have a huge primary source library online and a lot of great readings online, but teachers were just asking for more of them in the physical print book. So at the end of each of the units, there's a solid, these are the 4 primary sources that tie really well to what we just did. So those are printed in addition to being online. And then in the civics book, again, we went a little overboard, but every single primary source that's listed anywhere in the benchmarks is in the back of the book in a primary source library that's printed in the back of the book. So if you look in the back of the civics book, you'll see all these yellow pages. So that's every primary source. And the state suggested that we try to be very careful about not editing too much. So, there'll usually be, most of the primary source without a lot of redactions or tweaks or edits. It really is students reading that source. And because we'll show you in a second, because of the activities that we're having them do, we think they'll be ready to actually, read the real sources. So we'll talk to that in a second.
And Nathan, could you speak to what's coming up next, which is the unit opener video?
Oh yeah, so one other thing that we've been really trying to put in is a lot more kind of video content. So we have new video activities and also introductions for the units.
And that's what you're going to see an example of now.
Is that on the, there is one here, okay, yeah. So we'll just show a couple, 30 seconds of it.
Mohawk, Cherokee, Cheyenne, Arikara, Sioux. These are just a fraction of the names of the indigenous groups who were custodians of the land we now call the United States. These indigenous groups had diverse cultures that thrived in every part of North America for tens of thousands of years. They adapted to their environments, each of which supported different ways of life.
So again, just a teaser on that, but one thing I will say about the video embedded at different points of the curriculum at these grade levels is our students are all digital natives, right? And they're living in the world of TikTok and, you know, short YouTube videos. So I think even the videos now are chunked a nice length. Gone are the days of, now we're going to watch this 2-hour video. We're not going to keep their attention with that. So even in the video activities is, oh, this one is 1.5 minutes, and then we're going to do something. Just like how we chunk the content in our textbook, a segment, and then we do something to process it, and then we move on to, now I'm going to do something else, rather than the read 25 pages or watch 90 minutes. Anything else you would add to that?
So in world history and U.S. history, they'll have this kind of big picture like unit intro that introduces the geography, gets students interested and kind of sets the stage for them, and then they do a geography challenge. And so we just gave you the print pages. All this is also online. So they have like a series of questions where they'll create a map, and they'll use the maps in the book to create it. Then they'll answer, you know, kind of just regular analysis questions about that map, and then they do higher level critical thinking skills about that map. So there's like a scaffolded activity. So that's every unit in the history programs. And then in civics, it's a little different. So civics has a video introducing those inquiry projects. So it'll be like, you know, we're going to help our community here, or we're going to do X, Y, and Z. So there'll be like a video introducing it, get kids excited about it, and then they'll start to go into the lessons for that. And then that's kind of what I was talking about, the inquiry project. So in the history programs, if you are interested in inquiry, of having students kind of ask historical questions, gather evidence through the primary sources, and then answer and write an argument with evidence, that's the point of the inquiry projects. Like I was saying earlier, though, they are optional. So, you know, if you don't have time for them, you could do, maybe you'll do, you know, 1 or 2 in the fall and 1 or 2 in the spring. You can choose how in-depth you want to go with kind of having students lead their own inquiries. And then all that is supported in the notebook. So remember when Dawn was holding up like that consumable notebook? So anything, whether it's like the activities or whether it's the inquiry process, like there's gonna be specific steps that go through and help you do it. And then you always have a choice. So you could do it in all print with that consumable notebook, or every one of those prompts is also online, and you could do it all online. So you can kind of choose where you fall in that spectrum.
And I will also add a reminder that even if districts don't purchase this consumable notebook, the PDF of these are online. So I know as a teacher myself, oftentimes, oh, we're doing this online, but this particular processing element, I really want them to have the paper pencil experience. You can make copies of whatever you want from the PDF of this that we provide you within your teacher license.
And that's kind of what we just said, is it's all online. So you have an option. The benchmarks are all labeled right there for each of the projects as to why you're doing each of those pieces for the inquiry project, geography challenge, and the timeline challenge for all those pieces.
And click. All right.
So I think that's kind of like big picture unit intro. Any questions on kind of unit stuff for those? And then we're going to jump into lessons.
Advanced class, I don't know, rock star status.
Okay, yeah, so Dawn's going to look at that. So every individual chapter will have all the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, so now once we're beyond the unit level and we think in terms of planning as a teacher, we talk about the lesson structure. So you've got this overview page which highlights these 3 options. So beginning with flexible lesson options, you can decide what works best for you based on your particular classroom needs, knowing that for this lesson your experience may need to be different from the next lesson or the prior one. So if you see number 1 up there, flexible lesson options, are you crunched for time with the content you're covering in this particular lesson and you need to cover the big ideas and do some thought-provoking note-taking? You can do that first track there, the reading one. If you've got time and you want to do the full-blown activity from one of the 6 strategies of the TCI approach, the writing for understanding, the peer response group, the visual discovery, experiential, then you can do that second track, which, by the way, those are all customizable. So you will always have access to our stock slide deck presentations, but then you also can make edits to it to customize, change the verbiage, hide slides, etc., and truly make it your own. And then you also now have the video activities, which we're going to highlight and show you a couple samples of in a moment, which can be used as a whole class activity or for individual instruction. And I will tell you, my mind is blown by them, and the student response to them has been incredible. And then if you've got the time or the need to dive a little bit deeper into the key concepts, we offer additional readings and activities in that second section, like reading furthers, explore readings, and some additional literature connections that are built right into the resources for you. And then you're ready to move on to assessment. And you'll see here for this example, you've got the processing, which is kind of that wrap-up piece showing what they know, a comprehension of what you've covered in the activity, the engagement, and also any readings that they've done. A lesson game for every single lesson. There are, I don't know, 5 or 6 skins. I don't play Minecraft, but I have 2 teenagers. So you'll have variety in terms of that interaction with trend data that you receive based on how they perform on the lesson games. The lesson games are tools that you can use in a whole class setting as like a review, but in creating them, I think the purpose was truly to assign them so you could get that trend data at the individual level for students. And then finally, the assessment generator, where we offer you stock assessments in both English and Spanish, fully customizable. You can create an assessment that you share across the district. So, you know, if Nathan, you're going to create assessments for Unit 1 and I'll do Unit 2, you're not all reinventing the wheel. You can have consistency. You can help each other as well. Would you add anything else to that, Nathan, that I've left out? All right, so flexible learning options, again, this is kind of what I just highlighted, those 3 in that first section. I think I'm actually going to go live to show you a little bit of things here on the reading. A reminder that everything that we are showing you today, oh, you're driving, thank you, I'll let you drive, you have access to right now. So, for example, if you're logged in, you can click on the reading within any lesson. Notice that there are the, what are you going to first?
What do you want to show?
Go back to the symbols at the top. So notice the symbols across the top. If you actually click on settings, that's a quick way under student features to see some of the power that you have as a teacher. You can see that you can change the Lexile level. So that's what's that first symbol. Level A is on grade level. Level B is about 25% below. You can edit that. It's customizable for individual students or for an entire class. The next tab there is the play button, so it will read the text out loud, the text to audio reader in both English and the Spanish translation. Let you hear that for a minute. Go ahead.
The American Revolution. Introduction. An almost...
Thank you. And then the next over, because we really have a marriage of the social sciences and language arts in our curriculum, K through 8 in particular. So the next is a main idea button, which will highlight in a different bold colored font what the author has deemed are the key points of that particular section of reading, which is great for review purposes, great for struggling and emerging readers. And then now you have the ability as a student or teacher to highlight in 6 different colors. So love that. That was an upgrade from the 3 last year based on, guess what, teacher feedback, which I can't stress enough. So as you're reviewing and as you're implementing, hopefully we want to hear those things from you that you want or need. Now what he just did was clicked on my notes. If you could go to that again, I actually want to share something about this. You can have a total of 10 educators with access to your class, which means if you're collaborating, are any of you collaborating or resource teachers, or are we all gen ed core teachers in here today? I had one EBD teacher yesterday. Okay, but safe to say probably all of you collaborate with someone. There's a teacher that has X number of students on their caseload in one or more of your classes during the day. Yes? Okay, so they can all have their own login and have the ability to, guess what? Go in and do highlighting or note-taking for those students. Or if you as the gen ed teacher tell your students, tonight I want you to read sections 1 and 2, and I want you to highlight and paraphrase, take notes, which is next to the highlighting symbol at the top. Students can take notes to paraphrase or summarize passages of the text. You can log in with the click of a button at multiple places in the resource and log in as a student, click on My Notes as Nathan was doing, and see whether or not they have done those 2 things. So it serves multiple purposes. Logging in as a student to model something, logging in as a student to do note-taking or highlighting for them, or seeing if they're doing that. If you would click on one of the images for just a minute for me, Nathan.
Oh, I think I already clicked on that one.
Just any of the visuals. So yeah, automatic magnifying tools so they can really do a deep dive into the visuals. That's built in on the teacher and the student side. And then the last thing is saving to Google Drive. But notice you also have symbols across the top. But go ahead and say what you were going to about the benchmark connections there, Nathan.
This is where you can see that the benchmarks, you scroll over, you can see the whole thing. And then, so each of those will be on the at point of use there.
Great. And then the symbols above the section there, that little key, I guess it is, that is one of the 3 or 4 places where you can, with the click of a button, log in as a student. You can print the reading material from there if needed. You can share it. So we are compatible with Canvas, Clever, Google Classroom, Schoology, all those major players. Click the easy button, you're good to go. You can create assignments from there. You can create assignments from the purple left nav. We believe in positive redundancy, so there are multiple places within the resources that you can access the same thing. So when you talk about ease of use, it's a very easy to use interface. And then anything else we should highlight here? And then grades, which you can also access on the far left as well. Any questions or comments about anything on this section with regards to reading?
So this is the textbook. This is like the lesson,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So if I'm a kid and I'm reading through this, like you go to the student section, is there a way to have a teacher? Okay, those are the questions at the bottom. Never mind. So like as you're reading, they're just filling those out.
Yeah.
And then can you take that as a grade? Can you like take those 5 questions, which I assume go with the text above,
Yeah.
and then accept that as a grade?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's that same consumable notebook.
Those prompts are going to be the same as what they would experience if you chose to have anyone working with the print version. And then you can give them numerical scores as well as written feedback digitally also. You also can choose if you want to grade by student or by question. So we try to have the grading experience online be as similar as possible to the flexibility you have if you're grading print. Oh, he's putting in a fake student really fast to show you.
Oh.
Notice also right there, he's showing you how it's customizable by student, level A, level B, the Spanish translation, the text to read aloud, etc.
Let me see if that worked. Okay. And that's just useful because then we can see the actual like grading. So if you're on that reading section, if you sign in as this actual student, blah, 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 blah. Then like, so I had just assigned that. So that was when I just clicked that little calendar button, that let me assign it. And then now on the student side, they see I'm supposed to go do that. And then they just click that section and it sends them right to that section. And you don't have to assign, but it's just a nice way to tell them what to do. And then when the student fills it out, the difference is theirs will stay, like mine had an answer key. When I was the teacher, there's a little orange button that said like, here's your answer key. The student says saved.
Automatically
so theirs is
saved.
auto-saving each time. And then the nice thing about that is you see the answer. If I go back to the teacher account, then in the grades section, you can see, oh, one section is in progress for that student we just added. And then you can see the student's notebook and give comments on it. So you can say, here's the answer that they just gave. There's an answer key right there for me. And then I can give it a grade here or add a comment or add like a stamp. You did a wonderful job.
I got another question. So like I'm lazy. Like, I don't want to read 125 students' responses. Like I just want that to have 6 multiple choice questions. And it graded for me, and then I can see how they did based off the reading.
Yeah, so this is the consumable notebook. So this is if you're doing, like, you know, like in any, like an old school textbook has like section questions at the back of the notebook.
Yeah.
So that's what these would be. So this is our version of, like, so to us it's like a little higher level, but this is if you're having students answer the questions. For the like formative assessment, like just like multiple choice type questions, that's when you have them do the lesson game. So they would take the lesson game questions, they would answer, there's a vocab game they can play or a lesson game. So they answer each of these questions, and then it's tracking how they're doing. Oh, good job. But like there's like Dom was saying, there's like 5 or 6 different things. Like they like build a robot, grow a plant, like all these little like cutesy things, like move the ship across the thing. But for you, it really is a formative assessment. So this is where you'd have them do those auto-graded questions. And then when you go back to grades, those get auto-graded in this lesson game part. So that's where you can see all the auto grading.
And then I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're doing. I'll stop talking after this one. So
no.
we're taking like a few of us are taking a civics course.
Yeah.
Like it's for teachers, and you have like a passage where you read, and then you have to answer some multiple choice questions.
Mm-hmm.
And if you answer the multiple choice questions correctly, you could go on to the next section.
Okay.
I want to do that to the kids. Can I do that to the kids with this?
You can do that really with the benchmark review games. Do we open up civics at the same time?
No, I did not
Okay.
open it.
So in civics, what we have added in each of the lessons, so remember that lesson overview page that Don was talking about, you have like the choices. So you can do just so far all we've shown is just the reading. So it's like textbook answers. So like that's kind of the most boring level of TCI. But then there's going to be classroom activities, so we'll show you that in a second. And then the benchmark video activity is where it's going to track more like what you're describing. So they're going to have a video that describes the benchmark. So it goes through the content of that benchmark, and it looks like it's like a 4-minute video. So it's a 4-minute video going through that benchmark. And then they have a series of questions that they have to answer for each one of these. And then once they answer those questions, then they can go on and go to the next benchmark to answer the questions. So that's in addition to the lesson game. So civics also has the lesson game that has the questions, and then they have kind of these built-in notebook questions in the video activity. So kind of multiple places for those.
So only civics has that?
Okay. There's a video activity in the history ones that has kind of like a storyline, so it's a little bit more fun.
We're going to show you examples of that.
Yeah,
too.
it's a little more fun, but it also has the same built-in thing. Civics, we just want to be much more upfront about like this is the benchmark you're supposed to be learning, whereas the U.S. history and the world history are going to be like you're taking on a certain role and you answer these questions. Yeah, John will show you that in just a second. Okay. So yes, I think that's kind of the key for those. Do you want to then go into like other options? So like the reading is all we've shown so far. Is that first version? It's basically instead of doing textbook and notes, then you can do it all that online if you want with textbook and notes. But then what we're kind of more excited about is the engaging part. So when you're doing the classroom activity, there's also vocab activities that are built in. So we just want to show you like every single lesson, all 3 programs, right? Every lesson is going to have a classroom hands-on activity. So there'll be a variety of different types of activities. In this one, students are preparing for a debate. So they're going to have one student's a Federalist, one student's an Anti-Federalist, and one student's an undecided citizen. So they're going to get into groups of 3. And then as they go through, there are slides set up to give you all the information. So students would like read that text as background. There's also a 3-minute video that helps introduce it. So they're going to have different type of stimuli, text, images, primary sources that they're going to look at. And then students will prepare for the debate. So there's a handout that helps kind of give them certain roles. And this is scaffolding that you don't have to use it, but like a lot of teachers have requested scaffolding to make the debates more rigorous. And so there's kind of ideas like that the Federalists and Anti-Federalists might have. And then there's a chart where they start to plan their debate as they go through. And then they'll actually do the debate. So there's a slide that will help you teach it. So like literally, you'll just click through the slides and it'll do all this for you. And they'll say, here's your first debate topic. What should be the role and purpose of our new national government? And so the Federalists will all say, we want a strong central government that shares power with the states. And the Anti-Federalists will say, a strong national government will be too powerful. And then they have a debate. And then at the end of that debate, the undecided student gets to take notes the whole time and then decide who was more convincing. And so all the undecided students will tell us, did the Federalists or did the Anti-Federalists win the debate as they went through? So this is just one style. We have 6 totally different styles of activities. So one is kind of debate style. One is like problem-solving group work, where like you have groups of 4 and they each have a role. One is more skills-based. One is more visuals-based, like they're analyzing political cartoons and propaganda posters. So there's 6 totally different strategies, but these classroom activities are really like your second option. So baby TCI that every single teacher can do anytime, a sub can do, you can give it to them late, is just to do the reading. And then the classroom activities is really what we're known for, what students will come back and ask you, are you still doing this? It's like this is the part that gets them asking questions and wanting to actually read the primary sources and do the rest of the stuff that we need to get them to do. Okay. Any questions on those, kind of that piece?
Where, I'm asking too many questions.
No,
this is the whole point.
Where is there a listing of these on the website?
Yeah, so every lesson, okay. So when you're in any of the lessons here, it'll have that lesson overview. It's always the second thing with the hand. Okay. So this is lesson 2, and then if you go to lesson like 6, it'll have a different one. So the reading will always be there. The reading will be pretty consistent, right, because it's book and notes. But then that classroom activity slideshow, it'll always be there for every lesson, and you literally just hit play, and then all these slides are done for you. So it's literally like, let me see.
And you can customize them, but still have the stock one too.
It'll like say, in this lesson, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. And then you go to the next slide. Take a few minutes to look at page 1 of this handout, and you can print the handout right there. So it'll like just step-by-step walk through the activity directions for you. But like Don's saying, you can totally customize. You can delete the slides you don't like. You can edit the text. You can add your own images. You can do whatever you want to the slides.
And in terms of ease of use, an upgrade that we've done this school year is now if it's prompting students to read a section, it's not going to populate 5 new tabs at the top and they don't know where they are anymore. It's click this green read button and it pulls it up right over this, and it's got all the same features of it. When they're done with it, they just click the X and they're right back where they needed to be. So super user friendly.
Yeah, so
Oh,
like
as
we've,
he's showing
we've
right
tried
there.
to do it where like you could, I mean, even if a student's absent, you could give them this slideshow and they could kind of self-walk through it. Even, I mean, they can't, do the whole debate in class, obviously, but at least they'd have a, pretty equitable experience of getting the content, getting the background, and it just makes it really easy for teachers to lead it. So it's almost like there's kind of no excuse to not have some engagement now, because it's like, like the slides will do it for you as long as you can just click through them. And again, if you don't have time, you can go back and just do the reading. Like you can do that reading option. But this is really the goal, is to do the classroom activity.
Nathan, do you think it would be advantageous to go to the planning box or to a video activity for another grade level now?
Yeah, so
I
do
see
you
we
want to show a
got
video,
about 6 minutes.
a benchmark video? Which lesson did you want to show?
Or let's give some love to, let's give some
have
love
we done
to grade
ancient?
8. Or either, sure. I'll let you select one from Ancient World then.
Well, which one did you want? You want
USI.
ancient and USI? Okay. All right, so that's, now we've got all three.
Okay, so again, with the inquiry being optional, but just to show you different styles of videos that are in here, Nathan's going to open up the video for lesson 1, if you would, actually, because I just think this is so fun and cool. So this one is exploring the process of inquiry using investigative techniques that historians use, and just listen to the dialogue here, the script, and imagine yourself as your 8th grade students, how much interest they might have in what's to come after this introduction video that's very short.
It was a hot and humid night. I was typing faster than a dog goes at a bone. It was good for me that I had the fan blowing right in my hands and not my face. That's when the knock on the door came. Being a private eye, I had to check to see who it was. I could see that it was my niece, and it looked like she had some thick books in her hands. She said she wanted to be a real private eye, just like me. I said, "Kid, come in the office. I've got something that will help you." "What's that?" she asked. I said, "It's a room in a building where people work, but that's not important right now." She sat down in an empty chair I had. "The first thing you have to know, kid, is that some people confuse private eye with private eye." I told her that I'm a private eye, a private inquirer. Yeah, that's right, inquirer. A person that deals with inquiry. "What's inquiry?" she asked. I told her that the textbook definition of inquiry is, in history, the process of exploring the answers to questions about a certain time and place. I provided her with an activity she could use to learn the ropes. She would first find out why real PIs like me study the past. She was excited.
Okay,
so
that's good on that one. So again, similar to the benchmark video, but a totally different style. And so they watch that. Now they're going to read a section. They're going to answer some questions. They're multiple choice, drag and drop, etc. And then they're going to have an additional video clip. But I just think that one is so fun and such a hook for so many students. Nathan, if you want to go to, actually for time's sake, hopefully that gives you 2 examples that you see there are different styles. Would you add anything to that?
No, I think that's good. So hopefully the big takeaway is that you see that there's like really 3 totally different options for every single lesson. You can go just reading, go with a hands-on classroom activity, or you can do a video-based kind of self-led activity that students do. And you don't have to do all 3 every time, but you have different learners, you have different time scales. There's lots of chaos in the classroom. So pick what works for you at the right time.
Yeah, it's a flexible curriculum, and the way you teach this lesson doesn't have to be the same way you teach the next lesson. Let's go down to, sure.
Yeah, and so then that next step is like dive deeper. So this is like if you want to, so after students are kind of interested and engaged, we have a lot of different like investigating primary sources, literature, biography, like lots of extra like kind of pieces that students can dive into. And obviously the final step is then assessment. So that when she was showing the lesson overview, that 3rd step is assessment. We've already talked about most of these, right? Like that lesson game is a formative assessment where students answer the questions, all that data gets tracked and sent back to you. Processing is the same way. It's a formative assessment, but it's more creative. So it's like qualitative, like drawing, writing, showing you that I got it. And there's always like a summative assessment at the end, so like a full test at the end that's there too.
I have a quick question. For lesson games, is that also in the format, just like here's a piece of paper with the 10 questions?
Yeah, there's an accessibility button, and you can just print it straight there, and it's just like flat out questions. Yeah, and then all those lesson game questions are also in our test builder. So if you want to use those on the real test or like tweak them a little bit on the real test, you can do that too and print them out as a test.
You could create quizzes, multiple quizzes using the assessment generator too, for example, yeah.
And what's cool is that like they have a lesson trends. So before you even get to the benchmark page, this just says all the kids didn't do well on number 3. So I should reteach number 3 on this particular lesson. And then that data goes to the bigger benchmark report. So there should be lots of levels of data that you get as you go through.
Do you have the option where if I create a question on a test, that question goes into a bank and colleagues
Yes.
can then access my
Yep.
question.
Just your questions or an entire test that you create, absolutely.
Yep. And you're kind of seeing that here is like you can build the test and then it goes back to the benchmark. I think we've kind of hit all these things. I mean, one big thing is differentiation. So like we have it built in for every single lesson that you're going to be specific tips for each of these groups. We're also creating kind of access points worksheets. The state hasn't updated the access points yet, so they're still the old C standards, but like we are starting to create those, and then when the state updates the access points, then we'll change those worksheets. So that'll just be easy for differentiation to hand those out. So we're in the process of doing those. Any other questions y'all come up with? And thank you for asking throughout. That's been good.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the final thing, enhancing learning, look at this in your planning box in your demo access. This is kind of, we've done the homework for you. It's going to give literature suggestions and then also links that take you to videos, virtual field trips and projects that you can use to further differentiate or dive deeper into the benchmarks or not use at all. So just lots of additional tools. My favorite in the purple left nav under support. As a teacher, you spend most of your time in content, but the support tab is going to offer all of these toolkits for graphic organizers, map skills, personal financial literacy, critical thinking skills, taking action toolkits, language arts toolkits, tons of resources that are right there at your fingertips that you can access right now. And then we have pacing information. All of that type of stuff is included in adoption training and implementation support, which obviously we offer live training, self-paced, built within PD into the app, and we're even building more of that right now based on teacher feedback, and then ongoing webinars, all of that at no charge to the district. But any final questions?
If y'all have any questions, again, if you want to email them to me, and then I'll pass them on.
Yeah, perfect.
That
That
happened
works.
with elementary yesterday.
Yep.
They were great. They responded actually last night. So I think we'll get you the answers you need if you think of
Yeah.
something after you leave.
Totally.
So power session, but
Yeah.
thank you so much
Have
for your
fun
attention and
exploring.
time. We really appreciate it, and we'd love the opportunity to work with you. All right.
We'll be on break till 11 o'clock, and we'll get started with the next one.
All right.
At 11 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and get started.
Yeah.
This will be our last one before lunch.
Yeah, I'll make it quick.
So with us now is National Geographic Cengage. So I'm going to turn the floor over to them and let them walk you through what they've got.
Awesome.
Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate it. Turn around, face front, be quiet. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's right. Get you guys in the classroom mode. No, seriously, thank you guys very much. My name is Steve Hagan. I am the local representative. Lisa Girovati is going to be doing the majority of the presentation. A couple things I wanted to mention to you. Number one, I'm a social studies education major, so I kind of empathize with you guys very much. And you're going to see 6 presentations today, right? So how do you differentiate? Well, one of the things that I think we really do very well takes me back to when I was my very first day of student teaching in Starkville, Mississippi. AP US History class, Mr. Armstrong, I believe his name, was in the back of the room, a student, little smart aleck, high school AP student. You know, he thought he was smarter than me, and probably was. But why do we need this? You ever get that question? How am I ever going to use U.S. history, right? Well, one of the great things about National Geographic and what we do is we answer that question right up front. We have National Geographic explorers throughout all of our programs that are basically leading these students through, whether it's history or world history or civics, whatever it is, but basically answering that why right up front. What can I do with this? What will I ever do with this? Well, you might be a photographer, you might be an anthropologist, you might be an archaeologist, you might be a lot of things that I can't pronounce, but there's lots of different things that you can do with this kind of stuff, and we kind of answer that question right up front, and Lisa will do a great job of showing you that. One thing I did want to cover real quick, the samples that you received from us were what we call A printings, okay? They're soft cover. Our books are not actually soft cover. We have hardcover books, so take that off the table. One of the reasons for that, a couple of different reasons. One, we're environmentally friendly, but 2, Florida has some very specific standards, and they're ongoing as far as making the list. We want to make sure that when we actually did our final printing, it was exactly what Florida wanted. So that's kind of where we are there, but just be rest assured that you will get the actual hardcover books when you actually order our program. Any questions from you guys about the samples that you received? Okay, I will turn it over to Lisa, and if you guys have any questions, just raise your hand and let us know.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Thanks, Steve. Steve thought it was funny last night, and I reached out to him and said, just remind me, how much time do I have today? And he said, 15 minutes, thanks. And I was like, 15 minutes? I'm going to have to really take some slides out. And then he came back, he goes, just kidding, did I make you nervous? I said, yeah, but I'm glad that we have a little more time than that to go through this, because we are really excited to be able to show you what we have for your middle school students, the full suite for those kiddos. Like you said, my name is Lisa Girovati, and I was a middle school teacher and also an admin at the high school. So I know exactly what you're up against, and am excited to share with you what National Geographic has to share. Many of us know National Geographic because we're used to seeing that yellow square, and we've seen it in our libraries going up. We've seen it in our homes. Some of you might even be having it with your kids now. So it's something that we've come to just naturally kind of be drawn to, right? But you might not know that National Geographic is just one piece of a larger institute that has been around for over 130 years. And there's a reason why they've been successful for over 130 years at really capturing the interest of those that come upon it. And it's really through our explorers, our photographers, and just the way that we connect with readers that find themselves digging into something they never anticipated digging into to the level that we often do. Our credo that we believe in at National Geographic is really real, and I think very important as we move forward in education. And just a couple of the things that I know we really back is that we want to foster development of empathy and tolerance and understanding of all people and cultures. We want to empower students to explore their interests and strengths and find their own voice and how to speak with their voice. That's just a couple of the things that we hold true. You find this credo at the beginning of your teacher's edition if you want to read it in greater detail, but I think that's really important as we move into education when we think about what we're putting in front of our students and what really is behind that. We have really been able to, for, like I said, over 130 years, bring forward to our students a whole different level of perspective and share diversity with the students in a really respectful way through our images, through all of our stories, whether it be in your American stories, in your world history, in your civics and citizenship. We're truly able to connect with every student that's in the classroom and broaden their perspective beyond what it has been. And that's truly why we became teachers in this field, correct? I don't think anybody in this room said, I'm going to be a teacher because I can't wait to give kids assessments, right? It really wasn't it. It was because we want to connect with our students. But we also have to think about, well, what is it that our middle school students often struggle with? And we truly thought about this as we were developing this program. One of the things that we found when we talked with our teachers as we were developing this is that the background knowledge in social studies when our students are coming to us in middle school sometimes can be a little inconsistent. Some have had more, some have had less. Their ability to read informational text is still in progress. We're still working on that. Relationships matter, and we have to give careful consideration to how we're building a supportive classroom where people feel willing to share and where they want to be part of discussions that we're having. Changing classroom schedules. We need to have clear expectations when we move from class to class, and the resources we use have to be able to support that. Students struggle to plan, focus, and multitask. Anybody have any of those in your room? This is their final stop before high school. I think that's really important at middle school. We have to remember that once they get to high school, you actually have to pass the class to earn credit, and we want to be able to help them be successful in doing that. Plus, we also want to encourage our students to take more, maybe take on an AP, do something else. And that goes along with the last one, is that we know we want to increase the number of students taking AP and take some of those higher level courses once they get to high school. So that's a lot on the shoulders of us middle school teachers, right? So we need to make sure that we're finding things that are going to help support us in doing that. So today we're going to talk about our world history, ancient civilizations, our American stories, as well as our civics and citizenship, and you should have those samples in front of you. Our print is in tandem with our digital platform, MindTap. MindTap, for you, we'll talk about that in a little bit more, how it matches well with our LMS. But let's first talk about those Florida Social Studies standards Steve already alluded to, that we know you have some specific standards you want to be thoughtful as you're moving through this process. Well, rest assured, we are 100% aligned with your Florida Next Generation Sunshine State standards. I did it. And as well as your newly adopted Holocaust standards and your civics and government standards as we move through. Here, y'all use ClassLink, is that right? Okay, so that's important, right? Do we link well with your ClassLink? We absolutely do. So all the integration work happens seamlessly with ClassLink so that you have that upload of roster. You can assign your assignments out just like you would expect. But something that we do at National Geographic, I think you're going to find most publishers can say that, right? But something that we do beyond that is we also support you in that. So part of our teacher implementation training, we make sure that your teachers actually know how to do that with ClassLink. And I think that's really, really important. So to just say you do it is one thing, but to say you also are going to support it and make sure that everybody's comfortable with it is a whole nother. And we do that really, really well. As we were designing this program for the state of Florida, there were 3 areas of focus that we really kept in mind for our students. And we wanted to think about how can we inspire our students through National Geographic photographers and role models with our explorers. We wanted to make sure that we're connecting with our students. We know that we have students coming in with vast differences of understanding and knowledge and from different places within their abilities. And we want to be able to connect with every single student and make sure that we're differentiating to those needs and those learning modalities. And then finally, we want to support the most important resource in the room, which is you, the teacher. So how can we help to give you some of your time back, and how can we help to get you the resources we need? So let's first talk about how we're going to inspire our students. And that truly is with the use of our explorers. Before we get into that, though, I want to share just a quick little fun video clip of what you can expect. That's really what we want to expect from our programs, is something that brings excitement. And that's what we strive for. One of the things that it said on there is that we dare your students to ask questions, we dare your students to search for the answers. And that's really what we're doing in our classrooms every day, is truly wanting to inspire our students to start talking, discourse. We're gonna say that word a lot today, is how can we get more discourse, more conversation going in our classrooms? Because that's when they really get to that excitement of learning and that better understanding of learning. And with our explorers, that's truly how we set off the start of each and every one of our units. What is an explorer? What are we truly striving our students to be? An explorer is an answer seeker. It's a questioner. It's someone that wants to dig in and do and find. And that's truly what we're inspiring our students to become by modeling that with the work that our explorers have done and opening that world to a wider view for our students. So that is a big piece of each and every one of our titles, and you'll find at the start of every unit you're going to actually see a magazine excerpt from one of our National Geographic articles that's going to be able to introduce the explorers to them, as well as the work that those explorers are doing in the field that ties to that learning for that unit. You'll see images such as this because not only do we have our explorers, but we have our photographers, and you'll see things that you represent right here in your own backyard as part of Florida. In our American Stories, actually, we highlight such a photographer as Carlton Ward Jr. And Carlton Ward Jr. is part of the conservation photographer, and he is focused on wildlife in Florida. He founded the Wildlife Corridor and has trekked over 2,000 miles within Florida to be able to bring those images back to life. And you'll find this as your special section on your Florida history sections right within your text. So really nice connection to exactly what is going on, not just in the world around them, but in their own backyard. And that truly does help to connect. And then, of course, you know that part of your Florida Standards calls upon you to do that, to include some of the Florida histories and make those connections. So you've already got all the supports to be able to do that here with your students. We know that media is a really important way to connect with our students. I mean, we are the TikTok generation, so media is important, and it is useful to be able to unlock the content for our students. But far too often what we find is that we find all this great media and we want to be able to build that deeper level of understanding, but sometimes when we're trying to plug it in, it's a really loose connection to what our students are really actually learning. So, but that's not something that happens with National Geographic, because these media representations that we have with Robert Reed, actually he developed just for this series. So it cannot be found anywhere else. It's not just out there on the web that you could pull up and use. It's tied to this learning. So he truly makes that connections for our students right into what it is that they're learning about. And you'll see that we have a multitude of other media as well. All of that learning that they're doing is, like I said, going to get the students to get to that deeper level of understanding, that inquiry-based learning. So you'll see activities that tie to what's happening with that explorer through our Engaging History Notebook. For this particular one, we're going to ask our students to make predictions. Have students imagine what daily life would have been for a 14-year-old girl or a 14-year-old boy living in ancient Rome. Have them work in pairs to write a short narrative, possibly in the form of a diary entry, from the perspective of a Roman boy or girl telling about their typical day. So quick tasks just like that, putting our students in pairs and having them think about it in a different way, is just a really quick and easy way to get them, again, thinking about it and doing differently. So we talked a lot about how we're inspiring our students, but let's talk about how we're going to connect with our students. At the beginning of each unit, you're going to have an introduce and engage. And then you're also going to have some guided discussion questions, because again, we want to drive more discourse within our classroom. You're going to have them do some brainstorming, and you have guided within your teacher's edition. It's going to tell you exactly how your students might be responding or any follow-up and sequence that you might want to do with it. So that's what kicks off every unit. And then within every unit, you get into your page. In your folder, you had a tabbing guide, and it was a tabbing guide for each and every one of the editions. So as we do this lesson walkthrough, when you go back, you can follow through with your tabbing guide and see exactly what these pages look like in your edition. But visual imagery is extremely important in what we're doing in our instruction within these titles. And how often do we get an image like this on a page and we're just like, oh, it looks nice, okay, and you skip on and you get into the reading? We have to be careful not to do that because we're missing a crucial piece of the instruction through visual literacy. Visual literacy is used to level that playing field because that is something that is going to engage every student in the classroom, and for that struggling reader, it's going to give them some background knowledge and context. Every student can respond to it and feel a part of it, but also for your high flyers, they're actually pulling in additional information that they maybe have their eye drawn to. So in this particular one, the question says, according to Luitz, which challenge did the soldiers face during the attack on Trenton? Well, when you look at this image, when I pull that up with my class, they're going to see that there's ice in here, so they already can start talking about it must have been really cold. If you notice, some of the people are wearing garb that a soldier, you would expect to see a soldier in. Some people look like they're in regular clothes. Why would that be? We see the back, some of these boats actually have cannons on them. So when we start talking with just that piece of literacy right in front of us, the visual literacy, it already sets the stage for what might be coming and draws every student in, leveling that playing field. So we're going to talk a little bit about differentiation as we move through and when differentiation is actually called out, but it's just a natural piece to everything that we're doing of every lesson as we move through. Each and every one of your units are going to start with a timeline to be able to set that stage of where this was happening. That helps our students because a lot of time they have a hard time thinking about what was going on, when is this time period, what would I expect to see. So you'll have a timeline in each and every one, as well as those state standards right here on your page. You'll also see you have your ELL standards there. ELA standards. Your ELA standards are right there at point of use as well because we know that you're being called upon to be able to implement some of those ELA standards and as well as other content areas, but we want to support you in doing that because you're not ELA teachers. So it's really helpful to be able to have that right there and know when you're tapping into it. You'll have your vocabulary that are going to be called out, setting up everything as we move forward. Here I'm going to be showing a piece from our American Stories, but as we move through, the pedagogy in each and every one of the titles really is the same. As part of our American Stories, you're always going to have about an 8 to 10 page spread of a high interest piece. Now within here, you're going to be able to see great visuals, the text being called out in an appropriate way to be able to tap into those students' interests, but you're also going to have support online. When you pull up any of our reading pieces that are in the text online, the students are actually able to get right in here, they're reading it. This particular one that I've highlighted said the soldiers were in desperate need of relief. They were exhausted, underfed, diseased, and freezing. Well, what if I have a student that's struggling with the reading? They can simply go up here where it says grade level text. They can click on the grade level text and change it to a modified text. And with a quick click of a button, it now said the soldiers need help. They were exhausted and didn't have enough food. So it just ever so slightly changes that Lexile level for our students without changing the content. What I love is that they can do it on their own. So nobody knows which one they're reading. They can toggle back and forth, and they can take the initiative to be able to do that when they need it, to really help drive that understanding. We want to make sure that we're giving students the support that they need to be able to differentiate it themselves, but at the same time, we don't want to lose the content. And that's done extremely well, being able to do this with our students. As you move past this, you're going to get into each and every lesson. Again, something that National Geographic taps into is the use of our visual learning specialists. So every page is looked at in terms of putting a connection of the visual images as well as the text, arranging it in a way that is not overwhelming to our students and that they're going to be able to take it all in. So you'll see everything that's been highlighted is highlighted with a purpose. Every image is set there with a purpose to be able to really support those students as we're moving forward. And you'll see each and every reading selection follows up with a historical thinking reading check, your drawing conclusion, cause and effect, that type of engagement with our students as they move forward. You'll also have each and every one of your main ideas called out. So that's really done, again, very well to be able to meet the needs of each and every student sitting in your classroom. But again, everything is also in there to be able to drive that discussion for our students.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
So you highlighted the sentence and then you toggled it Can you highlight the whole page? Like if you have a structured reader so it can go ahead and...
It actually does change the whole page. I had highlighted just one sentence to be able to show you like how much it changes a particular one, just as an example. You can highlight and at any place. But if you do switch it to the modified text, it is going to switch the whole page when you do that. But good, thank you for clarifying that. Document-based questions. How many of you are using document-based questions now? Yeah, we know they're a really important part of our classroom, but sometimes can be a little bit, cumbersome to find. Make sure that you have the follow-up with them. But you will find the document-based questions are actually embedded right in the student's book. So they're never going to be able, you're not going to be able to skip being able to do it. It's going to be just, again, a natural part of that learning. But you also have the questions and the supports that go along with that document-based questions, as well as those primary source documents. Now, the primary source documents that you find in the book are actually a truncated version, and you go online to be able to get the full version. So it's going to be able to just get them starting reading about it, and quite honestly, the truth of the matter is if we put them all into the book, you'd be carrying like a 100-pound book. So it's just the best way to be able to get them kind of like a little bit of a start to it. They get interested in it, and now you can take them into the larger version online. But you also have, again, those supports. That's what I love about this the most, is the questions that go along with it, the organization that goes along with it. You have 2 consumable workbooks with this program. So you have your History Student Companion Workbook, and you also have your Knowledge and Skills workbook. So you'll see in that History Companion Workbook all of the supports that go along with being able to use your document-based questions and your primary source documents to be able to give you vocabulary. You have reading and note-taking. You have your vocabulary practice, your civics and citizenship work. So anything that you see those supports there, which is really helpful for middle school students. We want to be able to help organize them. We also need to be able to, as teachers, have it ready to go. I was in a district where you got like a ream of paper at the beginning of the school year, and they were like, good luck to you. And you, so it's really nice when we can have these consumable workbooks as part of it to be able to give us that support. When you are in any of these programs, you also have full access to our maps. So the maps, again, are really helpful tools. And what I love the most about the, oops, sorry, clicked a little too fast. What I love the most about this are the helps. Try that again. It's not running the, okay, there we go. Is the maps also have the objectives and everything that they should be doing with this. So I really like to use these with my students and put them in groups, and I'm not running it, they're driving it, and they're able to actually play around with this. This is from our world history, and they're able to get in here and actually see the locations. They can pull it out or pull up images from the area that they're looking at. But it will also give them some questions and things and clicks that they want to be going through and looking for. So it's very individualized learning. You're not having to drive it as the teacher. It's going to give them the tasks of what they can do within that map. But it really, again, helps to set that stage for our students they can find where it is that they're working at. The platform is designed for the students to be easy to use, easy to access for both the students and the teachers. So you'll find that you have your previous and next page here. So if they're within their student text, they can go back and forth. Everything is housed in folders just like you would expect it to be. So it's easy to find where you want to go to. You can highlight anything. It has the speak feature. So it can be spoke for you or read for you, or you can be reading yourself. Your note taking, your bookmarks, you can put it into a full screen. And you have your materials, your assignments, a study hub if they want to put notes in there that they can go back and study. And again, of course, that modified text and that grade level text with a simple click of a button. So very easy to navigate, nothing that's too cumbersome and overwhelming for them. Yes?
What about supports for English language learners?
We have 2 different ways that we support them. The entire text is in Spanish, so we have everything in Spanish, all of the videos, all of the text, everything is in Spanish. If you have other language learners beyond that, it can be through Google Translate put into any of the other languages. And then you'll see within the Teacher's Edition, we'll get into it in a minute, we have ELL supports called out all the time for what kind of thoughts that you might want to be having for your ELL students. But yes, good question, everything is in both. On your teacher side, when you get into your teacher's edition, your unit is set up just like you would expect it to be. So you have, again, everything sort of shared right at the start to know where we're grabbing from, your formative assessments, your summative assessments, any of your additional digital resources, really easy to follow to be able to see how you want to build out your lessons. You're also going to have, again, all of those Florida standards covered right there, right at point of use for you to be thinking about. In your civics, you're also going to have your think about civics answers and questions as well. This is where we're going to talk about that differentiation, because you just talked about Spanish, so everything is available in Spanish. Is that primarily the second language that you're seeing the most of, or do you have some others?
We have
Yeah.
well over 120 different languages.
Yeah, I know. It's growing, exactly. So you do have, like I said, everything in Spanish, but it can be translated into Google Translate. And then there is also a multi-language glossary that's with it as well. So I know that's a tough one these days to try to know what we're doing. But the biggest thing that we want to make sure is that we have the differentiation built in of what we want to think about that we're doing. Now, I say to many of you sitting in the room, if you're veteran teachers, you're going to find that a lot of our differentiations, and when you're looking at them, you think, okay, those are some strategies. There might be some new ones, but a lot of them that I'm aware of. But remember, when you're looking at a resource, you're looking for your veteran teacher as well as your first year teacher. And so we want to make sure that we have enough supports all the way through for that starting teacher to that veteran. And as a veteran teacher, there are many times that I'm like, oh yeah, I need to remember I need to be doing that. So it's right there at point of use for your ELL, your struggling readers, but then also for your advanced. So we want to make sure that we're giving our gifted and talented and our possible pre-AP and honors some extra boosts as well. Because again, we want to raise that level for our students taking possibly AP down the road. So do you have it broken down right now? Are you all leveled the same, or do you have an honors course?
We have advanced and regular.
Great. Perfect. So if you have advanced, you're going to be able to see that you have a lot of opportunities. Advanced really means that you have more time with the students. You're maybe needing to go slower with some of the others, but there might be some of those extras that you can do for those advanced students, and you'll have that right there. You'll also have PowerPoint presentations in each and every one of the units, and these are really helpful to really truly drive that discussion. So you'll be able to pull up images, you'll be able to pull up vocabulary and everything to be able to follow along with your teaching. Now, I always say that that is not considered lecture notes. Those are really to drive that active classroom, because we want to get our students doing really more work than we are, right? So our active classroom is designed for that. You're also going to find in your teacher's notes opportunities for you to institute what we call active options. And active options are ways that we can do some group work within the classroom. We can have them set up in debates. We can have them in different corners of the room talking about and sharing. So just some good strategies of how can we get our students moving around the classroom, and how can we get them working in a whole different way. Again, driving that discussion. Discourse and discussion, huge within middle school to get them talking about what they're learning. For you, the teacher, when you're on the platform, I showed you on the student side. I'd like to show you on the teacher side what that looks like. So we're going to drop down on our Hamburg. That's your grades, so that's going to talk with your LMS system. We can get into our students. If your student side, if they had assignments, it would show it there, but they don't. I'm going to go back over to the teacher side, because I really want to show you that. So in your teacher, everything is housed in folders, again, just like you would expect it to be housed. So very easy to navigate. Those GIS maps we talked about, we have those in there. Your, and of course, practice exams, your primary source documents. I had talked about that earlier. The standards are right there. What standards you're covering is part of that primary source document. And if I click on it, that's that full document. So you have that both on your teacher side and your student side, and I could put that into a full screen to pop that out if I was teaching from it. If I go back up to my materials here, one of the things I wanted to show you is your teacher notes. So if you don't want to have to be bringing your teacher's edition back and forth with you, you have everything online. Your key vocabulary, your introduce and engage, everything right there. all of your videos that you're going to be doing. So this one's a portrait of Dr. Martin Luther King. So it has the video series right in there that goes with the lesson. You have your lesson plans that you can download those lesson plans and use them as you need, as well as your formative assessments and your Florida assessments. And we'll talk about those a little bit more in a minute. So again, very easy to navigate and then put up into your LMS system as well. All of your worksheets your students can pull up online, or again, they can do it in that Prince consumable book. So as we're moving through, now all of the work that our students have been doing has prepared them to be successful on any and all assessments that come along the way. So you'll have reviews at the end of each and every one of your units and chapters for your students. And again, tied to those standards, you'll see your standards are addressed right there. So you have them in print as well as online. You'll see that it's multiple choice, open-ended, all different, using your primary source document. This one is pulling in some of the primary sources. So it's going to not just be in rigor of question, but mirror the style of question that they might be asked on an end-of-course exam. We have end-of-course exam practice in each and every one of our titles, and we did that purposefully because we want to prepare our students. It shouldn't be just left on one particular level, on just your civics teachers to get them prepared for that assessment. We want students to constantly have some practice along the way. So again, in rigor and format of question, they're going to be able to get that practice. There is a project-based learning opportunity in each and every one of the titles because that's really the most authentic way to be able to assess our students. And we worked with Jim Bentley, who's part of PBL Works. He's through the Bucks Institute. And his thought behind this is that working hard for something we don't care about is called stress. Working hard for something we love is called passion. And that really is it. We want to build a passion for our students. We want them to see, again, that greater world around them and give them opportunities to work in a project that's going to connect them to that world. So we want to give them that passion. You'll have full access to Cognero. Anybody used Cognero before, or something like an exam view? Basically, Cognero is exam view on steroids. So all those hang-ups we used to have with exam view have been taken away with Cognero. So you can build your own assessments, you can put questions in, take questions out, and you can upload that right into your class link to be able to assign it out from there. So you have full access to that for creating more assessments than we already have if needed. So let's take a look at what those assessments, I'm going to take us into our civics and citizenship since that's where our main assessment is. But again, we have them for each and every one of our titles. If I click on this assessment, what I like is you're going to see that, again, the format changes. So we have multiple choice. This one is actually having the students look at a diagram, and then they have to be able to complete the diagram, the question from the diagram in here. So it's, again, not just how the question's being asked, but what are the students having to look at, where are they having to pull from. Each of those assessments that they take online are then going to provide you with outcomes just like you would expect. So you have your standard as a whole class telling your proficiency level of how you met that standard. If you need support, you have additional resources here. So if there's a certain standard we didn't do very well in, I can get in there, I have additional resources. And then this breaks it down to the student level, so exactly where my students fell. If I see that I have a group of students that I need to maybe work with, I can actually make a group, and I can now assign out some additional resources just for that group. It's going to take each and every one of the standards and give you that proficiency data report out. It'll also be able to, you can change what you want your performances to be between, and then again, I want to point out that additional resources for each and every one of those standards, which is very, very helpful. Part of that is going to be that support of making sure you implement this well in your schools. So we come out, we of course prefer in person still, that's our preferred, but we know that that doesn't always work in an ideal world. So we can also do virtual trainings. We also have on-demand recordings. So all kinds of ways that we come out to support you and make sure that you're ready to go. And that is for the full life of the adoption. So again, it's not like, hey, thanks, see ya, you know, in 10 years, you know. No, it's not supposed to be 10, but sometimes it gets stretched. So we are here for the length of the adoption to give you fully what you need. Because again, We want that success. Your success is our success. So why would you choose? You had a lot to look at today. Well, that LMS integration, again, remember we talked about full integration and support with your LMS, 100% standards alignment, that exclusive partnership with National Geographic Explorers through our photos and our magazines, your document-based questions, lessons, and that extensive list of primary resources. We have a full pedagogy that is designed to increase that information retention. So constantly doing that work, just embedded naturally into our program so that our students can connect what they've learned. Video content that is specifically tied to each and every lesson. Your historical thinking questions that help to develop critical thinking skills. Active options to be able to pull from so that we have ideas of how we can get our classrooms, our students working harder than we are. That's always nice. A variety of assessments, both your formative, your summative, and of course that end of course test practice. MindTap, our digital platform, that is that repository of resources for both your students and your teachers, and not to forget your supportive Florida team. So Steve's right here in Florida, so he is here for the long haul to be able to support you with whatever you need, and that's really important as well as you move forward, is that you have that team to be able to support you so that your students are successful and you're successful. So you've seen really how the design of this program through the Explorers to inspire our students, to get them thinking about the world around them in a different way, to make those connections, to be able to drive that deeper level of understanding to meet those Florida expectations is really our desire with you. So we truly value you and look forward to partnering with you as we go through on this adventure to truly not just transform the teaching and learning in our classroom, but really inspire the students in your classroom to be our next explorers. That's what we're looking for. We want to help to develop a whole new generation of explorers that go out there and open up the world for us. So thank you so much. Any questions about anything you saw? Okay.
So one of the things you're going to get dinged on is the not having being able to change everything to the different languages. Like the stuff online, like you said, that you had full English, full Spanish, but everything else was like...
Through Google Translate. You can take the e-text and put it into Google Translate.
So can you literally copy, paste into Translate?
So we have instructions that we send you that will talk you exactly through how to use Google Translate, which I think is what most do for the other languages. We have it in Spanish, but it's hard to keep up, like you said, when you have 125 languages, it's hard to keep up in the others. So Google Translate is what we lean on for that. But you also have the EL support. So that's a hard thing. So we have, I know that when we have incoming, like just walked in the door students, it's really, you need support, so that's where you use the Google Translate. But the ELL supports that are embedded within your instruction are also really valuable. It's amazing how quickly our students that come in, when we do the blend, we give it to them in languages, but also use just some of the ELL strategies. The visual literacy that I'm talking about is really helpful with our ELL students, and you'll see that called in, but yeah.
I really liked your books because they have a lot of pictures and the
Yeah.
reading's shorter. But is there like any ability in the future to add languages?
So again, I will say on a publisher side, for most publishers, that's a challenge right now because the languages keep changing. There has to be enough of a population to say, yes, we can make a whole nother text for it, with the Spanish population right now being the largest. We do. I'm not saying we never will. It's just trying to figure out what our next largest is keeps changing on us. So it's a hard target to chase right now. What do you see as your primary next big language? I'm curious.
I have like one Ukrainian, like Russian student.
Yeah.
It's not a huge issue for me. I just know that the county would be something that would be a good.
Yeah, no, it would. I agree, and that is definitely something we're keeping our finger on the pulse. But it's exciting to be able to have so many of our students come. But yeah, it's a hard one to chase. But the Google Translate does work, and I can get those instructions sent over to you on how exactly to navigate through that, if you want to see how it switches over. Any other questions?
Excuse me, you should have received your samples at your school. If you didn't, then go through Mr. Gore, and we will make sure that there's always UPS drops something or somewhere. Not everybody gets everything. Don't forget, I know we've mentioned it, but everything will be hardcover, so don't get fooled by the softcover books. We do have the hardcover that will be your actual final copy. Lisa mentioned it, but there is a tabbing guide for each of the 3 titles in here. So at the end of the day, you're going to feel like you were drinking water through a fire hose because you're not going to remember exactly what everybody said. So that's kind of your cheat sheet to go back. And there's also a program overview guide that has a list of all the different resources that comes with the program, which you should have samples of.
These are in your bags as well. I kind of talked about them for a minute, but it's the consumable workbooks that come with it. So your history, student companion workbook, really helpful, and then that knowledge and skills. Again, I know that this tends to, the knowledge and skills workbook is giving a lot of support on that ELL side as well. I mean, ELL, why do I keep saying that today? ELA side, the ELA side, as well as what we're doing. But I know that that's kind of a big thing for us in social studies is how can we incorporate and support what's happening in ELA. And I think it's important because for many of our students that will not read a thing in their ELA class, want nothing to do with ELA, when they come into social studies, they feel a little less intimidated and willing to do that. So it's really good when we can support them in it, and it's great that you have these resources to do that with.
And those are part of the base package. It's not an extra. So
Right.
nothing that Lisa has mentioned today is extra. It's all part of the package if you buy the student edition.
And those active options in the classroom I think are really good. So take a look at those because I think they're also really easy to implement and use in our classroom. I know we want to get our classrooms acting more, being more active option. One of the things I struggled with when I first started teaching is getting an active classroom, and we would do these great activities and then a day later I'd go to assess them, or 2 days later, and they'd be like, we didn't learn this. And I'm like, we literally did this whole awesome thing. Like everybody was engaged, everybody was part of it. And I really had to realize as a teacher, it's a fine line between having a really objective driven activity tied to the learning that was very clear to my students and being a really awesome camp counselor. And in the beginning years of my teaching, I have to admit I was a really awesome camp counselor. And I really had to think about what is that learning objective? Am I tying it to the learning objective? And how are they showing me back that they learned it, so that I didn't find out right when I went to assess them that really they just had a good time. So I love that it's tied to the learning, it's tied to the reading that they've done, it's all connecting it all together. And I think we have to be really careful with that it is a blend, right? We need a blend of what are we doing to be engaging and active, but also how are we doing that informational text and unlocking it and building that knowledge for our students, because they are going on to college and careers with no matter what you're going to do, you're going to do some reading and have to pull information and retention out of that. So it's a really good blend of that, and I'm really excited about that for y'all.
I have a question. So one thing I noticed that is different from some other publishers is that you allow the student to change their Lexile level. Are teachers given notification when the student does that? Because my question is that usually in other programs, the teacher assigns it.
Yeah.
And they also know if the child is struggling with anything. My question is, if the child is changing it and there's no alert to the teacher, then when they go to take their assessments, if they're struggling with the language, then they'll struggle with the test questions.
So take a look at, have that be one of the things that you're looking because it does change it just slightly. So it's not a big jump that it's going to make that really inaccessible for them when they go to take that end of course exam, and we put a lot of thought into that. And honestly, some of the text, depending on what it is, because there's certain vocabulary we've got to keep, you can't pull that out. It's just part of the instruction. So they're really... Yeah, no, take a look at it because you're going to find that it's a very mild jump to really give them a little bit of support but not change the context. And it really is, that's a tricky thing to play with. It does not give an alert to the teachers because it really is trying to get the students to be autonomous about, where they want to be. I was in a school district where we were 75% second language learners. And it was really nice for me to be able to sometimes say to my kids, and they would do something. Back in the day, it was mats. You had one side and one side, right? And they would do, and so many times they'd be like, well, now let me see. Now I think I can read that. And they really will do that. So we want to give them the autonomy to it, but it's not too much of a crutch that it's going to throw them off that much.
That's my concern. It's I love it. I think
Yeah.
it's a great option because a lot of times, I'm a parent.
Yeah.
I'm not a teacher. But I spend a lot of time with the teachers and helping at the schools, and I see the struggles that they face.
Yeah.
And throwing one more thing onto their plate where I don't want them to think, oh, I missed changing that for that student. You know, maybe
Yeah.
they would have gotten it better or done better if they had read it like this. So that's why I said I love that option.
Yeah.
That I wanted to know if it gave an alert so they would know when it came time to assessment.
Yeah, it's not going to throw them off on that assessment because, like I said, it's such a bit, and we want it. They're middle school. They kind of don't want anybody to know what level they're reading, and I think that's really nice too. So, but that's a great question and a good concern. But it is really done well to not change it too much.
I think we hit a good point. So again, if you have any other questions after the fact, again, Natural Geographic Cengage, you can email them to me. I'll pass them on, get the info, and relay it back to you. So this concludes this presentation. So we're now at the lunch break.
Oh.
So I'm going to get you out
Be
of
gone.
this room for a few minutes, get a change of scenery. So Ms. Kozak, would you be able to direct traffic down to the dining room is where lunch is set up. I'm just down there waiting. Once you finish eating, we will start again at 1 o'clock for the next one. So between now and 1 o'clock is your time. We've got water in the cooler for drinks. If you want to buy a soda, there is a vending machine down there also. But lunch is down there waiting. Water in the back and sodas if you want to purchase one down there.
Thank you,
And then we'll
guys.
start again at
Awesome.
1
Thank
o'clock.
you.
Thank you all.
I would
I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Mark Jarrett from Florida Transformative.
Oh, that was a quick introduction.
That's it.
Okay. I have to say that I live in California, so when we did this in 2016, I was flying back and forth from California. But now I really flew the most that I ever did for any presentation because a friend of ours is on sabbatical in Vienna, Austria. So I've been hanging out in Vienna, Austria. And it just happens, if you look on Amazon, that's my own expertise. That's how I know this guy, on the Congress of Vienna. So if you're interested in the Congress of Vienna, you can read my book, Mark Jarrett, Congress of Vienna. It's an easy title, The Congress of Vienna. Anyway, okay, so, and because of all this flying, my voice may get weak in the course of the presentation, so I apologize for that. And I couldn't be a teacher anymore because you need to use your voice a lot. Okay, so that's me. My real background is history. I have a PhD from Stanford in European history. But while I was working my PhD, I started teaching in England, and then I was teaching in the New York City public schools and Jamaica High School for 5 years, actually, as a high school teacher. And then my wife got pregnant. I felt like we didn't have enough money, so I became a lawyer. So I went to Berkeley, and then I was a lawyer for 15 years, and we handled some big cases. One, we were co-defendants with Apple, so I got to meet Steve Jobs, and it would be a very good story because it was just the three of us in a deposition having a coffee in the year 2000. But I really don't remember what the guy said. I didn't know he was going to become a saint after he died, and so it's not as good a story as it could be. Anyway, so in a way, though, this positioned me very well for writing these types of books because I've taught in high school, I've got a PhD in history, and I've also been a lawyer. So in a way, actually, that's like the perfect background to write civics books for Florida. You wouldn't have believed it at the time. I didn't know I was preparing for that, so that's why I tell my kids, don't worry, you don't know what is going to happen in your life. Okay, so I was looking at your rubric as I was flying over, which is actually the state rubric anyway, other districts have it, and two things stood out. One is learning, and the second is alignment. And I know you guys, I know the other publishers, I'm one person. The other publishers, they say, oh, we're a small company, only 50 or 1,000, whatever. So I'm not going to pretend that I have all the resources that everybody else has. But what I am going to say, not pretend, is that the resource that we have, the single resource we have, is the one that you need. So this is the important thing. Okay, so why? First, learning. Okay, I was writing these books with the people I used to teach in New York. So we were writing for the New York State Regents, then we wrote for the Ohio citizenship test, and we wrote for Texas. Texas was like the turning point because we really started to strategize. And then I took like 6 months off and read everything about learning theory. I said, you know, I'm a researcher. I'm a historian, a lawyer. What do those people do? They research. And I'm writing these books. Why am I just writing and copying? Let's really look. And the thing that really impressed me wasn't so much Marzano, Classroom Instruction That Works, but a different book that came out in 1999 called, which was looking at learning, how people learn. That's what it's called, actually, okay? And what they said to facilitate learning, the best thing is to have an advanced organizer, to have metacognitive approach to learning. And there's also, I don't know if you've heard of a book called The Mosaic of Thought, which also came out in 1997, I think it was. And they also, it's very interesting, they had you teaching the kids how to read, but then they also had the teachers in reading groups and trying to figure out how are we learning? So let me ask you this. What does it mean to learn? What does it mean to learn to you? What are the kids doing when they're learning?
Take some piece of new information and have an intimate understanding of it.
Okay. Anybody have anything to add to his definition? Let's try this table, because we have the biggest number in this table. Okay, so taking information, and what are we doing with it?
Change in behavior based on experience.
Sorry?
Learning is a change in behavior based on experience.
Using it to your benefit.
Okay. Anybody else? What about, yeah, okay.
Well, you're constructing knowledge. So, but Piaget would say you're instructing knowledge. You're
Okay, so yeah, so Piaget says like at different stages of development, some people can learn stuff, other people can't.
Learning is taking complicated information and breaking it down into easy to understand language that you can use in your daily life.
Okay. I asked this very open-ended question, learning, but nobody said learning what? Is learning skills going to be the same as learning content? Social studies is pretty content-oriented, as opposed to, say, math, which is going to be more kind of skills-oriented. But you're going to have skills in social studies, too. Okay, so this is the problem that you have as teachers. This is the problem I have writing a book. How are we going to facilitate the learning process? What is the learning process? The way I look at the learning process is a kind of combination of everything everybody said. Okay, basically we have in our head learning structures, okay, schemata, whatever. And we have existing ones, like Piaget would say, we have existing structures. When we learn something new social studies information, factual information, we're going to try to assimilate that new information into the existing structures. That's why if you read like how people learn, they use examples of obstacles to learning. One of the big obstacles is if you have preconceptions. So, for example, people think that everybody thought the world was flat, and Columbus came along with the idea that the world was round. They don't think, oh, Columbus thought the world was smaller, and other people thought the world was round but bigger, and since he thought it was smaller, he thought it was safe to sail. Now, so everybody's got this preconception, so what they say you've got to do is kind of expose the preconception, really grapple with the preconception. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to summarize how people learn, but basically we're trying to assimilate this information, and the way to do it, I think, and the way that the different research shows is you want to kind of have an overview first, where you're going to show them kind of the tree before you get into the branches and the leaves. So that's what we try to do in the book. We have this advanced organizer. We're going to put the benchmarks. Now, I'm going to show you that there's a change. We're going to have the vocabulary that we've taken from the item specs or from the benchmark clarifications. Then you're going to have the one-page summary, and in some cases it became 1.5 pages. I know you know the book already because you've been using it. So, okay. So then, as you know, we have the chapter text, and then at the end of every major section, we have a little activity that you can do with the kids. Not little, I mean, some of these are big. Sometimes it's interpreting primary sources. And then we have the post-reading. So in the civics book, we have vocabulary activities. In the history and civics books, we'll have the review cards, concept maps, and then EOC assessment type questions. Let's look at alignment. So this is what I call a perfect little package. It's a package to introduce the material, to go in the material in depth, to practice. We didn't talk about learning and applying. When you learn something, you've got to be able to apply it to a different situation or in some way to reinforce that. So now let's talk about alignment. The other half of the equation here is going to be alignment. It's great to have all these resources, and if you're a national company, you can have a lot of resources, but are they aligned? Are they really going to look at the standards? Have they sat down and looked word by word at the Florida standards and tried to figure out, what does this mean? What is this getting at? What do the kids need to know? To do that takes a huge amount of effort. And even this is tricky. The state has put up the new standard that everybody's concerned about. But you really have to go to CPOMs because you're not going to find the complete standard unless you go here. Students will explain how the Judeo-Christian ethical ideas of justice, individual worth, personal responsibility, and rule of law influence America's constitutional republic. That is actually, not that the state's trying to mislead you, but that's actually not on this sheet of what was put before the board in July, but then I guess it was added because if you go to CPOMs, you're going to see that it's there. So, is it aligned? I can only tell you one thing. Our materials, my materials, are 100% aligned because that's what I do. Okay, so let's look at these clarifications and let's look at the vocabulary. So one change from the feedback that I got in Florida was that unfortunately people do care about the tests. As I said, I started out with the New York State Regents. I mean, they shouldn't. And I don't. I don't. I care about learning. I wouldn't have become a historian if I cared about even money or any of that stuff. I care about the kids learning, just probably like you. That's why you're doing what you're doing. But it seems that the terms used in the benchmark clarifications are critical to the success of the students. So we used to have the terms that I thought were important, me, Mark, Jared, and I think they were probably a good choice. But we've modified this. Now we're taking the terms directly from the benchmarks and benchmark clarifications. To what degree? Okay? Students will explain the influence of ancient Greece on America's constitutional republic, ancient Greece, civic participation, legislative bodies, polis, voting rights, written constitution. Students will explain the influence of the constitutional republic, civic participation, representative government, rule of law, separation of powers. Okay, students will explain Judeo-Christian ethical ideas of justice, individual worth, personal responsibility. So I have gone through all the benchmark clarifications, and now every chapter is going to reflect this. Now, I got into big fights with some of the people here in Florida because sometimes those things aren't that good. I mean, the item specifications for the high school for the New Deal does not have Franklin D. Roosevelt. So I had important terms you should know. And they said, oh, don't put this because it's not on the thing. I said, I can't put important terms and not put FDR for the New Deal. But then I kind of came up with this compromise. I'm not claiming that these are the only important terms. All I'm saying is this is the content-focused vocabulary in this chapter. And this is a key change because it's actually changed the way the whole book works. I mean, we thought it was good before, but so hopefully you guys are going to think this is good. I don't know. Okay, so this is the 8th grade book or 6th grade book, depending on when you're going to teach American history. When do you teach it? 8th grade. Okay, some districts are switching. It's, again, gamesmanship for the test. But so the same. Now here we have highlighted terms that are used in 7th grade civics that come up on that. If you're going to teach us in 8th grade, you won't care about that. But the highlighting in that book, Gateway to Early American History, is based on that. Okay. Sorry?
Are most of the districts in Florida teaching United States history?
Miami-Dade is. Palm Beach was going to do it. Now I don't know because apparently some flipped. Quite a few. Charlotte is going to do it now. Quite a few are. You could ask at the Florida Council for the Social Studies. Quite a few are.
They're teaching the American history for civics. They're doing it in 7th grade.
Or they're doing it in 6th grade.
I think Hillsborough, yeah, Hillsborough.
I went to that civics PD on the 3-day one over the summer, and every time we grouped 6th grade together, I was the only world history teacher in the 6th grade group. Or if they said, okay, all world history get together, yeah.
I went to that too. I went to that training too.
One of the few that are on the old.
Well, I don't care. I have no, okay, the reason I do it, as I say, is gamesmanship because there's a lot of overlap in terms of the American Revolution, the Constitution, the early Republic, in the two courses. So if your students have been exposed to it twice, they're going to do better on the test. Makes you look good. Of course, in 5th grade, they're also, and it doesn't work that badly for the 9th grade because in the 8th grade then feeds into the 9th grade, which is still world history. So actually, that end, it works fine. 5th and 6th grade, I think, might be a problem because 5th grade, you're already doing early American history, right? A little bit. So, okay. So anyway, that's besides the point. Let's go on to talk about my books. Okay. Okay. So, who has not been using the Gateway book? Because I know you bought a bunch of them. Does everybody know the Gateway book?
We ended up getting them like right before Christmas break.
Okay, so you can use it it can be used as a supplement along with other resources, or can be used as the main resource. It's kind of up to you.
I'm sorry, do you have a 6th grade book too, or is it just 7th and
Okay, 7th and 8th, but although it's an 8th grade book, it's also I tried to write it at a 6th grade level. And that's not easy. I tried to make it as easy as I could because the concepts are advanced. So
there's no world history book?
no. Which is kind of ironic because my own PhD and everything is all in world history. Well, European history. But now world history became so big. Anyway, okay. At least U.S. history, it's kind of manageable, right? It's only one country, 200 years. Okay, now. Okay. So let me explain again about this book. So we've highlighted the things that we think are really important that are going to appear on the EOC. Everything about it is to learn civics, but also is going to help you with the EOC scores. Okay, so we have charts. Everybody's got charts and things like that. Okay, we put pop-ups to kind of explain exactly what's going to be important for the EOC. We've highlighted what's going to be on the EOC. Then we have the active citizen. So that's the reinforcement that follows. So that's how you test if the person has assimilated the knowledge. I mean, here's a good one. Okay, classify the power to conduct each of the following government activities by type. In the book that you have, it says exclusively federal, but now I've changed it to exclusively national. Why did I do that? Anybody know, besides Lynn? Because in the standards, every place where they used to have federal, they've now put national. Okay? Why did I put exclusively national and not delegated and expressly? Because here we're giving powers and asking them collect taxes to pay for government services. If I put delegated or enumerated, then that would be the answer. But we don't want that. We want them to put concurrent, right? So that's why I put exclusively. Now maybe that's a difficult term. I don't know. Or we're asking them to make a Venn diagram comparing the national government with Florida state government. So that's the reinforcement. You could blow that up and have a huge chart in the classroom. You could have groups doing this. There's so many different ways you could apply these little activities. And they're dead on what you're supposed to be learning. Okay, so for the civics book also, we have the concept maps that we have at the end of every chapter, but I also decided to really hit these things on the head, so we made these extra charts. So almost every chapter has an extra chart. So here's one comparing Articles of Confederation with the U.S. Constitution. And here in a different chapter, chapter 11, we're going to have one comparing the U.S. Constitution with Florida state constitution. Here we have a kind of summary, 2 pages facing each other, of everything that the kids need to know about the Congress, the types of powers, the committees, the people in Congress. This is what they have to know. This is based on the benchmark clarification. This is a lot for a 7th grader. So again, keep that in mind when people throw a million things at you, that actually, if they could learn what's in this book, wow. Okay. Now, this we had to change. Now you're doing economic systems, and you don't have parliamentary. I don't know if you were teaching it before, or even, yeah, you're teaching it now. So you'll see the new book is different than our existing book. And then we have these end of chapter activities. So here we want them to summarize how the United States got in these different wars. Any questions so far? I should say interrupt me at any time, because I do get excited when I talk about my book. I'm not a salesperson. I wrote the book, so I know every word in it, so I know why we put it in. So maybe I go over the top here. Okay, so we have the review cards. And again, you can use them in different ways. So this summarizes everything. So some places, they really emphasize the Florida Keys to Learning in the review cards, because that really helps the kids, and they feel like the kids can't read everything or assimilate everything. I don't know. But it depends on your students. Okay, so here are the concept maps. The concept maps are critical again. If you go to How People Learn, they said that these kind of concept maps are very important because it actually shows the way in which we assimilate this information. We have these little learning structures that are kind of like this concept map. We think, okay, there's different ways of holding power. And then, okay, you know, a king, one person, a group of people, a democracy, elected representatives, these are all, and so in our head, you have these little shelves, and you actually have that shelf, like holding power, and then you have those files. So we're trying to get the kids to do the same. That's why these concept maps are actually really helpful. Here's from the 8th grade or 6th grade history book, okay? And then we have the test questions. Now, the concept maps I'm going to get to when we talk about the teacher guide, because in the teacher guide, which comes as a PDF or a printed book, and I know the printed books got lost or something, but the PDF version is actually better. We give you permission in it. You have those concept maps, and you have a blank one and one with clues, so you can like print it out and have the kids do different activities with it. Okay, and then we have these test questions. Yes? Of the teacher guide, yeah.
I will say, I'm looking at, we got government, not civics. Because I'm looking at it, it is of course.
It's called Gateway to American Government, but it's a civics book.
But when it says, look at page 8 on here doesn't match what it says.
No, that's the old book, which is for this year, and this is the new book.
That
This
makes
is the
more
new
sense.
book. This is, okay, this is what you're using this year for the test this year, and this is for the adoption for the next 5 years.
So if I went back to my room and compared it to the books we ordered?
Well, yeah, what I'm trying to show you is that these are different. This is the new one. That's one of the books? Yeah, you can compare it.
I have used the books, and what I find lacking for me, anyway,
Lacking, okay.
is that I want to have a lot of test questions and a lot of quizzes that I can print out and use with the kids. So with the book, what I found was, you know, I could find these tests at the end of each chapter.
Right.
But I couldn't find anything anywhere else.
Well, that's because because we have a test bank that's secure. I don't know if we gave it to Lynn or not. So we don't want those questions flying out with all these teachers. But if I jump ahead to the end of the presentation, I'm going to show you the new test bank, which is actually what I'm working on now. Okay? I'm actually all right, so now what is here? This little list. These are the 16 topics that are new. These are the 16 topics that are new in the new civics curriculum. Okay? And so the main change is in the book, because like you said, you have the book. You know the book. There's nothing I can tell you about the book. You actually have a book for every student, okay? But what's new about the new edition is the content vocabulary. Instead of terms you should know, it's going to be content-focused vocabulary. That content-focused vocabulary will be bolded in the Florida Keys, in the text, in the review cards, so we're going to hit it again and again and again, those terms. The other thing that's new are these topics. We're going to look at a few of them very quickly. Right? How much time do I have still? Okay. We're going to look at a few of them very quickly. I mean, as you know, you had the classical heritage. That's what there was a lot of talk about. Religious liberty, administrative agencies. I actually took administrative law when I was in law school. It was one of the best courses I ever took. Very useful as a lawyer if you guys have decided to become lawyers. Electoral college, we always complained that you didn't have it before, so we had it in the old book anyway, but we had it as enrichment. And especially because you had Bush v. Gore, and then you don't have the electoral college, it actually made no sense. Okay, 12th Amendment is now something in your standards. They're going to ask questions about the 12th Amendment. I've been writing some myself. Okay, due process of law you had before, role of juries a bit. Okay, you don't have to know the current political parties, but you do have to know the origins of the Republican and Democratic Party. So you don't need this year. This is going to be what you're going to be doing next year. So this is a handy little list that I used in making the book. Okay, so you can see we used to have origins of American government. I couldn't think of what to call this. Origins of government 1 and 2. I said, I'm going to get rid of origins. I just called it our classical heritage, and then our English rights and Enlightenment ideas. So both of those are kind of the origins. And that's the part I like, because I'm a historian, basically. I'm a historian. Okay, so here we go. We got the new civics content. We got those terms I showed you before. We're going to explain those terms. We're going to highlight them. We're going to have different activities. And we have little summary charts. These are going to be very important for the new test. What is a polis? What was civic participation, legislative bodies, voting rights? Complete the chart below describing political system of ancient Greece. I would have put Athens. That's one thing I don't like about the benchmarks, that they say Greece as if there's a single government in Greece. Okay, then separation of powers, how they're affected in Rome. And then this one, ethical ideas of justice, belief in individual worth, personal responsibility, rule of law. Now, we're already still changing things. We're taking out this picture of Moses, we decided. Okay, so, and then, so we're asking the kids to compare the democratic principles of ancient Greece, the democratic principles of ancient Rome, and then look at the democratic principles of the United States today. But of course, it's like amoeba strip because they haven't studied American government yet, and we're putting this in the origins chapter. So we kind of say, you may want to return to this page after learning more about our current government, but maybe they can do it. Is there a majority rule? Is there a separation of powers? How do people participate? They do have a preconception, so you can go through these things. Any questions? Any questions? Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm looking at like chapter 1 of the book, and it's a good book, and I think you've done the best so far presenting my personal opinion. But from 3 to 12, right, is like all reading. So for the first 9 pages, you have reading, and then you have a section here where it's like consumable. Kids are doing stuff. They're doing active work. Would you suggest?
Wait, are you, now which book? Which version?
Gateway to American Government.
Okay, that's the old book. Okay.
I don't.
Was it from the box?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the old one. Yeah, this is the new one.
Is it so like?
So but go ahead.
I want to do this for my kids, but to me it's like what you're saying is like I might need to do some note taking while they're reading because getting like 9 pages of information.
Yeah, it is a lot of information.
Like if I was doing this, should I rip this out and then use this while they're going over this?
Well, I think the charts and things like that we put in the PDF teacher guide. So maybe you would have them fill it out at the same time. You're using it as a consumable, I think. So maybe, and these books won't be good next year. So you could have the kids write in their own book, actually. That would be the best. Have them fill out the book. Have them fill out the chart. Have them make notes on the side. Have them do the whole deal, because these books will be obsolete.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them to read 1 page. And I mean, like,
Well,
we're getting at 9. And 9.
Okay, then, remember what I said?
Right.
This book is an accordion.
Yeah.
What do I mean by that? I mean it can expand for your advanced students and shrink for the other students. What's in the other students? You got the Florida Keys to Learning. Look at the first page.
Yeah.
Focus on that.
Yeah.
The first page of the chapter. Now, second page. Okay, go ahead. Turn the page. Next page. Okay, I call that Florida Keys to Learning, so like a play on words. But basically, those are the key ideas they need to know. Now go to the end of the chapter.
Okay.
Now go to the end of the chapter.
Yeah. 13.
Keep going.
Oh.
End of the chapter.
Sorry.
End of the chapter. No, keep going. Keep going.
So that's where the,
All right, blue.
test is?
Okay, look at the blue.
This is the test. This is part of the
No,
chapter.
no, look at the blue. Okay, so those are the study cards. With your kids, struggling readers, focus on the beginning and the study cards.
Okay.
Then for topics you want to go into more depth as a teacher,
Yeah.
like the charts maybe, comparing Montesquieu and stuff,
Yeah.
then you look at those charts. You don't have to have the kids sit and read 1 to 12.
Right.
You decide which parts of the book my kids need.
I love it. I want them to be doing something while they're reading.
Yeah, no, they do have to do something while they're reading. They can be highlighting, they can be in groups, they can, the teacher guide, we have questions. We'll get to the teacher guide. Okay, so we do have charts after the material. Okay, we introduce the material and then we have reinforcement after the material. But again, like, it's not meant, you don't have to go page to page. As a teacher, you're supposed to be organizing stuff. That's the lesson plan. What are the other lessons you're using? I'm sorry.
From FJCC, the Florida.
Yeah. Steve Masaida. Yeah, okay.
And then, yes. And then, so what I was going to ask, if I think you answered it over there, if we were going to pull from the book, from now till the test, what would be the best things to pull? What would be those first summary at the beginning, where you sum up the keys to learning, and then the cards, and then the practice test?
Yes, okay. If you're going to use it for review, and I will send you, I have a little thing about how to use it for review. We do, again, I think of it as an accordion.
Right.
You know, some of the active citizen things are very involved and would really be the higher level kids, and some are much easier. So filling in the concept maps from the teacher guide, those PDFs, that is essential. The Florida Keys to Learning and the study cards and those concept maps and the practice questions. That's what I would focus on. And then the topics where your kids are doing weak on, maybe then turn to the book, to the explanation. Okay, so so maybe we'll, in the interest of time, I have 10 minutes left, right? That's all I have left? 15, okay. So we're gonna, so you're gonna take my word for it that all the topics, new topics are in the book. I'm not gonna explain them. Now let's look at the Gateway to Early American History. Okay, so as I said, that could be used in 6th grade or 8th grade. And like the other, we put content-focused vocabulary, but there's no test, so it's not quite as clear. Okay, it's not like we have item specification guide or something like that. Then we have the content-focused terms, and then we have new content, and of course we put new references to the new civic standards and primary sources, and that's what I want to talk about for the teachers for 8th grade, the primary sources. So we put a lot more primary sources in that book. You can, I've handed out, I only brought 3 because we sent you the books. They didn't get delivered on time or something. And this is what I mean by the advanced students. The students he's talking about would probably have trouble doing some of these, might have trouble doing some of these activities. But it's very interesting. As a historian, I have to admit this is the part I like the most. So, for example, the Stamp Act. We've got, actually I made a slide about it, so why am I doing that? Okay. So we've got the colonial protests. Actually, this is an animation. I guess it didn't, where'd Ryan go? It didn't work. Actually, none of the animations worked. I'm going to remember that tomorrow. They're not, okay, this should blow up. So this is, Patrick Henry did this thing called the Virginia Resolves, where he was protesting against the Stamp Act. So we put the Virginia Resolves there, and then we asked the kids, okay, rewrite each of those 4 resolutions in your own words. I mean, that is going to be tough for the students he's talking about. So maybe he would skip that. You know, okay, so, but other kids would love doing that. And here, what's really interesting is they wanted to have loyalist views. So here's the British defense of the Stamp Act. Now, what do you think the British said? We're Americans. We only hear about our side, okay? You guys are history teachers. What is the British argument in favor of the Stamp Act? You've heard a million times, no taxation without representation. Taxation without representation is tyranny. What is the British view? Were they just stupid? Were they just shoving it down our throat? What is their view? Who wants to give me the British view?
Pay off the war.
What?
Help pay off the war. Help pay off the debt of the war, French-Indian War.
It's okay, that's part of it. Yeah, somebody's got to help. Yeah, Lord Grenville, we got the quote from him. Protection and obedience are reciprocal. America's bound to yield. When they want protection, they are always ready to ask for it. Okay, that protection has always been afforded to them in the most gracious, full, and ample manner. The nation has now run an immense debt to give them that protection, and they're called upon to contribute a small share. Who is paying more, by the way, the British taxpayer or the American one?
British.
By far, much more heavily taxed. So so that's part of the British view. Is that all? But what about this idea about representation? The British just said, we help you, you should help us. It's true you're not represented, but screw you. Is that basically what they said? Lynn's shaking her head, but that's not what they said. Now you, along with your students, can read the British point of view because the standards ask for the loyalist argument, and there is an argument. It's called virtual representation. And I was thinking, that's a difficult word for the kids. But then I realized, no, actually it's harder for us as older people. For kids, virtual reality is simple. They know virtual. So what is the argument? Edwin Burke came up with this virtual representation. What is the argument? Anybody know? Or you're going to have to wait till you read it in our book here. He says that the towns of England, Parliament's not like Congress, okay? It grew up historically, okay? So the nobles were representing the House of Lords. Every county and some boroughs were representing the House of Commons. In the House of Commons, the people who sat in the House of Commons were supposed to represent themselves and people like them, their type. So the fact that Manchester, a huge city, did not have representation, this is what they called the unreformed House of Commons. They said, that's okay, because there's other towns with representation, and the merchants in those towns, they speak for Manchester, they speak for Leeds, they speak for all these people who aren't represented. So it's okay because they're virtually represented. And then they said, and you'll read these little quotes that I put, they say the same thing. We have a ton of towns that aren't represented, but they're represented virtually. The colonists are equally represented. That was the argument, virtual representation. Okay, so here we have, they asked them to compare the Florida Constitution of 1838 and 1868. I mean, that is a really instructive comparison, especially from the point of view of civil rights. No person shall be representative unless he be a white man, a citizen of the United States, blah, blah, blah. And not only that, just like the Constitution forbids an amendment changing the representation in the Senate. Did you know that? You cannot amend that. Okay. The Constitution of Florida forbid anything ending slavery, the 1838 one. Okay, so now, I've been working on something for 2 years during the pandemic, which we've released now in Texas, and now we're offering this to you guys. I don't know if you're going to be interested or not. So basically, it's an enhanced version with primary sources. So we haven't included this, but we're including it for an extra price. So for Florida, we have these 53 activities. Each one is an extended kind of activity. So I've put 2 of them, we put 2 of them on the website. So you can see, I think we have just 2, but so some of the districts got confused. They said, oh, these are great primary sources, but they've only got 2. No, these are primary sources, so I can't copyright excerpts. But it took me a long time to pick those excerpts. So I'm not going to put my 2 years of work on the website for the public so it's hard to explain, but it's a tricky situation. Okay, so with each of these, we give the background information. We give before reading tasks for the students to do, literacy tasks, like discuss how you would feel if your friend took your property without asking your permission, something, you know. Then during reading, highlight or put a plus in the margin on all the times where he says taxation is a good thing or something. Okay. So you'll see. And then we have the excerpt, and then we've, unlike the Stanford Historical Education Group, I have not paraphrased the excerpt. It's the real excerpt. The only difference is we put word helpers alongside it. Unfortunately, I didn't put any of these things here to show you. So you can look online and you can see. So when you go online now, I just want to show you, especially Lynn, too. So we got this primary sources. It's going to be on the online, and you can look at some of these activities. Okay? And we would charge a little extra to the district if you got the online and you got that. Okay, so now the teacher's guide. So your teacher's guides got lost, but you have the PDF. Any questions about anything so far? Since we're reaching the end here. 5 minutes, okay. So at the beginning of each chapter of the teacher's guide, this goes to what you were asking me, I have some questions that a teacher could use to plan a lesson. The beginning ones we call core questions. Those are tied strictly to the benchmarks. When I was a New York City teacher, they always said, don't do that. You have to be more imaginative. Get something more challenging for the kids. So these are, I would call these New York City type questions were the Articles of Confederation a good attempt at creating a national government? Well, then you have to ask, what is a national government? What would be a good attempt at it? And what did the Articles of Confederation do? So that's more, that goes beyond just the standard. Then we have ideas for lesson openers. And then we have ideas for organizing the lesson. So this goes to the things that you were saying. So again, it's not just reading the book, but maybe having them make a journal. So these are things outside the book. Besides the active citizen and historian's apprentice ideas, we have these extra ideas in the teacher's guide. And the teacher's guide is available on, as a PDF. So it should be on your learning management system, right? Lynn, is it? It's available, right? It must be.
It's not on the LMS, but we did send it out to the department chairs. I don't think we put it in Canvas. Did we put it in Canvas? Yeah, we're having trouble with the files and things.
Okay, well, we can talk about this later.
Yeah, but no,
for the present.
I can send you a link, you can download it to your computer. Like I have mine on my desktop.
I mean, we have two things going on. One is the adoption process, which we want to be in the, but more than that, you've already ordered, and we want you to use the books. We want you to be successful. The best thing for us is if you guys are successful. I'm not trying not to have you be successful. So one of the things 5 years ago, at least, and now maybe this is antiquated, but one of the issues was, everybody wants to download your book and this and the other thing. I said, I can't allow that, but what we'll do, but you also need to be able to project stuff in the classroom. So the teacher's guide was a PDF, and we put a lot of pages from the book in the teacher's guide, like any activity, any map, and then we said you can project or do whatever you want with the teacher guide. And one of the things in those teacher guide are these concept maps. So at the end of every chapter, it's 3 concept maps in the teacher guide. One is blank. You could break the class up and you could say, okay, you work on this section, you work on this section, you work on this. You could blow these things up. Now imagine if you have your classroom with these 17 concept maps blown up. All year the kids are looking and they're seeing basically everything they need to know. So then we have with clues. So maybe it's too hard to fill it from blank. So we got partially filled out. Okay, now the test banks. This gets to your question. Yes, we have test banks. We give them to the coordinators. We do not give them directly to teachers. And then we let the coordinators decide. Maybe they want to give you 50 questions. Maybe they want to use district benchmark. There's like 500 questions in this test bank. Okay, so we have one for each. So this is what I'm working on now on the plane, literally coming here. Standard 1. Nobody's seen any questions from Standard 1. Lynn will tell you because they don't have the item specification guide. Standard 1 is new. Nobody knows. So I'm guessing, I'm imagining, I'm trying to make up questions. But these are not just any old questions. I know that, again, I don't want to knock other people, but publishers will say, oh, we have 10,000 questions. And I feel like a little measly person, Why do I have like 300 questions or something? But each question I wrote myself, and I made it in the format of a Florida EOC question. Try to do it sometime. It's hard. Okay? The diagram describes events in ancient Greece. What completes the diagram? All citizens in the assembly exercise voting rights, because remember that was one of those terms, voting rights. They didn't have representative government, that was Rome. Not everybody was a citizen. Okay, now here's a good one. Let's see. Actually, this is looking ahead for next year. Who can answer this question? The Venn diagram below compares 2 influences. This goes straight to the benchmark clarifications. Yes, if you look at those benchmark clarifications, which I showed you at the beginning, you're going to see rule of law is mentioned for both Judeo-Christian tradition and Rome. So it's a perfect question. This is later. Now they want to go into the national interest, means of pursuing U.S. national interest. Okay. That's already 9 years old. Have I changed a lot? I think so. Okay. I was using that, but I like the older pictures, like everybody. When I was younger, you have people that are presenting, especially as lawyers, and then they're always showing their picture from like 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Now I got old and I want to do the same thing.
All right, well, I think we've hit a good spot. Again, if y'all think of any questions for Mr. Jarrett once you leave or he leaves, feel free to email it to me. I'll email him and I'll get that information back to you. So well, thank you for your time. And we're going to take a break and then we will start our last one at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't give you guys enough time for questions.
I'm showing 2 o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and get started. This is our last one for the day. So just a little housekeeping. Once we finish, I've just got about 2 action items for you, so I just need about 5 minutes of your time after that, and then the rest of the day is yours. That being said, I'm going to now turn it over to Savis, and I hope I always probably pronounce it incorrectly.
Good afternoon.
But I'm going to turn the floor over to them, and I'm going to hand it over here to Mr. Ty.
Thank you, Ryan, and you actually pronounced it correct. Savis, Travis, think of it that way. But I'm Ty Easy. I'm your local account manager. I'm located over in Panama City, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here. I have Stephanie Bridges, who's going to lead
Good
you through this
afternoon,
program,
everyone.
and we also have Rachel Skanga in the corner here with us today. But I know it's been a long day. You have seen a lot of products, and a lot of products that basically look the same. We all have somewhat of the same resources and content, correct? But what we're here today to show you is what, as a former middle school social studies teacher, believes is what we do better or they don't do at all, kind of like our Canvas LTI integration. Or we actually have leveled assessments, not just leveled reading, but we have leveled assessments. And of course, our partnership with the Lou Fry Institute and Steve Masada and Dr. Terry Fine, who vetted our assessment pieces. So we made sure we have that EOC covered for you guys. We have a lot more, but Stephanie's going to lead you through that. We do have some Q&A built in at the end, but we went ahead, since it's been a long day for you, and created and basically filled out your rubrics. So those are in your sample bags, and they're already done for you, so you can go through and highlight and not have to write down everything. So I'm going to hand it over to her, and she's going to lead you through the program. So enjoy, and we look forward to your questions at the end.
Thank you so much, Ty. You all, good afternoon. And welcome to Florida Social Studies Interactive with Savis Learning Company. This is a comprehensive social studies program for grades 6 through 8, designed to meet and exceed the need of every student in your classroom and also match your unique teaching style and the goals of your district as well. But before we go further, I want to address the middle school student. I said that like I just said it for a reason, former 8th grade teacher. You know, middle school students, everyone, they are going through a lot of changes academically, in their personal lives, and going deeper into social studies content inside of the classroom. And as educators, we are charged every single day to ensure that we deliver instruction so our students will master every benchmark, along with the new civics and government strand, and continuing to maintain high quality instruction for grades 6, 7, and 8. So here on your screen are your program components. Let's begin to go deeper into Social Studies Interactive. We're confident that you'll have everything that you'll need. Your program components include your teacher's edition, your student edition in English and in Spanish, as well as your end of course test prep workbook. I know you've been waiting on it. Here it is. It matches everything that you need for the Florida EOC blueprint to give your students the success and the skills that we want to see at the end of the civics course. Now, digitally, all of your content and resources, yes, they are in one place on our award-winning digital platform that we call Savis Realize. Savis Realize can be accessed with or without the internet on any device. Laptops, Chromebooks, iPads, tablets, and yes, smartphones. All of your resources on Savis Realize are vetted. They are ready to be used in your classrooms tomorrow. And rather than giving you all a workbook for your students to work with, for every lesson, your printables are available for you as that becomes necessary. Now then, a 5th grade U.S. history module is provided for U.S. history as a resource to use in your lesson plans as well. Speaking a little deeper about Savis Realize, available on a smartphone. This means that if students are on the bus on the way to school, at practice, or just lounging around doing homework, Savis Realize is optimized to be used on a smartphone so that students can have what they need and we can meet them where they are digitally. And for those students, something that we do, as Ty said, differently and better than other programs, for those students that don't have English as a first language, the digital text translates into over 100 languages. So as you're growing into and not out of Florida Social Studies Interactive, you will have all of the resources on Savis Realize and then some that you need. Yes, sir.
You began by saying this is in English and Spanish. And now you say it's over 100 languages.
digitally.
I'm
Print is
confused. Then.
available in English and Spanish.
Okay.
And then
Yes, sir.
digitally, over 105 languages.
Okay. I didn't hear the first part.
No problem at all. Thank you for asking, sir. I appreciate that. So you all going on with Savvis Realize, when students are accessing what they need digitally, it does integrate seamlessly with Canvas. What does that mean? Savvis Realize and Canvas are speaking to one another. So to take a look at that here on the screen, we're viewing the digital student book. And so here in the digital student book, students have the ability to circle, to underline, to highlight what they are learning during instruction. You can respond to the annotations that students are making inside of the student book as well. And one of the things that I do want to highlight with the Canvas integration is that you have grade passback. So whatever you're taking a look at in grading, that grade passback will come to you in Savvis Realize, and that's giving you one less step to have to do after students have completed an assignment digitally. All right. So we have all of our content and resources. That's our foundation to deliver instruction in our classroom. Let's take a deeper look at instruction by thinking about this question. What are the skills that students need to become active citizens? We know that we need for them to have the foundation in the histories, U.S. history and world history, in order for them to become active citizens in civics. Civics is a verb, and we'll see that our students will be doing civics in and outside of the classroom every day. Well, we are very confident that with Social Studies Interactive, to give students those skills that they need and the foundation in the histories, it is as easy as 1, 2, 3. We'll take a look at assessments and standards. Student-centered instruction, we keep our students at the center of everything that we do, and then teacher support, empowering you all to continue to be your absolute best, honoring you as a professional educator for every student inside of your classroom. So let's begin by taking a look at assessments and standards. First, you all here on the screen, take a look at the left side. With the standards and benchmarks, this is where we've been. Asking students, for example, to compare different forms of government. However, now we are asking them, moving to the right side of the screen, to analyze the advantages of the United States Constitutional Republic. As educators, we know there's a big difference between compare and analyze. So with that in mind, to bring the best to you, we consulted the Florida experts, and this is something that we do differently and better than other programs. And Mr. Steve Maceda has vetted and reviewed how well we deliver those benchmarks during instruction. And as you're reviewing programs, I challenge you to look for those Florida consulting authors. We pride ourselves in this. Now, you'll see your benchmarks in every program. That's great. You should. But again, we do something differently and better than other programs. Provide you with professional development support. Think of a first-year teacher or maybe even a veteran teacher like yourself continuing to deliver high-quality instruction. This professional development support is here for that reason, to guide you into that instruction. Let's take a look and listen.
Hey everybody, and welcome to our brief look at Florida's social studies standards and benchmarks. My name is Steve Maceda, and this video is simply to provide really an overview of those Florida standards and benchmarks. Our focus here is simply how to read them. We'll briefly touch on some changes to the K-12 civics benchmarks and standards, and really why they matter for you.
So with this in mind, in your teacher's edition, if you all would please join me on the tab that says NGSSS. At the beginning of your course, that's the spiral, yes ma'am, and sir, that's the spiral inside of your bag there. Before you even begin to teach your course, we provide you with your next generation Sunshine State standards at a glance, giving you that bird's eye view of what's ahead in your course, and as you all are collaborating and thinking about what that looks like. And then on the Savvis Realize platform, your correlations to your civic education are provided for you. When you begin to teach your topic, that's not the only place at the beginning of your course that you need your standards and benchmarks. We provide you with your next generation Sunshine State standards for your topic, as well as your advanced correlation to your Florida benchmarks on the Savvis Realize platform. And here's my favorite, getting more practical for every single lesson. You have your benchmarks outlined for you. So as you're lesson planning, you have a better understanding per lesson of what that looks like. So what I want to do now, you all, is take you to the Savvis Realize platform to give you, here on the left side, your Florida Standards and Assessment overview, a better idea of what that looks like. Take a look at the screen. You have here your teacher guide correlation, academic standards at a glance, a lesson by lesson correlation, your access points here, and your required instruction. And clicking into that required instruction, you have the support that you need, for example, for your Holocaust instruction, for example. And you'll see this for all of the content areas, just to make this a little smaller. Here on the left is the history of the Holocaust and where that's inside of your programs. And I just wanted to show you where that additional support, for example, lives inside of our program. So now we know what we need for our students to, of course, demonstrate during instruction. That's great too, but how do we know how well they've learned it? Assessments, and we don't want a semester or half a year to go by and we say, oh, the assessments are not aligned to what we've been teaching. Once again, our consulting author, Dr. Terry Fine, who is one of the writers of the end of course exam in the state of Florida, is our consulting author. And she has vetted and reviewed the assessments inside of Social Studies Interactive. We came in clutch for you all. Our assessments are organized into an assessment suite. This assessment suite begins with a pretest, so you'll know what your students are bringing to your classroom before you begin to deliver instruction. And then here is my favorite, formative assessments. You're going to know throughout every unit, or every topic rather, and lesson how well students have mastered the content. You don't have to guess. Formative assessments are throughout instruction. Reading checks for a self-assessment, for example, and a strategy that we use, and I love exit tickets. Bringing closure, I love your head nod, ma'am. Bringing closure created for you to every single lesson, but feel free to edit them as that becomes necessary. Summative assessments, as Ty said, they are leveled for every single end of topic assessment. You have your inquiry projects as well, so that we can see what students are learning and they can show us more authentically what they know. For your NGSSS student mastery, benchmark assessments can be delivered throughout the academic year, as well as your end of course. Think of this as more of like a final exam. That's provided for you as well. And so this assessment suite, I say fleximizable. That's the word that I made up because it's flexible and it's customizable. You can use it in print or in digital form. And Exam View, are you all familiar with Exam View? This is where you can create your own assessments. My favorite, I was OCD with assessments in my classroom. This is great as well with students or for students who have IEPs and 504 plans. And here, yes, is your end of course test prep workbook for civics. Fully aligned to the Florida end of course assessment blueprint, vetted and reviewed by Dr. Terry Fine. So much so that if you put, for example, a sample question from the Florida end of course exam next to one of our assessment questions, the difference is not that big. We wanted to make sure that we brought the best to you. And then we're grading. And we have our answer keys and we have the answers, and that's great, but that tells us nothing. Who got it wrong or who got it right? Something we do differently and better than other programs is a comprehensive answer key. That comprehensive answer key provides you with your item number, depth of knowledge, cognitive complexity, level of difficulty, as well as the specific benchmark for that question. All right, so delivering your assessments digitally, they do have a benefit. Data is collected for you on Savvis Realize, not in another place. This data, you all, is data that you can actually do something with. It gives you a view of the progress, who's completing the assessments and assignments, mastery, and usage time. Think of parent-teacher meetings when they want to wonder why Stephanie got a 50, but she spent 2 minutes on an assessment. Think about that. The performance analysis will allow you, as you see on the screen there, to group students with a breaking point that you have set, and then assign resources to students based on remediation, or we don't want to forget about enrichment for those students that crave and need that enrichment in the classroom. So that's the assessments and standards in Social Studies Interactive. But how have we organized the student-centered instruction in Social Studies Interactive? And I'll tell you, The student book has been designed so even the most reluctant reader will engage in the content, you all. And so here's my student book in front of me. I have a U.S. history book. If you all want to open yours with me, please feel free. We want you to go into the student book, or you probably have already reviewed it. But at the beginning of every topic, choose the topic that you would like. Notice there on the left-hand side of the screen, and on those pages, if you're opening up your student edition, you'll see those blue icons. And they're suggestions for you we're bringing the content on the print pages to life on Savvis Realize. That's where that support is. But you all, just by a quick show of hands, how many of you all know it's something different about paging through a print book? It's like it, sir?
I didn't hear you, sorry.
It's something, oh no, you're fine. It's something different about paging through the pages of a print book. I feel like there's a deeper connection. It's a sensory thing with our students, even for us, as we're working our way through instruction. But on the left there, go on Savvis Realize and access what you need. Your thought-provoking essential question is going to be, for here, the age of Jackson and westward expansion, threaded throughout the entire unit. Why do people move? Well, back then, it was for a different reason for what people may move now. Let's discuss that. With there on the right side, a unit opener video you have a choice to use to build background knowledge for what you're about to teach. Paging over in your student book, there is a topic timeline. Do you all notice those blue icons? On the left side of my screen, this interactive timeline is on Savvis Realize. Let's bring this content to life. And then there on the right, you have your topic map. How did the United States expand westward? How did they do that? And to begin a topic after that, we have our inquiry project, a quest that students are going to build throughout the entire topic, synthesizing something we did in college. But we want our students to learn this in grades 6, 7, and 8. And so we provide them with the support, either a project-based learning opportunity, a document-based writing opportunity, here's our cross-curricular support, or a civic discussion. And I have a present for you. They're created for you. But that fleximizable approach, if you want to edit them and use them to fit the needs of the personalities, wink, wink, in your classroom, feel free to do that as that becomes necessary as well. Let's begin to read. At the beginning of every lesson, you will notice that you have your Get Ready to Read support, getting you started, guiding questions, support for taking notes. Notice that literacy skill there, main idea and details. Do you all work with your English language arts teachers in some capacity? I see the head nods. We want to make sure that we have that support provided in our classroom to take our students continuously to the next level. And then there's the language of social studies, your practice vocabulary, giving you the support that you need as you're working your way through instruction. On the left side there, this is a world history example. Integrated geography skills give students a point of reference. And there on the right, academic vocabulary is pulled out as students are reading through the content. Integrated into this magazine style read, by the way, that Savvis Learning Company is proud to let you know we originated with that 50-50 image to text layout. The integrated primary sources are provided for students, so not only are they reading the instruction, but they're thinking critically and beginning to deconstruct to reconstruct with those skills and their thoughts as they're working their way through instruction. And then at the end of every lesson, a lesson check with scaffolded questions is provided. Here's another opportunity to write. Do you all see that writing workshop there on the right? This is carried throughout the entire topic, so students, once again, in multiple ways, can show you what they know. Speaking of skills, they're integrated into instruction as well. Can you all think about a skill that your students struggle with when you're asking them to analyze content or you're teaching? What's something that they struggle with?
Figuring out what's the most important idea.
Figuring out, what's your first name, ma'am?
Nancy.
Nancy, thank you, Nancy. Figuring out what the most important idea is. Ms. Bridges, I have no idea what you're talking about. That rings in my head. Those skills, you all, will help our students. My students struggled with cause and effect. True story. How did one thing lead to another? Those skills are integrated into instruction. Distinguishing fact from opinion. determining the credibility of a source. So when our students have those called out primary sources in their student book and on Savvis Realize, they'll have the support that they need, something we do differently and better than other programs, and the reading and vocabulary support. I'm going to take a deep breath because we have this instruction, we're paging through our student book, but we're competing with something every day when our students come to us and maybe sometimes in the classroom. Can anyone guess what that might be? Ma'am? Yes, ma'am. And your first name? Haley. Haley. Thank you, Miss Haley. Smartphones. Now, it's not just the phone. It's what's on the phone. Information. Songs. Maybe a text from a classmate. But imagine, if you would, for just one moment, if you all could take what students are getting on those smartphones and the information and take that and optimize it with their education, with media sources. So, to bring that support to you, we've done something differently and better than other programs. Provided you with that support, beginning with podcasts. So now if you see AirPods in your students' ears, it's going to be for a purpose. These podcasts, you all, are connected to the content that you're teaching, and you can have discussion. There's instructional support in class or digitally on a discussion board on Savvis Realize. And I want us to listen to an example about free speech and social media. Let's take a listen.
His statement announcing the purchase of Twitter, Musk described it as being a digital town square that he thinks should have fewer rules. In the same statement, Musk said that free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy.
But can this technology help us solve problems? There's some positivity. Let's discuss that. Digitally, you see what students are responding, by the way. Or you can have these discussions in class. There's some support for you online to deliver that. Now then, though, we need to hook our students into the lessons and the topics that we are delivering. We've taken care of that for you. These are things that you all are probably already delivering in your classroom, but the advantage here, they are connected to instruction in a bank of media resources called Hook and Inspire Connections to Today. Here on my screen, this bank of media resources, for example, Ancient Egypt and Kush, provides you with discussion questions, additional links to resources, and even an introduction to get you started. Let's take a look at what that would look like on Savvis Realize. Here we are. Join me, please, everyone, on the left side of the screen. You have your introduction, discussion questions, and links to additional resources. Yes, I'm getting excited because here's where we get our students to care about what we're teaching. Let's take a closer look. So here's our introduction. Today's governments face the same array of natural disasters as their ancient counterparts. For example, and we go on. Then we scroll and we see discussion questions. How are people less vulnerable to natural disasters today than in ancient times? How are they more vulnerable? Let's discuss this connected to the content. I'm going to continue to scroll. It gets better. Links to resources, maybe a trailer. The first time I saw this movie, it honestly freaked me out. A trailer to San Andreas. You know, getting students to see what a natural disaster may look like, who knows? And then speaking even more to how here's media support, speaking even more to how we have organized Social Studies Interactive for the state of Florida. Here's a Florida connection, flooding in Florida. And when I click here, this takes me to the National Weather Service. We can go back in time. Now this flood, I'm not sure. I love this woman because her hair is still intact and she's in the middle of a flood. So don't ask. I think we know, ladies, how. But my point is, take a look at how we can get students to see and connect the past in the state of Florida to what we're teaching. Now they're going to begin to care. These resources and links are provided for you. Significant Florida floods, flood hazard information, protect life and property. Maybe we have some aspiring insurance agents in our class. We don't know who we're entertaining, but we want our students to have access and knowledge and connect it to the content and get them to care a little bit more deeply about what we are delivering. Think about how this is going to continue to help you deliver that high quality instruction in your classroom. Now, let's take a look and listen at a movie trailer example from San Andreas. Let's get ready to teach ancient Egypt and Kush. So we have media support. We're going to connect our students to what we're delivering in the classroom, and that bank of media resources is provided for us. But you all remember those blue icons in your student book? That brings the content to life in interactives, image galleries, 3D models, flip videos, as well as interactive maps with activities, not just something that's cool for students to click on, but something that's connected to the content directly on the Savvis Realize platform. And we know that there are those days that we want to see our student skills and expertise come to life. No worries. Active classroom strategies are integrated into instruction, and there's a bank for you to pull from at the beginning of your teacher's edition as well. So here's the foundation and the histories. Now we want our students to do civics every day. How have we organized the civics instruction? Well, there's a topic here, for example, getting involved in your community, solving problems, becoming an active citizen, or listening to many voices. And then in Civics Interactive, for each topic, we're centering around a topic skill. There's sub-skills that students track to do civics every day and to see how well they have mastered the content that you're delivering. So in this example, for Civics Interactive, branches of the U.S. government, topic 7, our skill is going to be collaborate with others. Here's the essential question. How can people with different ideas, interests, and powers work together for the common good? Let's get started and build some background knowledge here in Civics Interactive with a topic opener video related to the state of Florida. Let's take a look.
One of the best ways to understand our peers is to get involved in our communities. I want to introduce you to 2 Florida teens who have spent the last few years doing just that by volunteering with a local organization, and they share how you can make a difference too.
Hello, my name is Journey Butler, and I am a part of the I'm a Star Foundation. Every year we raise money for the homeless in Jacksonville, and I can't imagine not, having anywhere to live or worrying about where, my next meal is coming from. So I think that I'm gonna start raising funds for students.
So now our students have an idea. Okay, what's ahead? How can I do civics maybe in my school? Or maybe in my city, my community, my state? Who knows? The country or the world one day. Remember, we don't know who we're entertaining inside of our classrooms. After students go through a lesson, here's an authentic way for them to have a hands-on activity in these act-on-it activities, collaborating with others in Civics Interactive, organizing, in this example, an executive team, identifying legislative goals, or even having a discussion in court that's orderly. These act-on-it activities have your printables for every lesson, as you do in U.S. and world history. Writing in this example, here are those ELA best practices to solidify our students' thinking. Take action activities, continue with that act on it, giving students an opportunity to reflect, and now we want them to come up with different ways, for example, to work together effectively. Split students into groups, have them discuss how they think their simulation went, and then ask each group to create a brief online tutorial, in this example, on tips for working together effectively. As students are organizing what they're learning in these authentic activities, there are note-taking graphic organizers provided for you as well. And best vocabulary strategies. I remember I started every unit with a vocabulary activity for my students, because if I didn't teach vocabulary, sir, I love your head nod. For the rest of the topic, they were like, Miss Bridges, I don't know what you're talking about. But that vocabulary changed the game for me. We've integrated that into instruction, exposing students to access the text. They're reading the language of civics in this case, and preparation for the end of course exam. Literacy skills sheets continue. Without you having to do anything extra in Civics Interactive, as well as in U.S. and in world history. In this case, we're going to summarize to get our students to know what they have read in a different form that they are thinking about. We talked a little bit earlier about extending instruction. An inquiry center on Savvis Realize for Civics Interactive deepens your students' voices. You can choose, for example, clean up water and air pollution, end bullying, learn about changes in the environment. You can choose this connected to the topics or have students choose as an extension activity, bless you, as an extension activity for them to use as they're working their way through civics. However, are there times that you say different things sometimes and you're blue in the face? Here are some skill activity videos that demonstrate those instructional habits we want to see our students display. And as you all are watching this, think about how you are as an educator, a coach for your students too, to work together as a team.
Any group of people that share the same goal can be a team. It could be a band of musicians, the cast and crew of a school play, or the staff of a newspaper. To reach the goal, you need a solid team that really works together. Think about a football team. The coach is the head of the team and plans the big strategies. Then the quarterback is in charge on the field, making quick decisions about how to move the ball down the field. But the quarterback can't win alone. Without other players, he's going to be a big flop.
So now, as we're working our way in this example through Civics Interactive, wanting our students to work together, they have something more that they can relate to, that they can bring into the classroom. And think about how, again, this is going to help us as we're collaborating to help our students understand those instructional practices that we want to see them display. So we have our student-centered instruction, meeting the needs of every single student, but we need teacher support, of course, to empower you to continue to be your absolute best. What does that look like? Take a look at the screen here. And if you all would please join me in your teacher's edition on your tab that says Plan. And turning over one more page, there's a 2-page spread that looks like what we see up there on my screen. Let's plan a lesson. Planning your lesson is easy. Let's go first to the upper right-hand side. Do you all see that green check that says Fast Track? Time, thank you, sir. Time is of the essence in our classrooms, or sometimes the lack thereof. So to ensure that you're delivering every benchmark, that Fast Track has been organized for you. Remember that green check. Then we move over to the left side, and on the left side of my screen to begin our topic. Notice the options that you have to deliver and suggested time stamps. And then there on the right, your lesson into this easy 3-step lesson organization. We begin with connect, bringing our students in, followed by your investigate. Notice the multiple ways that students can investigate and dive into the content. And then your demonstrate. Students, show me what you know. And that happens in multiple ways as well. Noticing those green checks along the way as we're working our way through instruction. One of the things, and Ty and I had a conversation earlier today, that was a pain point for us teaching middle school students is differentiated instruction. We have every student in our classroom. We need to be able to differentiate. We do something differently and better to address that for you. It's differentiated instruction that's not generic, but specific to every single lesson. As well as, there in the middle of my screen, multilingual learner support. All of your WIDA levels are addressed, and your extension activities that we have mentioned several times. We want to make sure that we not only push instruction forward, but give our students what they need and raise the expectations so that we can send them into high school and the world and beyond prepared to be active citizens. Your teacher support for your Quest inquiry, it is provided for you. They're organized. I remember you all smiles in the back table there. You can edit it and customize it as that becomes necessary for you. And then there are your lesson summaries. Some of our students are reading below grade level. Some of our students need a condensed lesson summary before they even begin to read because they're a struggling and reluctant reader. So in Social Studies Interactive, you have your lesson summaries. Let's begin our lesson and give you what the lesson's going to be about, and then your leveled lesson summary with those scaffolders that we have provided. Give students the support that they need, and we're able to build that bridge to get our students to where they need to be. And as you are growing into and not out of Social Studies Interactive, we are in the process of updating our platform, clap for this, to give you those leveled text, because sometimes we need multiple resources to access and get our students to where they need to be. For every lesson, you have PowerPoint slides, downloadable, customizable, and editable, along with something we do differently and better than other programs, teaching support. So not just pretty visuals that match what's inside of your student book, great for, again, substitute lesson plans, but teacher support. So as you're organizing your lesson plans, you can pull from where you need. On the Savvis Realize platform, all of your resources, safe and vetted and ready for you to use, they're in one place. But as we continue to do something differently and better than other programs, you can create and share something called a playlist. Pulling from multiple resources on the platform and assigning them to your students, or organizing a lesson and projecting what you have placed inside of that playlist for that particular instructional day. From an administrative view, you are able to create and share assessments, uploading your own content as well. I had a geography quiz I use at the beginning of every year. If I would look for it in my garage, I would probably find it. You can upload and assign those pieces that you all may have for your classrooms as well. Before I turn it back over to Ty, I want to show you all how we have organized Savvis Realize for you as you're continuing to lift the hood of this car after our presentation today for you to access on your own. When you log in, you will see this home page. On the right side, choose Civics, U.S. History Interactive Florida, or World History Interactive Florida. I'm going to go to U.S. History. And this is my home page for every content area. But over here on the left is support to get you started, Florida Standards and Assessment Overview, Celebrate Florida Support, your skill tracker, progress monitoring assessments, all of your topics, as well as something called a Social Studies Reference Center. I'm going to age myself. How many of y'all remember a Black Line Master Box? Transparencies, workbooks, things that you saw in May that you wish you would have saw at the beginning of the year. This is your Social Studies Reference Center. Your Atlas support, biographies, graphic organizers, more primary sources, hip-hop songs with the lyrics, or just you have the music without the lyrics to have your students create, rubrics, and a social studies core concept area as well. Moving to the right, you can browse by category, and here are your featured resources. So going into Savvis Realize is easy for you all, and I just wanted to show you where to go when you are, again, taking a look on your own. So you all, we have reviewed a wealth of resources, and having them is great, but implementing them with fidelity and with ease is even better. Professional development support is something that we are, Ty and I know, committed to for the life of the adoption to get you started and beyond. And before I turn it back over to Ty, remember our strategy for formative assessments, exit tickets? I have an exit ticket for you. I want you all to think about your students. The success that you see, the growth, and where you would like to see them when they're seniors in high school or graduating and they come back to you and say, Ms. Bridges, thank you so much for helping me understand what it means to be an active, functioning citizen in society. We are confident that Social Studies Interactive will give your students the support and the instruction and the skills that they need to be successful. So we know that you all have a very important decision to make, and with confidence that we ask that when you do make your decision that you do choose Florida Social Studies Interactive. Thank you so much for everything that you do every day, and thank you all for your time. And Ty, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Now, we're going to build in a little time here for some Q&A. You've seen a lot of programs today. I know you probably wrote down a few things from each one. Is there any questions that you guys may have? Now is the time to ask. Yes, sir.
Is this book 100% designed for Florida?
Yeah, we brought this to market specifically designed around the standards and benchmarks for Florida.
Because when I look at this book, that you have, and I'm a world history guy.
Sure.
You have a section in this book where there is no Florida standards for the lesson. And the only standard for the lesson is an ELA standard.
Which one is
you
that,
have,
do you know?
You have sections of this book on Japan and Korea,
Mhm.
and there's nothing in Florida standards about Japanese, Japan, and Korea. So the
Okay.
question is, if this is designed 100% from our standards, where did that content come from?
We align everything 100% to the standards.
So where
So
did
there
that
is some kind of content that we do bring in from national programs, like every other publisher out there. But we do streamline it and take out as much extraneous content as we possibly can.
So it wasn't designed 100%.
I mean, you can't build a program within a year for standards that just came out for the state of Florida. So we do have to bring in content that we already have, align it to Florida, and build and eliminate what we can and can't have in the state of Florida. If that helps. There are going to be a few things in there that possibly can stand out a little bit. Yes, ma'am.
We use Sabbath for language arts,
Mhm.
the text. We don't have a consumable for social studies, it's just the hardback textbook, is that correct?
You have a consumable piece that is your EOC test prep workbook.
So EOC course, yeah.
Yes.
So we'll get the EOC test prep. for
Correct.
All three levels.
Yeah, you should have all your consumable stuff will be in there.
Right, right. But
Yep.
there won't be so like the language arts has a tear out book.
Right.
So
No.
all of our differentiated instruction are multiple skill sheets that you would choose that match the student's actual needs at the moment that are printable or PDFs that they can actually write on in the platform, but not in a workbook form.
So if there was like part of the chapter that a teacher didn't want to
Sure, we can do
print
that.
out and have the kids text mark and annotate like from the text, they can just print that one page out.
Or our PDFs are all interactive online as well.
Do it on
So
that,
they can do it, yeah, if you wanted to do that.
Stephanie, this gentleman wanted the fast track. If you could explain that a little bit more.
Yes, sir.
Good
Mhm.
question.
So what the fast track is say I have my lesson plan template and I wanted to plan for my lesson. Those checks on the fast track are what you can deliver to ensure that yes, sir, your must-dos. Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That one slide you had where you just kept scrolling down and it was like the images of where
Well,
is that?
like I said, I was a former middle school social studies teacher too. and
The hook
you
and
didn't have any
inspire. Yes,
Texas
ma'am.
social studies class,
You're
right?
fine.
So
Let's
time
click
was
here on
of
world
essence. You had to fit
history.
everything in with that amount of time.
Move to the right
So we
side.
tried to slim it
Scroll down
down
here, ma'am.
to just specifically for that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You are more than
I
welcome.
scrolled
No,
right
no,
down.
no.
I didn't have that
You're
when I was
fine.
teaching.
Yes.
It's kind of new to me as well.
Yeah.
Y'all took
I'm sorry?
y'all taking all the brain work on our part out of it. It's made it easy. I like that.
We tried. So we got to meet with some social studies teachers across the state. And we tried to take the good and the bad of everything and try to do as best we can to fit everything within the state. You're going to find some things that may not fit exactly
Are there any other
correctly compared
questions
to
that
everybody
you
else.
had about the hook
But
and
you can't make a
inspire?
perfect program.
Okay.
But all we can do is strive to do what the
Just
state's asking.
FYI, when you go into a topic,
Yeah.
it's going to be in the introduction where you would start that. Yes, ma'am, the connections to today.
It's probably not.
Oh, it is.
This book should 10. This book should probably 8.
Kids go in
Yeah.
to their staff
Mhm.
10.
for ELA
Yeah.
with a
Yeah.
different teacher,
Yeah.
none of their work is there that the previous teacher assigned. So then it's like the kids didn't do anything. Because it's not transferring, it's like they're still logging in as the same person, but because it's under a different teacher, their work is disappeared. I think we need to report that,
Yeah.
because that was an update to our platform that the student data would transfer with the student wherever they went, and that was a back-to-school update, so I'd like to. Was it back-to-school update? It was a back-to-school update, like this was Q1, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So who do we contact?
You can just send me an email of who that student is, and we'll go from there.
We'll just take a look, make sure they're logging in with like the same credentials, I'm sure for your single sign-on. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, guys. I hope you today can see the little bit of a differences that we are a little different from everybody else you saw today. Everybody has some of the same formats, pedagogy, content, what have you. But what we try to do is take everything, streamline it for you, and make teaching social studies a pleasure for you and your students. So thank you for your time, and from a former social studies teacher, middle school at that, it's never easy, and I thank you for what you do. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you all so much for your time.
And again, if you guys think of a question after they leave, I know it's been a lot of info today, feel free to shoot it to me in an email. I'll pass it on to them and get that information back out to the entire committee. That way everybody has the same info. Just a couple of next steps for you guys. I know it's been a lot of info today. I'm going to be brief. I know this is cruel and unusual. You ready to get out of here? So just 2 action items after our presentations are concluded today. I'm going to send you an email. It'll probably be Monday next week. I'm trying to get it out tomorrow. But I'll have the link of this recording. That way you can go back and reference all the presentations when you're going through your rubrics in Ed Credible. The rubrics need to be submitted in Ed Credible by February 19th. I have it scheduled to close at 9 p.m., so I would say plan on having it submitted by 8 p.m. at the latest. I figured nobody should be working at 9 o'clock on a Sunday night. That's just not acceptable. So, the 19th, just have everything submitted. Don't hit just save. You have to hit submit for it to be tabulated in Ed Credible, okay? Then February 22nd, that's a big day. We'll come back here as a committee. We'll meet in person and be prepared to rank publishers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay?
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
We'll
I'm gonna
look
bring
at the
everything in.
Ed Credible data, and then we'll rank them out as a committee. Okay? On the 22nd, I'll give you the next step in terms of school voting and things like that. So that's nothing we're going to worry about today. All right? Again, if you have questions, reach out to me via email, and I'll get you any information or try to answer your questions. So appreciate your time today. You guys get out of here, go get in the sunshine, and get out of this room.